Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Parker and I did some troubleshooting. Thank Parker for it. Hell yeah. Well, we just fixed some settings in GoXLR with terms of like compression and everything else.
I literally just sent him ESL set up my GoXLR for the SI broadcast a couple years ago, so I just sent him exactly what it looks like.
Walkie walkies. Yes, so the issue is that I was EQing everything through OBS before, so when I stream it sounds fine, but then when I go use like Discord and vMix, I don't have those settings applied, so it sounds like ass. So now I've applied those similar things to my entire microphone setup. That was the problem, yeah. Hog. Yes, it is straight as an arrow. Yes, sir. Walkies.
Minutes, got it. I'm gonna shower.
Okay. See you in a bit. Yep.
It's Vancouver. And there's the Hotel Vancouver, the Fairmont. I can actually see all of the Fairmont hotels right now in Vancouver.
I'm back.
Crazy. My former employer. All 3 of the hotels in Vancouver are within a 10-minute walk of each other. Because you don't just need one. For the Olympics in 2010.
Ooh, okay.
That is Chicago.
need to be. G with the line of sight and with the glance on the block to push them to not.
Scanning for proteins. Signatures identified. Neutralize the nests. Guard the exits. They're here. Engage! Targets incoming!
There are those that say life's more akin to a marathon than a sprint. You can't exactly rush the life experience all the way through everything. Well, we're about to put that idiom to the test. The race so far has taken 3 weeks, and for some, it's about to come to an end in a full-stakes, high sprint to the finish. I had a whole intro prepped, and I was reading it, and it didn't quite work out. But that's fine. Welcome to NAL Super Week, and I'll explain what Super Week is in just a second. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson here with DreamHack Montreal 2018 champion Davide Foxy Bucci. I had to reach all the way back in the annals to find a good one for you, and North American savant Jesse J. Chick. We're all here. We're all vibing, gentlemen. We're here on a Wednesday for some reason.
Yeah, you didn't have to say all that. You didn't have to say, yeah, I had to reach so far back to find that.
That's like 6 years old now.
Like,
for real.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while. It's the first time me and Jesse are on the desk together, like with this, like NAL.
With this?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the NAL.
It's nice. I like this dynamic.
Oh, you could do that again.
Please do it again.
I don't know.
Were you on? You had desks. I'm trying to. Atlanta for sure. SI also yes.
No, I don't think we did get a desk together at SI.
We didn't get a desk in SI. Did we do Atlanta?
Yeah, there was like 1 or 2 days in Atlanta we did.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
Might be right.
Oh, good stuff. We're gonna ram 3 days of it down your throat because that's what Super Week is. Now you might be wondering, hang on a second, Super Week. Why do I keep hearing that word, but I have literally no idea what that stands for? Well, every other week so far in the North American League, it's been just 2 play days, with the exception of play day number 1. That didn't happen, so that play day or that week was only 1 play day. Now we have 3. And 3 is weird because they're all only games of best of 1. There's only 4 of them. There's not 5. So everything around Super Week is now getting congested into this very, very last final playoff push. It should be pretty fun, but for some teams, it's definitely going to be more of a pain for them to handle if they don't have 3 games they actually have to play this week.
It's high intensity, right? It's do or die at this point. It's not only a super week because it is the longest week that we have in the North American regular season, but it's also the last chance that you have to get points before playoffs. After Super Week, we're done with the group stage. So it's super critical that the teams show up and get their points, because if they don't, there's not going to be any more time afterwards.
Especially when losses start to add up and it's just one loss after the other and you know your time is just dwindling away. You need to make some points matter, so... yeah,
here's where standings sit before we jump into Super Week. This is just conducive to the first 6 play days we've already had. OXG still sit atop the league. They made history to be the first team in NAL history to go 5-0. And then you cycle through all the other 8 teams we have in the league. M80 currently is sitting in top 2, so if they stick that, it could be OXG 1, M80 2, or in some order by the time Super Week is over. And then lows are still all the way down to the bottom, only with 1 dub. That's kind of a problem if you still have all these games left to play this week.
It's tough.
It is a little bit of a problem, but I mean, we've seen a little bit of promise from all teams, and I mean, it's not really a sprint, it's more of a marathon for some of these teams, especially low, since they've, you know, had so many changes from where they were last
True,
year.
yeah. Not the same team anymore.
Certainly not. Brand new roster, of course, so we expect them to start a little bit slow in the season, but I mean, I think they are getting better throughout the weeks, even if they have yet to find really some of those wins.
There's a couple teams that are ones that we need to specifically watch out for, but not for anything good. They're in the danger zone. These are teams that came in with high expectations or were somewhat of a misnomer, and now they don't have all that many games left to play, or they're in a really bad point spread. Dark Zero is one of them. Only 2 games left. Currently only have 6 points. They can max out at 12, but because of their fortune so far this stage, it's not really looking good for them to make playoffs, which is the first time we've really ever said that.
It's really uncharacteristic from Dark Zero, especially the Dark Zero that we saw at Invite. Get top 6. We would not have expected them to come in and then just have this, I want to say, abysmal of a performance that we expected. We've seen a lot of the players on that team succeed, and we've seen players, and we highlight them a lot. I hate to bring it up, but NJR hasn't been having the best season either. So, of course, if you're Dark Zero, it's got to be kind of a reality check.
Yeah, it's tough because it feels like all of the top 6 teams at the 6 Invitational have been struggling in their respective leagues. I mean, we've got Dark Zero in North America who've been struggling. Furia has been struggling so far in Brazil. Both Virtus Pro and G2 have had a bit of a rough start. And then, I don't mean to spoil the next couple graphics, but Sonics have also not really been performing to the level we expect them to.
Yep, Sonics are the other team in the danger zone for NA. Of both teams that made top 6 at the Invitational, they are also now in this position, which is, it's only 1 point above Dark Zero for contrast, because everyone in the league at the moment is really, really close. But the Sonics have also had their woes, way more losses than wins to their name at this point. And even if they're only 1 or 2 positions above DZ, they really need these next 2 wins if they want to stay in playoff contention.
Yeah, I think for Sonics, you know, there have been some more like smaller frustrations with them, some closer games that they could have gotten the W in, but just weren't able to find that success. I think obviously they've made a couple of roster moves, whereas Dark Zero still have the exact same core from SI.
Yep.
So they're still trying to adjust to that a little bit. I think the meta's maybe caught up to them a little bit as well. So for Sonics, it's been a rough start for sure. But again, we're still in a position with a Super Week coming up, they still have the opportunity to bounce back.
I think it's a night and day difference when you compare DZ to Sonics, because I feel like Sonics has a lot to show. They've been improving, and especially their game against DZ, it looked very one-sided, and it looks like Sonics has the answers that they need. It's just few rounds just not going in their favor that just they weren't able to scrape by, but Super Week is going to be able to give them a little bit more of a jump and some more opportunities to equalize in the standings.
Well, you think so, but they have less opportunity to do that in the Super Week because they only have 2 games to play, whereas Los, who are also in the danger zone, have 3. Different scenario for them because they are at the bottom of the table still in North America. A lot more ground they have to make up, but there's more of a chance for them to do that because they could get 12 points out of this week and jump up out of where they currently sit 4.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed from Los last week, honestly. I thought this team had some potential coming out of week 2. I thought, you know what, they're starting to put some pieces together. They're starting to make some of those defenses work, and then they just weren't able to continue that on to last week where we saw them play a couple of really rough games. A couple of organs didn't exactly go their way. So I'm really hoping we can see Los bounce back. They clearly got some great pieces. Sexy Cake, Legacy, you know, there's some potential there for sure, but we've yet to really unlock it for Los.
From the fundamentals and the strategic point of Los, watching, especially last week when I was watching for home, it really looks like they have a really good strategy.
Sure.
Everything that they've brought into this stage on paper makes perfect sense. They just haven't been able to find the finish line on it.
Yeah.
And that's fine because, again, it's not a sprint. It's about the marathon.
Well, we won't jump in too much into the Los pregame. We'll save that for when we actually get to them because they are our first game up on deck. But the other games are notable for their own myriad of reasons. Dark Zero has to find a way to bounce back quickly, but they're doing it against a currently undefeated Oxygen. Wildcard is on a 3-game win streak at the moment, and LG are trying to find some way to recover their season. And then we save what I think is the best game for last, Space Station Beast Coast is game 4.
Yeah, I think at the start of the season, Space Station were looking like a top team, Beast Coast were looking like a bottom team. But then in that previous week, we saw the roles really reverse. Space Station have been on a bit of a losing streak so far. We've seen Beast Coast come back and win their last couple of games as well. So it's starting to look like that final game of the day should be the best one on paper, but it really depends which way do the trends continue. Do we continue to see SSG slump? Do we continue to see Beast Coast bounce back? Or is it going to be a bit of a reversal?
Every game, especially today, just looks like they could have the potential to be an amazing matchup. My personal favorite is going to be LG Wildcard, just because I feel like both teams just have a story. They're slowly crossing trajectories, and I think it's going to be a good matchup to see who plays who. But they all have really big potential. I do agree with the Beast Coast SSG. I mean, that really could go either way with how well Beast Coast have been improving.
Well, we're saving that sucker all the way for our main event of the evening. But our first game to start with on this wonderful rainy Wednesday in Philadelphia is about to have a lot of Portuguese all-chat. This is the Import Bowl. Not a single player in this matchup has anybody that was born on the North American continent. They were born in Brazil, they were born in Sweden, they were born in the UK. None of them were actually born here. And we've been waiting for this one because we saw these two rosters on the horizon and wondered who was going to be the better team. I think most of us knew M80 were probably going to be better, but I didn't think the margin would be nearly as wide as it is right now.
Yeah, I think for Los, they're always coming in with not the highest of expectations, right? They are a Brazilian roster, and we do talk about Brazil as the best region in the world, but they're not coming in with the top Brazilian players. They've got a couple of rookies on their team, so we did expect them to struggle a little bit through the start of the season, and they have so far. M80, I was not so sure coming into the season, because while they are 5 great players, there's not a lot of history between them, but they've really blown my expectations out of the water. They undoubtedly look like one of the best teams in NA right now.
We're used to seeing M80 bringing a different look, maybe that super team where we throw around a lot, and this is the first time that I've actually praised the team on how they've been able to structure it more as a team that looks like it should be good on paper with supports and a front line, whereas Los, their experience, there's nothing really to go off of. That really is no synergy between players, no teams, no success really besides on Sexy Cake's side way long ago. Yep. You said at the start, I was so long ago. You know, his success was really long ago, so you know the history isn't there. But again, the strategy is.
Well, let's figure out if the team that only speaks Portuguese versus the team that does have a couple of Brazilian players on it will come out ahead in our first game of the day. And we'll talk Los first just because this is the team with the most to lose at the moment. Even if they were to lose today, they're not completely out of the running for playoffs, but they absolutely need to get something going. They had a loss against Wildcard 4-7 on Oregon last week. Second time they've gone to Oregon, second time they've lost it. And despite a couple of close calls, Los are pretty much now showing that, like you mentioned, that synergy is still something they need to work on building up.
It's going to take a little bit of time, but the strategy is there. I mean, they showed a lot of promise in their game against SSG, and the direction in their game against SSG on Clubhouse was a big factor. And this graph shows it looks like it could be map count, but it's not. It's all about the opening kills and the opening deaths. And against SSG, Los had amazing direction. They knew exactly what they needed, and they would send 4 or 5 people to accomplish one specific thing. But the issue is SSG gave them those picks. They gave them those opportunities. Whereas Wildcard on that Oregon match, we saw that Wildcard does not give those fights, and that's where the direction got them into the map.
Yeah.
They would send 4 or 5 people to get top floor control, get a full floor control to attack the basement. But after that, when they weren't able to get a kill, they weren't able to progress into the site, everything looked so one-dimensional, and it was very easy to counter.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked a lot about how the early round from Los has been relatively successful. If they can get that opening pick, they can be really, really good with their pushes. The problem is sometimes when they get to that late round, they're starting to throw things away. They're not getting plants down. They're not getting those executes. So that's been a big problem. I will say Sexy Cake has been one of the best early round players in the entire league. You can see his entry stats here, particularly on attack. He's in 42% of the entry engagements on attack for Los. So that's more than you'd expect for the average player. You'd expect about 20%. And he's winning 62% of them. So he's really successful. About 2/3 of the gunfights he's getting into when it's first inside of the round have been successful. But the importance of Sexy Cake in this role cannot be understated, because particularly when you look at a couple of rounds, when you look at their conversion and recovery, it paints a really dangerous story for Los.
Let's just dive into that a little bit more in case some people aren't really familiar with the terminology. We can look at a team on paper defense-wise, but it's the way that their attacks are composed and how they start that arguably makes the biggest difference for if it's a team that we just don't know anything about. So if you had to break down what you just said, recovery, what does that even mean for the layman that has no idea?
Sure, Jacob. So to break it down, recovery would be defined as the rounds you win when you start with the opening death. So when you start with the 4v5 disadvantage, what percentage of rounds do you win? Conversion is the opposite. What percentage of rounds are you winning when you get that opening pick? So how many rounds do you win if you find that first opening frag? And so if we take a look at Los' stats, particularly on attack, we see a pretty ridiculous landscape coming through. They have been the number one 86%, or sorry, the number 9th, 18th% recovery attacking team in the league. That means when they don't get the opening pick on attack, they have only an 18% chance of winning the round. And they're going up against M80, whose defensive conversion is the best in the entire league. So those problems in converting or recovering attacking rounds from Los are going to be even harder against an M80 team who are so good at nailing down 5v4 advantages on the defense.
And it makes perfect sense because we see them set up so much emphasis on getting in the map. And when there's a team that gives them that opportunity, like SSG did, they're able to, I guess, maybe have an easier ride. But when they played against Wildcard, that's where we really saw some issues come in. And not to mention, I think the map play, or the map pick, was a really big issue. And we talk a lot about coaches, and we haven't really explored too much of Los' coaching staff, and we know that they've been there to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Sure.
But obviously, they need a little bit more experience against other North American teams to know what maps just not to take other teams to. Taking Wildcard to Oregon was just a sure loss.
Right. That one was weird right out the gate, but we're obviously hoping that whatever map we get, we just know that M8 is going to be really good on defense, so Los are going to have to step it up against these guys, who only have one loss so far on the stage. Everything has gone very well. They beat SSG on Consulate 7-5 just last Friday, and that game feels a lot closer to M80's final form. They're not quite yet. There's still some things to iron out, but some of Spoit's play, like the Kino kick through console window, they had close ones, but then every other round felt way better for M80.
It just looks like M80 is a team right now where they're good at everything. They're able to have the really aggressive play, and they're able to have that very defensive, methodical, slowed play that could trip up Los.
Yeah, I think for M80, this is a squad they've been looking really solid in their individual plays. They're clearly winning their swings. They're feeling very confident in a lot of these gunfights. And I think that's carried them through a lot of these tough rounds.
So let's just see what they had to say about the Super Week, because, again, they've got 3 games they have to worry about, but they've come in pretty good so far at this point of the stage. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hi, I'm Gabriel, also known as Cameraman, and I play for M80. The hardest team was against Luminosity. That was their first and only loss. I don't think it was like props on them. Like they showed up like really good siege. To be honest, like it was more like we were not that well prepared. From my perspective, from what I saw after the match, like they were not doing crazy stuff. We were just struggling like with some like bad habits that we had, and we had to lose that to change this stuff so we can like see more clear what we were doing wrong. I think Los, they have like good players there. They are like rookies, most of them, like not saying about like Rise and Sexy Cake and Burst as well, like, but Farias and Legacy, like they're rookies, so they have to show up a lot, but they're like showing up a really good siege in my opinion. But I think that we can beat them like easily. So of course our main goal is to play on Manchester, and we know like it would be tough because like we have really like short preparation time, but also like I'm IGLing for the first time in another language, and we have like none of our players besides Spoit and Kino played along with each other. But I'm very confident we can get the spot. Hopefully we can stay like first or second on the NA League. Let's see this week, and hopefully we get these we lock this Manchester spot.
Well, Cameraman has been doing a pretty darn good job of IGLing in a different language for the first time, but the position that they now find themselves in is one where they've taken on most of the tough teams in the North American League already, the ones that had the biggest expectations to start the stage, the ones that had the best records for the most part. And now when we look at the remaining games that they have on the card, all 3 of them that they have in the Super Week, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Los, easiest team they might face on paper solely because of where they are in the standings. Beast Coast, kind of an unknown because they're on a bit of a bounce back. And then OXG, it could be that they win both those games and then we just have a game between maybe the top 2 teams at the very end of the league that doesn't really even mean all that much.
I think that's the best thing if you're M80 for you to look at. Obviously, you have 2, not to say surefire wins, but 2 easier games on paper. And then obviously at that point, you've already been confirmed. You're already just playing for the top 2 spot. First and second don't necessarily have too much of a change when it comes to this season. When it comes to the pre-playoffs. So obviously when you play OXG, I think it's just like a limit test at that point.
So in the round robin, doing really well. Who's the main reason they've been doing really well? Obviously everyone's been doing good. Noodles had his game. Kino had his game. Cameraman's been super consistent throughout. Who's the guy? We have to talk about him. He's on this team. His name starts with an S. That's right, it's Spoit.
Yeah, and I think the key thing there, Jacob, is everyone's had their game. Everyone's had one match where they pop off and they play really well. But for Spoit, it's every game. He's the highest cost player in the entire league right now, and that's because he's been so consistent at making sure he's always getting impact. I think sometimes people misunderstand the cost stat. I think it's a measure of how good a player is, and they think, why don't we just look at these numbers individually? And the reason is because cost is a measure of what percentage of rounds are you finding an impact. And for Spoit, he's finding 70-some% of rounds, 72%. He's finding an impact. He's getting a kill. He's getting traded. He's surviving the round, whatever it may be. So his consistency and the dependability of Spoit through this stage, I think has been really, really strong. And it's not something I think we really saw from him over the last year playing in North America. On this new M80 team, though, it is stronger than ever.
So let's figure out map-wise, too, because we mentioned the entry being such a huge bit on defense. Spoit in that last game against Space Station was the main reason they won on defense in the first place because of that late lurk. And we're doing Clubhouse.
Interesting.
Again? I feel like, especially for Los, this one comes up a ton.
I think Los is trying to play their comfortability. Obviously, Oregon Clubhouse, they want to just keep it going so that they can just get more experience and just flex a little bit of adaptability. I guess the comfort is the biggest thing, especially when it comes from a Brazilian team. Brazilian teams love just going to the comfort. They play what they know best. But obviously, going up against M80, I just feel like it's such an easy map for you to be able to have counter-stratted because they only beat SSG 7-5 on Clubhouse, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a very easy VOD to just go back, and you've seen everything that Los has been able to show. And we know that once Los shows their rushes and the little quirky things that they're able to do, what do they have left? They haven't had much so far to show for it.
Yeah, and even the Dark Zero game, that went 14 rounds for Los. So that's a ton of VODs on Clubhouse that we're going to have M80 be able to look back and try to dissect. A big thing for Los last time was their ability to keep walls closed. It'll be interesting to see if we get a little bit of a bandit ban or how they want to handle that. But it's a comfort map for sure for Los, and we'll have to see what they've changed coming into it for the week number 4.
Well, does the fact that they beat Space Station on it already give us any confidence that they're going to win in this case? I'm also curious about the defensive start too, just because maybe it means they're not going to get totally landslided to start this game. They need to find some method of combating M80 at the source, especially when Los are on the attack. Laxing's already decided M80, no reason to pick against the favorite. Are we doing the same here? What do we
think? I think Los has a lot to show to prove themselves. I'm going to stick with M80. I just feel like M80's obviously set themselves above the rest of the league right now.
Jesse?
Yeah, and I like Los a lot, but listen, the last game that we saw them play on Oregon just wasn't it for me. Now they're going back to Clubhouse. Although it's a stronger map for them, I just don't think I can pick them after what they've been putting up in recent games. So I'm going to go M80 as well, Jacob.
So if Los don't win, they're not out of the playoff race entirely. There will still be 2 more games for them after this. But if M80 were to win and it's a 3-pointer, that's a playoff lock for them. So all they have to do is get 3 points here. If it was an overtime win, it's very close, but it's not quite there yet. Overtime probably doesn't look that likely for this team, right? We think?
Yeah,
3-point dub?
I don't think it necessarily matters at this point.
Yeah.
M80's obviously sitting in good. I think Los, they have everything on their backs right now.
Fully agreed.
All right, well, let's do this sucker. Day 7 of the North American League starts right now.
Well, thank you very much. We have a shortened day today, only 4 matches, which means that all of them are going to be good. Right, Nick? That's how it works?
That is how it works. 100% confirmed.
That is how it works.
Yep.
M80 and Los will be our starting match. There's a bit of a disparity in the standings between these teams. M80 comes in today looking to try to clinch a top 2 spot in the North America League. Los fighting for their lives. They sit in last place in the region. They are a relatively new team and a new org to North America as well. So there will be some growing pains, if you want to say that. Only one victory so far for this Los team. It came over Space Station 7-5 on this exact map, actually. Will they have what it takes to outmuscle one of the best teams in North America? That is the question. Operator ban starting, and what, if anything, will be the thing to watch in this match, Nick?
I'm curious in the Monty ban. M80, they've actually been the team to ban Monty in a lot of their matchups so far. And if you look at M80 in the past, there it is. M80 were a team that would like to bring out the Monty. You know, Kino was known to play Operator quite frequently, but for this stage, they had some roster changes. And of course, they have now a different approach to the Operator bans and how they play the game fundamentally in every single matchup. And I think it was easy to be very critical of M80. You know, they had a really sloppy last year with that previous roster. They blow that up, they get a whole new roster, and you're thinking, why is this gonna be any different? Why is this gonna work? And I mean, truth be told, all we could do was sit there and wait, but so far it has been a massive success story, at least domestically right now. And I like what we're seeing from them. I like the adaptations, the small changes, and I mean, they're 4-1 this season so far. You know, they've done great.
We have a tech pause. I'm not sure what the circumstances are here.
I think they're hosting the wrong server, so the ping was an issue.
Yes.
I think Citizen wrote it in chat.
We did not want to play this game on the Korean servers. Though I do think that would be quite enjoyable to watch.
Enjoyable as in painful? Sure, yes. 300 ping, let's go. Have you ever played Siege on 300 ping, Parker, by any chance?
Have I ever played Siege on 300 ping?
Yeah. Because most people haven't.
I mean, I have played Siege on high ping, but I don't think 300 ping.
Yeah, I was gonna say high is like 80 or 100 for most people, I find, or like 120 maybe. But 300, let me tell you, it's not the same game at 300, okay? It is a completely different game. Nothing really works.
Jeez. All right, well, apparently there's a break ready for us. So that is what we're gonna do. We're gonna toss to it, and we'll be back when everything is all ready.
game sound.
In the lobby, so it's time to get underway with our very first matchup. And thank you so much for the patience. Operator bands locked in. No Ying, no Monty. Two-Brow, Kaid, gone.
Bombs from defused by attackers.
Yeah, this, honestly, you might be saying, like, what about the Kaid ban, the Two-Brow? Like, we don't, I mean, Kaid is pretty standard, but Two-Brow specifically, very big operator here in Clubhouse. You know, Clubhouse is a map really plays around the breaches or breaching the reinforced walls in the exterior, and of course trying to deny those from being breached from the interior. So you play Bandit, you play Kaid, you play Two-Brow, you play Mute a whole bunch. By removing Two-Brow from action, you're pretty much speeding up every single round by a solid like 20 to 30 seconds on the attacking side, but you still gotta deal with something like a Bandit, which Lowe's and SexyCake are playing this first round. And what most teams will do is then start bringing the Maverick. But they made it so far in this round, they're just gonna go with a like, good old staple. Thatcher, Thermite Ace, they can EMP the wall, double heart breaches, and kind of go from there. However, if Lowe's they have good timing or a bit of miscoordination from M80, you can still trick some of those walls and deny heartbeat utility, and that can prove valuable later on, because if you can't get open every single wall on the attacking side, you simply has left less avenues to attack the bomb site from, which of course favors defense.
Kino's looking a little different today. Oh. All right, let's center ourselves for this broadcast and settle in now as Lowe's have some work cut out for them, Nick. The previous victory came on this map. If you did not hear our preamble, it was a 7-5 victory over Space Station. The only win so far for Lowe's. They actively bandit trick, but actually miss the correct wall. They've opened it up. Clear passage over towards Jacuzzi. They have a read on the Fenrir as well inside of logistics. It's a little bit over half of the round to go.
Bit of an unfortunate there. The 50-50 game of 60k doesn't really pay off, but it's okay, right? You're still stalling out of time. You still burn those CMPs, burn that heart breach utility, so you're still getting a little bit. Cameraman, though, open things up, finds Bursa, so attacker's looking very strong so far, but that's the Fenrir. Those F-dot mines already been placed down, the right ones hopefully activated for defense. A bigger pick would be like, for example, the Warden, because that means no C4. Those smart glasses also gone from action. So its passive gadgetry shouldn't be the biggest loss, so to speak. But again, you have one man advantage now on attack.
Burst had been droned out for a while there as well. Nick inside of Logi, as we talked about. So you're going to hang out in that area. That's very often Logi is a suicide position for these teams. You're going to play on that part of the map expecting yourself to die at some point. It's very rare that somebody who plays Logi for the whole round will live. The only real exception to that is if it's an advantage in your team's favor already, or if a couple kills happen somewhere else outside of logistics. Various is dead to Kino, so M80 finding a way in now through Jacuzzi, and Legacy is looking in the wrong direction. SexyCake, the very first kill. Noodle's been dropped. This is far more winnable for Los than we might have expected. SexyCake is boxed out of Logi. Rise swings onto main stairs. Down goes Noodle. He's been picked back up. Kino gets the diffuser successfully down. Rise dies. It's SexyCake down below. Retaking with 40 seconds left on the timer. He's not going to get past Citizen. Cameraman letting out a triumphant roar. And M80 takes round one.
Yeah, very convincingly so. I mean, opening kill, second kill as well. Into the bomb site they go. Diffuser goes down, and the crossfires, they are established. M80, you know, you can say what you will. You know, you might not have believed in that new roster change, or maybe you didn't imagine there'd be like a strong team in North America, but they're playing good Rainbow Six Siege. And it's so hard to judge a roster before they get into like, you know, a couple weeks into the season. And we still have to see them on like international grounds, assuming that they make the Manchester Major, let alone best of threes come playoffs. But so far, this has been a very strong M80, where they're also showing good adaptability. And of course, when they bring in somebody like Cameraman, who hasn't been communicating in English for quite some time, you know, they gotta warm up. They gotta get going. They gotta get back into action and figure that out. So you can pretty much expect that a team like M80 will only get stronger with time, but every single team, of course, they have a ceiling eventually, where you're gonna meet a wall where improvement is hard to come by. I don't think they've met it yet, because they are looking very good. And I like what they're showing again with the operator pickups, both with the bands, banning the Monty and the Tuberal, but also bringing anything from the Capital to the Thatcher, now playing Deimos on Citizen. They're happy to flex around in the attacker lineup, utilizing all the meta operators at their disposal.
It's not the most convincing start for Los, but also not exactly the first bomb site that you expect them to go to. Los, whether it's because of the operator bans or simply the way that they enjoy playing this map against M80, means that they're going to go upstairs for not just the first round, but also the second now, too. M80 will be very quick to open up some of those garage panels. Kino bringing the secondary hard breach gadget on the Capitao will enable both the Ace and the Thermite. There's a ton of hard breach right here for M80. Given the fact that there was active Bandit tricking in the previous round, and a Bandit is brought yet again, played by Sexy Cake for the second round in a row. Spoit, you gotta.
There we go.
There you go. You gotta open it first this time. Stands to reason that you'd bring a lot of hard breachers to deal with both the castle and the Bandit. Just think of it as an insurance policy.
Yep. That right there is how you circle the Bandit. You summon one wall, you thermite the other, and then if you don't mess up the timing, you should, yeah, there you go. You should get one of those panels opened up. Sexy Kick, though, chose correctly this time. He denied the bigger breach of the extra thermite charge from Thermite, so now it's a small vault hole in from the Ace instead, limiting the entry pathway, and of course, line of sight as well. So, good job there from Los, but it gets worse because look at that. Citizen downstairs on the Deimos, no tracker needed. They find Rise on the main staircase. Again, M80 are playing 5 vs 4 with that early lead.
Los cannot continue to just give up these players so early on. It will hurt them, especially if you see the way that these bomb sites typically play out. Various roaming down below. Citizen holding that lurk position. Come to realize that when you watch Citizen play, he will often be disconnected from the overall thrust of the attack. On Deimos, that's actually excellent here. He's got all 3 of those trackers still available. I'm gonna juggle as to how Deimos uses those over the last little while. Nice play by Sexy Cake to kill Spoit. Legacy dies to the flames from Kino. That was clockwork. Now it's Farius to retake over towards blue. You'll know that there's only 2 on site, and there's Citizen. We talked about that lurk roll. 4 kills for Citizen. Hasn't used a single one of Deimos' gadgets just yet. Finally, he will pull one out, whether you go for Sexy Cake or Bursa. It'll be Sexy Cake now being watched. Bursa dies. Sexy Cake, last one alive. Big start by Kino. Both he and Citizen having multiple multi-kills. And now, M80's up 2-0.
This is a bit of a... Some fundamentals being missed by Los. They're playing a CCTV defense where they're trying to prioritize that garage catwalk control, and yet they don't play a Wamai. It's not banned by either team. It's very much open and a factor, and we all know the biggest counter to catwalk rafters is going to be one of 3 operators. Monty, Grim, and Capital. You're always going to see pretty much every single team in the world, whether it's EU, NA, APAC, Brazil, whatever, always bring one of those key operators if they go for a garage clear. M80, they do that. They play Capital, and guess what? When there's no more mine magnets to catch those arrows that delivers the fire, you're just gonna get burnt to a crisp. Legacy, he could have tried to run away, jump over the railing, go for a gunfight maybe. He was proning on the catwalk rafters, blinded by a flashbang, and just died to the fire. He couldn't even fight back. When you surrender opening depth, and you surrender catwalk control as well, which, you know, another defender dies because of that, you have no real win condition in your round on defense. CCTV as a bomb site, it pretty much means either you gotta get some kills on defense, deny the hard destruction on the exterior walls, or hold catwalk rafters. And Los in that previous round, they didn't meet any of those criteria. They lost the opening duel, they lost the main breach, and they lost garage. So of course with that, it's a very one-sided round favoring M80, because M80 played it smart and Los didn't adapt with the counters. Now Los are playing downstairs in basement, now they're playing the Wamai. But this is not a strong Wamai bomb site, you know, necessarily. And also for M80, you're not playing Capital. They're playing a heavy roam clear, right? Deimos and the Jackal to hunt down those roamers. Then they got the Ram for soft destruction and Grim for the execute. So great adaptation from M80, and Los are falling a bit behind here.
A bit behind?
A lot behind.
A lot behind. There really haven't been many bright spots whatsoever for this team. Not just in this game, but extends beyond this matchup. We see a really early mark coming from M80. Citizen just kept that death tracker for quite a while. Down goes Kino to Legacy, who was spotted. And I don't know if that was just a bit of sloppy coordination from M80. But Kino was 5-0. Now he's gone. Citizen at 4-0. Cameraman also yet to die. Early in. There's still plenty of time for those deaths to rack up. Boy, we'll use yet another death mark onto the Legion. Citizen gets one. I don't know if this was supposed to be a double swing or not, Nick. Rise gets away, though. All told, not terrible on the roam for Los.
I think Citizen had a really good read in that situation. They're expecting multiple people to contest him on that kitchen hallway. So he takes that first pick and runs away, like sprinting immediately, because he knows there's no risk, or rather, it's not worth taking the risk of overstaying his welcome and then having to win 1 or 2 more gunfights right after getting a quote-unquote free kill. And because Kino died earlier, it's a 4 versus 4. It's not great for M80, but it's okay as long as Citizen survives. He's got 5 of those Grim B canisters in pocket. That's going to give them so much intel on the bomb site for the execute later on. And they got the rifle verticality, so they can really speed things up here, go for a quick execute. It's just a matter of where do they want to attack from. Drop down the kitchen hatch, walk down main stairs, breach that church wall. They have options. All they got to do is decide and then go for it. And with 25 seconds left, that time is right now.
There go the bees. Launch down to just keep you in place, but oftentimes we see Grim being anti-flank. It's to stop them from getting closer into the bomb site. Therius has been dropped. Burst is the last one standing. Noodle in a 1v1 against the Thorn. He's running out of time, though. The bees will assist him. Shotgun out. Flashes as well. He has to swing this. Oh, no! He doesn't get it done! The shotgun is just so weak! A stunned look on cameraman's face as he plays against his own team. Noodle coming so close. A choice decision to go with the shotgun instead. But boy, oh boy, the only round so far that you will see Los prevail in, it was a nail biter.
That secondary shotgun, you only want to pull that in a gunfight if you're a gambling man, because there's like a solid 50-50 chance whether you're gonna do damage or not. It is a terrible weapon. It's great for opening hatches, soft destruction, verticality, whatever, but for actual gunfights, even point blank, somewhat ADS, it does not get the job done. I mean, you can argue there, sitting back at home relaxing, why don't you go for the primary? Just reload your weapon, right? That's the better play to do. But under those like super intense moments, split-second decision-making, you're just gonna go for the play. Enemy got spotted by the Grim Bees, you had the flashbangs, you had live intel, you don't want to waste one of those seconds or 2 seconds to reload your primary weapon. You just full send or you go for it, but truth be told, with that secondary shotgun, you might as well go for the knife. At least if you can close the distance, you guarantee getting the kill compared to what we saw there of, yeah, it was close, but close doesn't cut it.
That old saying, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And in this case, hand grenades are quite weak. And we don't have a horseshoe operator yet, though.
Yes.
I suppose the closest would probably be Maverick, because he does have the horse icon.
Oh, yeah. It's true. I mean,
very easily could have been a 3-0 for M80, which for attack on Clubhouse is something that Los will not take lightly, I'm fairly certain of.
No, I think I mean, they're not like the better team, what we expect from this matchup, but they're aiming for a 3-3 half, right? They're not gonna want to go down here. Was that a hatch drop from Citizen? Did he get peeked in the hatch? I'm not entirely sure, but Citizen's now died 2 rounds in a row where, yeah, he dropped actually. So I guess they're gonna throw for like a pseudo rush, but there's no follow-up, there's no commitment. Not sure what Citizen was thinking there, playing the Capital operator, but he's down now. No fire, no smokes, and this is a pretty big deal. And they get tricked on the exterior wall as well. M80 in the first 2 rounds did everything almost perfectly, and then right now it's pretty much falling apart from like a strategical standpoint. They can still win, they can clutch up, they can hit some nasty shots, but strategically, They've lost one of their big pressure points by not getting that construction wall opened up, and they don't have their main operator of Capital to enable these bombs that execute. Now the Gunners gotta step up now. We wanna see someone like Noodle, someone like Spoit pop off and just pick up kills. Otherwise, surely Lowe's will get this round.
They're certainly well situated for it. If you look at Clubhouse, it's the most played map in the North America League, and you'd be shocked to hear it favors the defenders, though honestly not by much. Every single bomb site that's been played, and there's only 3 of them as we haven't seen a bar stage yet, sitting in the positives for the defenders. Bottom floor bomb site, not just the most defended and most played, but the most successfully defended. This bomb site upstairs, sitting at a 53% win rate for the defenders, or 52% actually at this point. M80, despite finding themselves in a bad spot to start, have made up for lost time. Fenrir of Bursa holding down Logi will swing. Rise has been dropped. Bursa's on very low HP. M80's taking their lumps as well, so it's not over, but we need a big game from Legacy. You need a big round from Legacy. Eyes finished off. Now it's Spoit taking damage. I don't think he knows where that came from. Against the world, unless he can pull his teammate back up. He'll go for it. There's a reinforcement against the wall, so you can't be shot at. Hino's looked sensational so far through these first 3 rounds. He'll now need to rely on Spoit to cover. Legacy dropped. Bursa flanking. Does Spoit know this? Bursa stop it in time. Spoit gets the final 2 kills. You are better, Spoit. At least that's what I assume he's saying. We can't hear what he says. M80. Perfect so far on those top floor bomb sites.
And this is the thing, right? When you have a roster and a team like M80, they can win those rounds where strategically they are playing from behind because they have great gun skill. They can just walk into the bomb site, walk into the building, and just say, you know what? Let's just take the 50-50s. Let's just be the better player or the better team. And despite being down a player, not getting the right walls opened up, not having the capital, they simplified. They indeed just walk in and just get stuff done. It's a great look for them, but Lowe's, you gotta question, if they can't win a round like that where they're in a serious advantage, how are they gonna have to win those fair rounds in the future?
Well, timeout taken by Lowe's, and again, I really do think it comes down to these rounds just slipping away. Yeah, you were right. M80 played those first 2 rounds so well. A lot of mistakes from M80 in round number 3, and also some mistakes in round 4, though M80 did ultimately win that one. Those mistakes added up too much on that Church Arsenal bomb site. I don't think you just call a timeout here because you're losing. I think you call the timeout here because of how you are losing. M80 looks sharp on attack, and they usually do. Los looks like a word that has those 3 letters in it. They look a little lost. Or lost, as we like to say. There are a lot of times where Los just simply do not look like they know where M80 is advancing from, which is a bit surprising because these upstairs bomb sites are not a mystery for defenders. You know where your attackers are going to come from. Jacuzzi wall's going to get opened up. Somebody's probably going to drop Logi. There's usually going to be a late flank from construction. If there isn't a late flank from construction, it's probably because they don't have a numbers advantage. So instead, they're going to stack up over towards weight room, and they're going to go through Jacuzzi breach. Maybe somebody sits outside on windows. So why are you puzzled that somebody is over towards Logi? Why are you puzzled when somebody is sitting on Jacuzzi breach? Is the issue that Los are not coordinating their defense as well? Are they not communicating? Is it because they don't have information? All obviously we can do is speculate. But there isn't a lot of good so far from Los. Despite the fact that they won that round downstairs, they kind of got a helping hand from M80 playing poorly. And that's a terrible thing to say. You want to win these rounds on your own ability, not the inability of your opponents.
That is the truest statement I've ever heard. I mean, of course you take the freebies, but it shouldn't come down to that. The players know that themselves. They go, guys, we shouldn't have won that. Okay, keep that in mind, but we did. Okay, now let's move on and do better. And maybe they're kind of posted right now. Citizen waiting for movement here from Lowe's, likely looking for the Solace on the roam. They know that operator is certainly in play, but look at the lineup again. If M80 wants to attack Garage, what are we missing? There's no Wamai once more. So the moment Kino gets into Garage, if they want to go for that attack, they can immediately fire off the rafters, either get a guaranteed kill or force the movement of that player, but instead, they do it for the sexy kick instead on the primary breach. But I think he might have tricked it. There's no heart breaching left from Cameraman on the Thermite. 60K did put down that bandit battery after the MP, so I think he might have actually just walked to the wall in the fire, put down the battery, walked away, and denied the breach from the attack. And there's no backup here. Nothing on Ace on Sport, nothing on Kino on that secondary can opener. This might be another round where M80 will not get that primary wall opened up, and they have to now adapt. But they got the 5v5. They have even numbers advantage, or even numbers rather, and they're looking for the roam still. If they can take down Various on the Solids, there it goes. That's gonna open things up for them, because they need to use manpower and brute force their way into this round, just like the last.
Also be watching now as we hit the final minute of action here, Nick. When Citizen opts to use Deimos' gadget, it took until the final 20 seconds or so for him to get that going. Will we see it happen so late? Will Citizen try to isolate these players earlier to aid M80's site take? Some of the main wall was opened up. It looked like it was by the Selma. But right now, the big sticking point for M80 is Raptors control. Los have not surrendered it at all. The fire arrow from Kino didn't do the damage to Legacy that he'd hoped for. Legacy didn't even take a single point of damage. Now, he'll be harassed by the death mark, and as he pops up, Kino eliminates him. Again, a big game so far for Kino, who fishes for another. Admittedly, there wasn't much of Sexy Cake left, but what is remaining is found by Kino. A third could be had. That's an ego peek by Rise to shut it down. As M80 walks into the breach, they're gunned down by Los, and Citizen will join the rest of his teammates after picking up a single kill through that breach. Los wins one of the top floor bomb sites, and now they're free and clear to go down to basement and hope to tie the first half.
That was really massive around, and I was wrong. M80 did manage to get that main breach opened up with the Selmas. I must have missed the timing there, but I think Kino had a miscalculation, because when he and Cameraman walked into bottom garage, Kino shot the first fire, flicked his crosshair to the other portion of the catwalk rafters, and then went for a reload to the smoke arrows instead. The reason being, he probably thought he had 2 fires left, right? Because he did last time. You fire right, you fire left, the guy on catwalk cannot go anywhere, he dies. And then Cameron walked up with the gunfire as well to try and confirm the kill. But because they spent one of those caps off fires earlier in the round to deny 60 kick on the bandit on the main breach, they only had 1 fire left. So Cameraman walked up into a pretty poor gunfight, didn't get that second fire to support him, and then Kino just kind of watched his teammate die, unable to help him. So a slightly small miscalculation there from M80, and then I mean it comes down to gunfights, right? If they win more gunfights, they probably win the round, but Los actually, they held their own there, they stood their ground and came out positively for once, which we haven't seen that much from them, and they actually just said, you know what, this is not a great situation to be in, we know we're gonna get fired off, but they're just gonna stick it out, and this time it actually works. And that's with M80 once again get that early opening kill onto Solus downstairs, removing one of the win conditions for the defenders. They can no longer play below. They can no longer deny the drones or deny the plant from downstairs. So it was pretty much like a 5 versus 4 all around the bomb site and garage, and that was it. It should be okay from M80, but those they did come out on top in the end.
A little piece of info that I was fed from one Jesse J. Chick.
There it is.
Fun fact, Los have attacked the church Arsenal bomb site more than any other bomb site in the game. They've attacked it 5 times. They have never won.
Oh.
So when we get to round number 7 and the side swap comes in, if you're M80, you gotta start on that bottom floor bomb site. And if so, that should be a gimme. If M80 wins this round and then can win the next, they'd fit sitting quite handsomely at a 5-2 scoreline. You got to get there first, though. M80 had their own challenges on this bomb site when they went here in round number 3. Brought a Deimos. They brought a Jackal. Deimos, actually, getting almost 100% presence in these matches. Down goes Spoit. So the Deimos, whether he got baited in or Rise or not, if you want Deimos to work well, you got to have Citizen play. But hold on a second. Half of the server is just effectively cleared out. Legacy and Rise are the last 2 left. Rise drops. That's Case also. Oh, no, that's not Case surrendered. That's the Buck of Noodle surrendered. Almost looks like he exploded into the objective. Legacy now on main stairs, fighting towards that bathroom angle. He sees a tiny bit of Kino. No! I mean, it was a
It's a nice shot.
Pretty nice shot, though. Really good shot from Legacy.
Attackers have
Like,
located
clip
the
that. That looks... Yeah, keep clip that. That was a good shot, though, hey? M80 have now done the reversal, but hold on. Legacy's sacrifice, or his team kill, rather,
attackers are activating.
might not have been in vain. Legacy clutched this one out. M80 was in this situation before. Got the diffuser working against him. This is a mirror image of what we saw last time. Legacy was in church just as Noodle was. Diffuser not far removed. Legacy looking to the left. Diffuser's to the right. Last body to the right as well. Cameraman ensures that M80 does not botch the final moments of their downstairs take as happened before. You got to be kicking yourself if you're M80. That could have been a 5-1 first half had Noodle been a bit luckier with the secondary shotgun. Either way, M80 will be happy with that. 4-2 is the first half.
It's a good attack from M80 as well. They were like spread very thin across the entire map. They were attacking top floor. They had Kino set up like bathroom holding down the main staircase. They were attacking blue as well from the staircase. Like they were hitting the attack, or they were rather attacking and hitting the defense from so many different positions. And it's hard to react to that like the right way for Los. Like the last two defenders alive, they were on the main staircase. That means the bomb site was completely evacuated. Whether that team kill happens or not from Legacy, the attackers have bomb site control. M80 will plant down that diffuser, but of course, if the team kill doesn't happen, Los have one more body to play with and trade with, and it would be like a 2 versus 2 instead of a 1 versus 2. And that, of course, can affect the outcome of the round. But M80, again, great adaptation, great understanding of what they need with their player positions and their operators. And you're correct, Parker, in the assessment of the bomb sites, or rather, Jesse, with the information here, proved himself right, saying that, hey, M80, they should go downstairs. Was attacked, what, 5 times, 6 times? Lost every single time? Had this, maybe a tough start. And they're up against the Mira, up against the Ward and the Simon Wamai. Like, this is like a utility-oriented setup, and it's pretty much built to make it difficult for the attackers to problem solve, because they're not going to be roaming. You're not going to get any free kills, and you shouldn't if you're Los. You need to fight on the bomb side against the Wamai discs that denies, your flashbangs, nades, etc. And you can't flash the Warden, you can't smoke the Warden, you got those mirror windows, so that's why they're playing the Ash on attack. So they're forcing Los to problem solve and work for every single inch of this map.
I was correct with the bomb site as well. So now this stat becomes a little bit more relevant than in the previous round. The fact that Los have attacked this site 5 times and come up empty-handed every single time is quite dreadful. Just as a number. I like the blitz pick.
Going live.
I like the lion pick. Bursa on the buck as well. He's been the star player for Los. If that buck dies early, most of this kitchen floor will remain intact for the defenders. That is bad for Los. Bursa will now assume the position over in that direction.
Curious what the approach is going to be with the blitz. Normally we see like a dirt or blue staircase, like you rush to the bomb site, but you can also use the blitz like an Osa or Monty, where you try and go for a plant instead. There are a lot of options here for Rise and Los as a team. It's just a matter of what you think is most viable. When you go through like a clubhouse basement attack, the first step, roam clear, get the full map control. Second step, breach every single hatch and wall inside that you think you can get opened up. That's what they're doing right now. And then you gotta start droning out that bomb site. And then the final step is, of course, the execute. So right now, for the next 30-40 seconds, those are gonna gather as much intel as possible, figure out the player positions, where the utility is, try to deal with it right now with these flashbangs, and then figure out, okay, what's the weakest point for the defenders? What can we attack the simplest or easiest right now? But of course, the blitz, wherever he goes, that should be the indicator of where the main execute will come from, especially since he has the diffuser on him.
Rise waiting for the green light to now charge through. Small opening, and now a Ninja Turtle plant with Sexy Cake watching. M80 are completely absent from this. They've given up the bomb site. Darius taking damage, Sexy Cake as well. Los winning their duels, clearing M80 out. Maybe Los has finally learned from this site, but hold on a moment. M80 will arrive just in time. Greater challenge for the M80 squad. Los playing upstairs. Bursa and Legacy to hold this down. Kino, the only one remaining. Bursa dies. Legacy will watch as Kino goes through kitchen door to get this final kill, but Kino doesn't have information. Los will finally win this bomb site. 6th time's a charm. 1 round separate these two teams.
I mean, you can see in that round, like, they had that planned in mind from the prep phase. The second they saw the bomb side, it was that blitz that came to be shown, the lion, and there was no real moment where Blitz was hovering towards blue or dirt tunnel. He was always in that main staircase, kitchen area, just kind of droning, waiting for his moment. They go down bottom main staircase, they pop on that back wall of the B bomb side, and they sprint on in and get down the diffuser, and they actually do something really great to support it. They create chaos. It's not just Blitz running in, Blitz going for a plant. There were 2 attackers whose sole purpose in that round was to just get in that bomb site, make it chaotic. If they die, it's okay, because the big thing about that basement plant is that there's soft destruction all above the bomb site and the hallway as well. Even if you are like 2 versus 4 on the attack, you can win that post-line position because you can play vertically. We saw 2 people in the main staircase just holding those vertical angles, making it hard for Mate to retake. And then if it's 1 versus 1, the defender has to chase upstairs, otherwise you can't counter defuse. So Kino has to walk into kitchen, no idea what that attacker is sitting in. There's almost like a 0% chance that you're supposed to win that as a defending team. I mean, they did a great job at finding those initial kills, but those are the easy kills. That's the guys where you know that where they're playing at, that are not like fighting horizontally, or vertically rather, they're fighting horizontally. And now things are gonna get interesting because Cameraman's playing Clash, and Clash is an interesting operator because we never see it played much the last couple of years, but for some reason, in this stage alone, by my numbers, it's seen more play in the last like 3 years combined of domestic play. And we see it in Europe, in North America, in Brazil. Clash for some reason is just like risen in the pick rates essentially. I don't really know why that is. I don't have like a logical answer for it.
I mean, I guess we'd have to talk to the teams about why Clash has seen the pick rate that she has. There's been speculation that, you know, we've obviously partaken in, and I know that other people have decided to weigh in as well, is that the slower ADS speed for every operator has dramatically changed how teams want to take engagements. Couple that with the loss of the 1.5 scope, and we're looking at a lot more longer range engagements, especially from defenders. Because of this, you can't just run in as a defender and get a couple picks by quickly ADSing with a 1.5 scope. No, you have to run the hollow, or you have to run the longer range scopes as we see on Wamai, as we've seen some of the Rook and Doc do, some of the chunky French boys. And I do wonder if that may be because gunfights are slower and teams have changed up now in response to that. How much utility they bring, Clash sees greater value. Not entirely certain. M80 though, on their back foot right now. Noodle challenge, decides to peek the door, fighting for his life at this point. He takes 1 before Sexy Cake finishes him off. Just like that, Los regain a numbers advantage. Still got the Clash on the board though, and with 45 seconds remaining, M80 does still have those 2 smoke canisters. So they're not in as bad of a spot as you'd think, but okay, now it's significantly worse. BC walks up, Spoit dies. Kino and Cameraman last 2 left. There goes one of the toxic canisters. Kino will have to watch this main breach. 10 kills, by the way, for Kino, who now he's getting pressured. One red whiffs his shots onto Bursa, rise the crossfire as multiple players from Los work together to take down the Clash. Tie game.
We didn't see anything from Cameraman on the Clash in that round. I was waiting for it. I was about to say, like, what's going to happen with this pick? Because it's like, let's say you pick an Amaru and you never enter the building. Like, you don't use the gadget to, like, you know, that chaotic effect, you know, rush your bombs to get a plant down. If you pick a Clash, which is very unorthodox, by the way, it almost never happens, like I spoke of earlier, we expect to see something with intent. Like, you peek the main breach with a gun behind the Clash, you play catwalk rafters because you can't really die, you do something, a retake of some sort. Cameraman was on the bombs the entire time and was the last person alive, meaning that the Clash got no real value. And that might be because that players in defense died early on, they didn't have the manpower perhaps, or the right player positions. Something happened that didn't really account for perhaps, but we just didn't see any value. We saw Imedi on the attack do a great job at adapting, flexing operators, and utilizing that gadgetry. And then they go on defense, and we've not seen that same level from them. They had the same issue as Los. No Wamai. Caps of Fire goes out. Okay, sure, they missed the fire, Asami stayed alive, Noodle did a great job trading 1-for-1, but then they lose catwalk control and it's just like the bodies just start falling like very, very quickly after. And the win conditions, I mean, I didn't see them in that round. I never was like, okay, this is what M80 they want to achieve in this round. I never saw it. It was like, okay, they want to win some gunfights, sure, who doesn't want to win some gunfights? Lowe's, they look a lot stronger on the attack so far, a lot more like decisive, I want to say. Every single round so far, granted it's only been 2 rounds on attack for them, they've just had a very clear goal from the beginning of the round, and that's all they're working towards. And M80 are not in a position to do much to counter it really right now, but of course, that's going to have to change, and after a tactical timeout, we can only hope that it will actually change.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Los have been making improvements every single week. Desk has talked about it. We've referenced it. Admittedly, I don't listen to every single word that comes out of the mouths of both Carter and Sam, but I'm sure they've probably referenced it at some point. But this Los team was never a basement-dwelling team in terms of the standings. They had a lot of the tools to compete with North America, especially given that NA looks like they've maybe regressed a bit as a region over the last year. I mean, look at the standings of NA and you'd be surprised to see what teams are on top. Yeah, OXG's in first, you know that name. Wildcard in third, Beast Coast in fifth. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Sonics are in sixth, DZ's in eighth. That's abnormal. And even though they sit in fourth, Space Station has had some struggles in matches that you wouldn't necessarily expect of them. So NA is not upside down, but it's far less predictable. Every region is having the same thing happen to them. BDS looked indomitable until they ran into ENCE the other day.
Yeah, big surprise.
ENCE is now in second place in the EU at last I saw.
Yeah, they're up there. Had a great
Shocking
run.
results. VP has fallen off. You know, that happens. Teams will go through their lulls. TSM had a rough go after they won a world championship. You go all the way back to Continuum. And what was it, season 3? They win, and then they almost get relegated the very next season. Same thing with that Black Dragons NIP squad. So, unpredictability is the name of the game right now in Rainbow Six, especially this matchup. Spoit dies first, M80 down by 1 with 1 minute to go.
As something stay the same, Lowe's again, clear goal in the round. 5 that early man advantage, looking for a second to that though. Can't really get a kill there, Kino. But only 45 seconds, so while Lowe's got an early advantage, they don't have a lot of time to work with. No Blitz this time, no Grim for example, but they have one Dokkaebi phone call left at their disposal that they can use, but Noodle might have found a gap here. Would find a kill or two, he's gonna go back to side instead of defend it.
Rough game for Noodle so far, sitting at 2 and 7. Can he find a third kill? Now engaging over towards Moto? No. M80 losing the plot at this moment as now Kino falters too. Cameraman against his former team, against his fellow countrymen. He's trapped inside of Dirt Tunnel. It's called Escape Tunnel, but the only way he escapes is in a body bag. Los takes the lead.
Gotta be a bit of frustration here from M80. I mean, they look like they don't exactly know what's going on. They're lacking intel. We saw Noodle. He had what we, saw with the top-down view and the outlines of the player positions. He had a great flank on bottom main staircase. He had a great position, but very obviously, M80 didn't feel like that was the right play to go for. So instead, he's gonna run back down the hallway, post up the bomb site, and then lose a gunfight and die, like shortly after. And this very much looks like an M80 that doesn't know where the attack is actually going to be coming from. And, Valkyrie is open, Maestro is open, you can try Echo, but he's kind of in the basement in terms of popularity. Like, no one likes Echo right now, unfortunately. They tried to clash in CCTV, which is an intel operator technically with a shield, but again, they don't really gain a whole lot from it. So far in defense, from what I'm gathering at least, it just seems very gunfight oriented, and it's hard to take good gunfights if you don't know where the attackers are playing at or where they're intending to attack from. And this could be that M80, they've studied Lowe's, they kind of know what to expect on Clubhouse maybe, and they've prepped for it. But then Lowe's are not doing what they're expecting, so now you're going into this kind of blind. And one difficulty that some teams and some players they face is when you have like a prep plan in front of you, and then you don't see those things happen, it can be difficult to adapt on the fly. Because you have, prepared yourself for a certain thing to, be the outcome. They're down a single round from an 80. It's not the end of the world, but they're getting close. Like the next round lost, and they're looking at match point against them. Gonna go to box rotations. They went basement, CC basement. Now they go for gym instead. Change things around, change it up a bit. And they actually bring, again, utility, right? They get the 1 mine, for example. They get those mid-jammers, those keeper barriers to strengthen their player positions. But again, it doesn't matter if they ultimately just lose out in the gunfights. And that is where Lowe's on the attacking side have been so much better than that on defense.
Well, with this being the gym and bedroom defense, it's unsurprising that a team would extend out over towards Cash and CCTV. You cannot have a direct linear take onto either the gym or the bedroom side of this map. You'll get picked apart. Maybe just like Bursa and Farius did. Spoit roaming in lounge, now down through blue, all the way through the basement of this map. Lowe's been put in a terrible spot.
What?
Noodle, where were you looking? That would have been a relatively easy 1-2 pump for him. Lowe's now uncontested control of Cash. This is one of the worst games that I've seen of Noodle in ages, Nick, and I don't know what it is. Just
Attackers have located a bomb.
mistakes. I don't know if it's bad game sense, but
It seems like bad
not
decision
necessarily
making.
misplaying down below, but now also looking in the wrong direction when you know that there's at least one player coming from that CCTV door.
Yeah, he had a teammate watching the rotate to his right, so he had nothing else to worry about. Then the door to his close left, he had the shot out and ready, but either miscommunication or bad game decision from him. But thankfully for Matey, Sport got that double kill earlier on and then just dipped out of there. So despite that happening, and despite it being like a pretty wonky situation, Matey is still in a favorable position. They got one more man alive, they got that strong fortified bomb site, keeper barriers, the mid jammers, they were my discs. It comes down to Lowe's now having a clutch round. They gotta somehow get in there and they gotta hit some ridiculous shots because with 25 seconds left, no knowledge of the player positions on the bomb side, you just gotta hit those shots.
Quad
Ace.
kill from Spoit. He could get them all. Sexy Cake, last one standing. How about the ace for Spoit? Barely breaking a sweat. I mean, he needed a decisive round. They needed a bounce back performance. And it's the Swede to give it to them.
Does it in an iconic way. You know, if you know Sport, his YouTube content or his Korean pro play, he loves going for the final kill with the deagle. And it doesn't have to be an ace, but like prone peek, deagle, like that semi drop shot, he's done it so many times back in Europe. He did it when he first came to North America as well. It's like this signature Sport move. And I remember when back on the Rogue days when he was playing with Leon Gitz over when they won the major, Leon Gitz posted some scrim clips throughout the season from their practice before the major, and there are multiple rounds where it's like Sport saying, "Can I deagle him? Please, can I deagle him for the content? You know, get the clip." And you know, when you're a content creator and you also happen to be a great player in Pro League, why not just try and combine those and say, let's hit clips in Pro League and win the round? But as much as we can praise Sport's individual performance in that round and like how immediately they won it, it was just Sport, right? Noodle made a poor decision. The bomb side players around Sport actually died on initial injuries from Lowe's, so it's a one-man effort. And the only win condition again from Medi is they need to hit shots and they need to get kills. And again, while that is okay to happen, we want to see a strategical win condition as well. Whether it be a plant deny, or they're roaming in a certain way, or they're gonna retake a staircase, have a C4 ready for a certain player position, anything like that. I haven't seen a whole lot of it. I saw it when they were attacking, I know they can do it. So far, it's been a different look on defense. It's now 5-5. You see the silhouette, one player from AD roaming on that main staircase. Sport gets another kill. Right now, he is on fire, making it so hard for Lowe's to entry in this map.
Boy with 11 kills, Kino with 11 kills, Citizen with 9 kills, all making up for the fact that Noodle is at a puzzling and absent day. Legacy really has been the performer for Los. You've still got one hard breacher, so not all hope is lost for the Brazilian turned North American team. Man, oh man, you've got to attack those hatches. You've got to take control of Church, or at least try to open up dirt. And in order to do that, a Hibana is cash money.
Yeah, you got 3 Selma charges. It takes 2 to open up a single or hatch. So I think if you're Lowe's, you get kitchen hatch, hopefully. You breach open dirt, and that's really all you have to work with. There's no other secondary hot breach available to the attacking lineup. This is going to be a very linear attack. And again, Lowe's are forced into simply winning gunfights because how you typically attack basement, you attack from so many different locations, but now you lose another body. Lion now gone as well. That last Selma goes on Church Wall. That's the last hot destruction, but there's impact grenade tricking on the other side, so they don't even get that. All they have open is kitchen hatch. That's it.
Really quite a terrible operator to lose first, and we're not even talking about Legacy's ability as a player, just gadgetry that comes from Hibana. That's a requirement on this bomb site, but Lowe's still have some good gunners. Flash over towards Moto, but Spoit will continue his good work. That's a double for him through this round. Bursa walking up, Citizen with a double of his own. All 4 kills from M80 in the hands of 2 players. That will continue as Spoit gets 3, Citizen gets 2. Fist bumps all around, and M80 moves to match point.
It's funny how we're seeing M80 win, and like players looking like either happy or neutral, and then every time I see Noodle, he's like scratching his forehead and being like, guys, what is going on, or something like that. I don't know. And I get it, right? It's a frustrating game for him as an individual, despite the fact that the team is winning, but you gotta put the mental aside right now. You're winning. Just take it, right? Reset, go next round. And in same fashion as before, Spoit gets that final kill with the Deagle. I mean, Spoit's feeling great. He's got the confidence, but again, is anyone helping Spoit get those kills? Not really. Spoit swings, the main staircase window, gets the kill, falls back to side. Plays Moto, gets a second kill, goes back to side. Then swings Moto Thor with Deagle, gets a 3rd kill. It's again, individual heroics. Great from him, but the support is not quite there. And it's great when it works. It's great when it goes unpunished. But if Lowe's were to actually win any of those gunfight engagements or have like a 2v1 proper scenario set up for them, they can take down Spoit. And then who's going to show up? Who's going to be the hero? That's the big question that I have. Maybe though, if we go back to that round where Noodle lost the 1v1 due to that secondary shotgun, they would have won by now. Right? It would have been over 7-5 or 7-4 in that case. But because like a single bullet goes, straight in that shotgun, you're looking at 6-5 instead, and the possibility of overtime is still there. All those gotta do, quote unquote, gotta do, is just win this attack. CCTV, we've seen so many teams do it before, and they don't opt for that El Clasico style of capital the rafters. They're probably gonna go for a master bedroom connector take instead, because they got double hard breach, and they got block verticality and IQ to find any of those Valkyrie cams. So get the main breach open. That step is done from Rise. Second step, connect the wall. While that's happening, Burst and Legacy on the jacuzzi side of things open up the jacuzzi wall and joining out master bedroom. So this is a full-on take from both sides of the map, trying to close that net onto M80, who's going to be stuck in the middle.
By the way, we're going to be tracking... Oh, my.
Oh, boy.
Never mind. We will track Citizen. Jump out. Down goes Farius. Farius having a rough game. Twitch no more. Admittedly, Twitch's gadgets would not gain huge value with the operator lineup that's present from M80. Doesn't really do much against the smoke. Doesn't do much against the Solus. I suppose you could take out the magnets from Wamai, but does nothing to the Azami, and then... Yeah, I guess it can get the Valcams. That might be good value, but you've also got an IQ for that. Not a terrible loss for Los, but not exactly the start they want. The point I was making before this was we're going to be tracking whether these teams make the playoffs of the North America League. The playoffs effectively give you a shot at making the Manchester Major. It's the upcoming major that'll be played in May. Referred to as the Major. I have a fair number of people. A regulation win for M80 secures their spot, and by God, it looks like they're going to get it. Cameraman, a 2-piece. Another player over by the bags of substances. Down goes Sexy Cake. And now it's all up to Bursa. walking up red stairs, hitting barbed wire. How does cameraman not hear that one? But good news, you've got Citizen. First kill, last kill. M80 win in regulation. They have clinched a spot in the playoffs. M80 will join OXG as one of 2 teams that will be guaranteed to fight for a spot at the major. It's not guaranteed that they'll get the spot, but at least the 2 of them will be there and will be present. It was kind of scary for M80 at some points, Nick, but ultimately they persevered.
They did, and there are so many multi-kills right there. We saw like Sport had a couple of rounds, in the final one, Cameraman, Citizen, etc. Everyone had their moments besides Noodle, but I didn't see the team play and coordination from M80 that we expect and that we saw from them on the starting side of attack. So, bit of a worrying victory to my mind. I want to see them do better going to playoffs because that's not like a playoffs winning team, if you get me.
Well, that's it for our very first matchup. Thank you so much for all of your patience with the various issues that started off this broadcast. We still got 3 more matches to go, and we will continue to keep an eye on whether players and teams are qualifying for the NA League playoffs. We'll be right back after this break.
Well, the first ever NAL Import Bowl has come and gone, and as it turns out, you don't need a full squad of Brazilians to win this game. You really only need 2 of them. M80 have now confirmed their appearance in Stage 1 playoffs. Los are in an even deeper hole than we estimated they would be in just their first stage, but that was a really, really good second half from M80 in a situation where it looked like Los might have just run away with that whole thing.
It was a good showing from Los when they swapped sides. I mean, but the grave was already dug too deep, especially losing that many defensive sides on Clubhouse, it is more 50-50, but just going first top floor 2 sites back to back instead of just getting that for sure win on the basement obviously had me scratching my head.
Certainly, and you know what? I was hopeful that they could push that game to overtime. I really wanted to see the OT, and especially when you look at the standings, it would have been really big for Los to at least get 1 point on the day. But I think MA did a great job of kind of recognizing their problems, getting a little bit more aggro in the early round, and being able to win those last 3 back to back to back. Obviously took some heroics. Spoit needed to put on his cape and perform a little bit, but it's all that they got. And at the end of the day, that was good enough.
The whole point about M80 and defensive entry conversions for the first 3 rounds of that second half didn't even look like it was something we had to focus on very much. It was like Los had the opening kill on the attack seemingly almost every time, and then M80 cycle back around and really close out that second half.
Yeah, and Fox and I both touched on how important those attacking opening picks were going to be for Los, and I think that played out exactly how we expected in that second half, where when Los were able to get that opening pick, they were really good at keeping that pressure on, making sure M80 couldn't make those moves to come back on the round. But then once M80 on the fourth quarter started getting a little bit more aggressive, we're playing a little bit more unexpected, and we're able to take the initiative and grab their own opening picks, then Los fell apart, exactly like what we expected would happen.
We also talked backstage just a little bit about how Los was setting up and the way that they were, all of their attacks were really pre-planned before the game even started. They had their rushes set up, the blitz running down the main stairs, backwards planning. Everything looked very well set up, but once Los expended all of the new stuff that they had, they didn't really have much adaptability, especially not enough adaptability to go up against M80. M80 just had to slow down and realize, hey, we're losing the first picks. Once we've seen the attacks that Los is going to throw at us, there's nothing new that Los was throwing. They were doing the exact same defaults and waiting for M80 to, I guess, get restless, make their own mistakes, but M80 was not making mistakes. And like you mentioned, Spoit really tightened up towards the end, and he was actually one of the main factors that was getting those advantageous kills at the start of the defensive half.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and I even gave Parker the stat throughout that match that Los, despite attacking it 5 times, had never successfully attacked the basement before. Well, they finally were able to do it, and I think it comes down to, again, getting that opening pick and making sure you can convert onto it. I want to show you one round in particular. It was their second time attacking onto the basement, and they do a really good job in the 5v4 of making sure that nobody can get aggressive and prevent their push from going as planned. Watch the main stairs. Take a look at the Dokkaebi here. Bursa's firing all of his shots because he sees Noodle for just a second, and then he calls him on his phone. He drops the logic bomb, which forces Noodle to back off. If Noodle hadn't been spotted there, if the phone wasn't ringing, if those shots weren't coming out, he could have maybe made a play up the main stairs, caused some problems, and taken the man advantage back in favor of M80. But because the oppression from the Dokkaebi play was so strong, it scared him off. He ran back to site where he wasn't able to have any impact. And so I really like that from Los. It's something I didn't see from them on previous Clubhouse games, but today they brought it down for the basement, and I did appreciate that.
You brought up a good point in that first half, by the way. Grave was dug because the first half went the way that it did, but it was almost a really good thing for Los because they didn't fully have the bandit trick snuffed out. M80 didn't. They tried, they came close, but especially in that first half, it seemed like M80 had a landslide, and then there was some sort of recovery from Los to start with, but to your point, it was too little too late.
Yeah, and we talked about in the pregame, obviously being a map that M80 is going to have a lot of footage on Los on, and that was one of the main factors, was the bandit tricking and denial of the wall, and M80 came to deny that, and that was the hardest part of their attacks, in my opinion. Once M80 was able to deny the bandit trick from being able to bandit and just focus then on after getting those walls open, they went into their M80-esque attacks where they just split up all over around the site. They make Los move into positions that's uncomfortable for them, and that's where they're able to get those picks, and that not only makes their executes that much cleaner, but that's where we get to see these play-by-play where they're able to win these clutch situations because they already have the advantage into the site.
Yeah, I posed the question before the game started if M80 wanted to ban that bandit because we know Sexy Cake loves to play on it, and they opted to ban the Tubarão instead. It does a similar thing, right? It helps keep the wall closed. You take that out. M80 were confident in their abilities to stop the bandit trick from Sexy Cake, and they had a lot of cool ideas to stop him. Obviously Thatcher, but they also used Capitao a couple times. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. He did still get some tricks off, but for the most part, it was a problem that M80 did a good job of solving, and so I like seeing that research coming through from M80. I like that they showed up with answers, and they did a great job countering it because, as you pointed out, they knew that that was going to be a strong point for Los.
So game's over. Let's talk implications. One team is qualified for playoffs. The other is even further away from getting the chance to do that themselves. We now have two teams that are already going to the best of three bracket next week. That's Oxygen and M80. But for Los, we talked about them being in the danger zone to start. They had 3 opportunities to get as many points as possible. One of them is completely wasted, and now their chances of actually getting to playoffs look even more dire than ever.
It does, but at the same time, 2 games is still 6 points. If you add 6 points to Los's total right now, that puts them up to 3rd place. So it's still within their realm of possibility. They could do it. They got to be playing better. They've got to actually get those wins. But like, it's so close right now. The stage is so even between all the teams that it's still possible for them to make it out of the last place.
It's still possible. I'd like to say I feel like M80 and OXG have really set themselves aside from the rest of the league right now with consistency.
Yep.
And even though we see a lot of promise out of Los, just like some of the other teams at the bottom part of the leaderboard, I think it's going to take Los a little bit more time. But they do have the pieces kind of sorted out a little bit better than some other teams, I'd say. They just haven't been able to put the wins on the board. It kind of reminds me of Luminosity last stage. Luminosity was really close to getting these games, but they were still somehow always at the bottom.
Sure.
So it gives me just a little bit of, reminds me of that.
Well, we already have one team that's qualified all the way for playoffs, but the other team that we have coming up in Game 2 is about to see if they can't qualify for top 2 and lock in a first-round bye. We'll get to that game after the break. Don't go anywhere. is a game as old as the NAL itself, and throughout the last 4 years, the Big Purple Bastion has the better record against Boston's best. But today, everything seems a little bit flipped on its head. One team is undefeated with a historic start to the NAL, and the other is trying to save their season in a position none of us ever thought we would ever see them in. I'm Jacob, he's Foxay, he's Jesse. This is unprecedented times for both teams. DZ could miss playoffs, and OXG is 5-0 for the first time in NAL history. It's a great story, but I think it kind of leaves our predictions for this game kind of open and shut. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, this should be one of the greatest games in the NAL. It should always be. Dark Zero Oxygen, these are our legacy orgs. These are some of the best organizations in the history of North America. But unfortunately, with the way that Dark Zero have been playing, I don't expect it to be that. DZ are in a massive slump right now. Oxygen are playing better than they have in a very long time. Sorry. But so it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Dark Zero to win this one.
No, I agree. I'm so disappointed. Like, DZ's always been a hard game against us. Of course, they want to give, like, the easiest season. I mean, no hate to those guys, but come on. I couldn't
It's
catch
really
a
funny
break.
that they decided to do this when you decided you were done playing.
Yeah, I mean, DZ is known for just being so methodical and slow, and they're one of the most frustrating teams to play against. And, of course, now they just don't look like DZ necessarily anymore, and I don't get to play against them.
We need to do basic breakdowns on DZ, even though at this point, the problems feel like they just keep on riding themselves. It's the same slow problems. In some of the listen-ins that we had last week, it was lack of communication, some people just yelling all over the place. There's so much to talk about, but they lost against Beast Coast on Chalet 7-1. Let me say that again. Dark Zero lost Chalet, a map they really like, to Beast Coast and won one round. What the hell?
I mean, I have a pretty bold opinion on how I think it's working behind DZ right now. I believe when they picked up Nafe, they had so much flexibility, so much opportunity, and it was so much fun. They saw so much life. They were actually playing fast, which DZ and fast do not go hand in hand together, but Invite they did. And I think now, with more time, they've been trying to get Nafe and Bolo just more experience on the old way that Dark Zero played, and I really think there's just a lack of love for that way to play after how much success and how much youth it felt like this new DZ was going to have, and then they go back to reverting it. I think they just lost a lot of that, just love for that style of play, and I don't think they necessarily believe it anymore.
The problems for DZ also feel like it's worsening stage overs or game over game. We think one thing is the problem, and then DZ goes into the lab and tries to diagnose it, and then in that Beast Coast game, a whole other problem came up that now we have to figure out why that happened in the first place. Jesse, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, March 29th, Jacob, may go down as the darkest day in North American League history, because that was the day that we saw the apex of Bolo's fall from grace. First, he fell literally through the construction hatch in the 1v1 against Geo in their season opener.
Oh, God.
Then he fell in the 1v1 against Jinxie the very next day on his own stream. And now he's fallen to himself, putting up his career lowest game of all time. Through the 4 or 5 years that Bolo has played this game, he puts up his worst performance against Beast Coast. And I gotta say, Canadian, you've gotta fix this, because North America can't handle our hero of Bolo falling right now. North America's in a rough spot. Brazil is beating us at every turn. Europe is laughing at our slow and sluggish playstyle. APAC's got a guy named Turd who's got like a 90% win rate against North American teams. Canadian, I ask of you here and now, please fix this problem going on with Bolo and the rest of the team, because things are not going as they should be, and there's a huge gap between what Bolo has historically been putting up and that last game where he really fell short of mine and I think many people's expectations.
So Bolo's having his worst career start, and now they have to face the undefeated 5-0, no overtime appearances OXG. Good freaking grief of all the teams that they had to play coming into this week. It had to start with Oxygen.
Well, you know what they say, the toughest challenges go to those who need to face them the most, or something like that. And I do think Oxygen is gonna be the toughest challenge for Dark Zero. This is where DZ needs to come out and prove we've fixed our problems, we've gotten back on track, and Oxygen, I mean, they're the best team in North America right now. So now's when you really gotta show it.
Absolutely. They're so consistent in the way they play. I don't think there's necessarily been a team that's been able to stump them. I would have thought that it would have been DZ with the slow, methodical style, but DZ does not look like they're ready to play, especially not against the prime OXG. I would say that they're in their prime right now.
Well, we're going to keep harping on it because it's the first time any NAL team has ever started a stage with 5 wins and no losses, so we caught up with Diaz real quick just to get his thoughts on what it's going to be like coming into the Super Week.
I'm Diaz, player for OXG. The things that we found that has been helping us succeed has been our routine. So like making sure we're scrimming 6 maps a day, VOD reviewing our mistakes, fixing our strats, watching other teams play and looking at their tendencies, stuff like that. And I think all of that has been helping us play well. So far, the team that has given us the most trouble has been Luminosity. We went up 6-1, I think, and we got overconfident. They brought it back to 6-5. We almost went overtime. So that's one thing we learned, was to not get overconfident, to make sure we close out the game before things go wrong. Teams that will pose a threat to us in playoffs. I think one that comes to mind is Beast Coast. They had a rough start, but they are very good. We've been scrimming them a lot. We scrimmed them before the tournament started, through the tournament, and they always smoke us in scrims. So if they get their stuff together, they'll be a big threat. I think most teams, to be honest, are pretty good. I don't think there's like any like terrible teams that are not capable of beating everyone. I think everyone could beat everyone. I just want to shout out my team. Thank you for putting in the work, and we're going to Manchester for sure.
Well, it's pretty darn difficult to find something OXG is doing wrong at this point in time. Everything in their stage has been regulation victories, no overtime appearances, and a very, very clean point total right now that's put them in contention to maybe jump right into top 2. They've already confirmed playoffs. They might get a first-round bye if they knock DZ off in quick fashion here.
Yeah, Oxygen are in a really good spot in the North American League right now. For me, the biggest thing has been their recovery rate. Even when they're losing the opening pick, they have over a 50% chance of winning the round throughout their games so far, 54% in particular. So for OXG, it doesn't seem to matter if they win the early game, if they lose in the early game, they always find themselves in a dominant position.
It really comes to the strength of how they play, because every single execute, every single strat that they do really is 2 people behind it. And you can watch it in the game today if you really want to pay attention to it. Every single step-by-step process, there's 2 people. If they see an opening, no one person is doing it without somebody directly behind them. And that's the beauty of OXG. Their trade game has just looked so phenomenal so far.
Can they keep that trade game going on Consulate? DZ have got defense first, and Oxygen are just looking to keep the pain train going. What do we think of the pick, guys?
I don't like the pick. I don't like the pick, to be honest.
For who? Who do you?
I don't like the pick for OXG, because in my mind, OXG should win this should win this game in theory. But on Consulate, I feel like is still an unproven map, and if there's a team that's going to be strategical on it, it would be Dark Zero. But I don't like the map, but it wouldn't sway my opinion on who's going to win either way.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The last time we saw Oxygen play this map was against Karn & Co. And while you guys did win that game, that's not exactly a strong base of knowledge to look back on. So, I mean, one advantage is it's kind of a hidden map. We've not really seen new OXG here. But all in all, I mean, it's going to be a territory that is a little bit unexplored for Oxygen, and that could open the door for Dark Zero.
Also, historically defender-sided for the most part, not just since its reintroduction, but just the way the meta swings right now. So DZ starting defense first could be an Achilles heel, but again, OXG currently can't really do very much wrong, so let's see if that holds true here. Wait, what?
What?
Wait. Laxing?
Oh, brother.
What have you done?
Oh, brother.
He's swinging for the fences. He's doing whatever he can to try to get his percentages like out of the gutter at this rate. I think that's what that pick is. Whether he actually has faith in DZ, that's a different story. Do we have faith in DZ? What do we think? Does the map sway the prediction?
I don't have faith in DZ against OXG, to put it bluntly. I just don't have faith. I just think OXG's right now, their trade game is too on point, and I just don't think Dark Zero is meant for that style of siege. They're not a gun-heavy team, at least not right now.
Cool. OXG content creator goes with OXG. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's very deserved. I mean, this is the best-looking team in the entire North American League right now.
Yeah.
Dark Zero, a lot of problems over the last couple of weeks. Teams have improved their problems and upset on predictions than before, but it's too tall of a task in my mind. I'm going for Oxygen.
Unbiased.
Yeah, you are.
Unbiased desk.
No, not unbiased. Are biased.
No,
You am biased.
No.
No bias?
No bias. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. Let's play the game, Jacob.
Cool, yeah, let's play the game. And let's give it to Parker and Pengu, who will play the game for us and tell us who's going to win. Right, guys? Right?
Thank you so much. Just as we saw in our very first matchup, there's a lot on the line, but OXG can at least breathe a sigh of relief. They've already clinched a spot in the playoffs, which means that they are maybe just a couple best of threes away from booking their ticket to Manchester. But they obviously want to finish in the top 2, and they can get close to, if not outright clinch that spot, if they pick up all 3 points today. OXG have looked so good, and every single region has had one team run away from the rest of the pack. What is it about OXG that has looked so darn good? And then the follow-up question, Nick, will be, what is it about Dark Zero that's looked so darn bad? Because DZ are in second last place to start today's match.
Yeah, I really think this is a battle of the consistent versus the inconsistent, where OXG, obviously with their placement, they're the consistent team, right? They play a really stable round of Rainbow Six Siege. They have good win condition, they have good team play, they have good gunners, like they're getting things done every single round. And then Dark Zero, they can look phenomenal, just like at the Six Invitationals in February, or they will look probably a version of themselves that is one of the worst we have seen in a very long time. They've been having some struggles here in this first stage, and I think it's a big surprise because of how well they looked at the Six Invitationals. And you're thinking, okay, they come out swinging, they pick up Bolo, they pick up Nave, things are working for them. It's a great DC that we're seeing. And then, you know, there's some small meta changes, the scope change that we keep talking about, that you zoom in slower and such, but that's not gonna affect their playstyle all that much, would it? Well, maybe it has. Or maybe that honeymoon phase is over, because there's always that moment where, you know, you pick up some new players, everyone's excited, things are going well, everyone's like on their best behavior, honeymoon phase, right? That ends, and now the harsh reality is that it's hard to make a good team. It's hard to make things work in the server. DC, of course, are having some struggles, but the benefit of picking up somebody like Bolo and Nave is the experience. You're not working with rookies, right? They should be able to handle this as individuals and as a team, but they might need a little bit more time. Whereas Oxygen, they've just come out the gate rather, storming. Like, they have just looked great since their very first play day, and it's why they're 5-0, and they're playing Consulate on the attacking side. But honestly, given how they've done so far, I'm not too worried for them like I would be for some other teams.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers ejected. Use the bomb.
Oh yes.
Window is barricaded.
Okay.
Electrosensor on. Activating drone. Delma sequence activated. Loading mag. Deploy heartbeat sensor.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
They might be in 8th place, Nick, but they are not far removed from the top teams. Wildcard are in 3rd place, and they are at 8 points. DZ and LG are in 7th and 8th, and they are at 6 points. So a win in regulation for DZ would actually put them in 3rd place. That's how close it is, and hey, taking out the best player in the league in Newers is a pretty good start for Dark Zero.
I mean, it is. And you know, Panda's one of these players that he thrives off momentum. When it gets going early, it's normally Panda party time. That's the old saying where he will just not slow down and take it on Newers. That's going to give some good confidence, but then Canadian falls shortly after. And the pulse is a very big strategical win condition for this vertical bomb site of Archives Tellers. You want that pulse scanner down below. You want the C4 utility. That's gone from play now. Sure, they got the Maestro, they got the Solace, they have backup options here for DC. They still can play it out the way they're supposed to, but they can't lose any more members like the lost Canadian to Verticality.
No, and I mean, there might be some finger pointing in this season about the rules that Canadian plays on. When you consider the fact that, well, he's not exactly the greatest mechanical player. His game sense is good, and there's no questioning his IGLing. But you're getting to a point now where if you're going to be roaming, as Pambazoo was doing, as Canadian was doing, you need to be able to win your duels. And the problem is that Canadian has had those struggles in the past. Maybe playing safer roles, maybe not playing Solace, Vigil, Pulse. Maybe that would help DZ, especially with the aimers that they have on the team. There's no denying the mechanical skill of the other 4 players. In fact, Bolo might be one of the most mechanically gifted players to ever come out of North America. Rely on those players to get the kills. Though I suppose Canadian will say that, hey, I need to play these roles to be a better IGL. He knows better than we do. He's a multi-time world champ. That said, all the killing that's happening was at the hands of DZ. He has his last alive for OXG in this Teller's bomb site, and he'll die to Bolo. DZ win the first round.
Speaking of Bo's mechanical skill, he picks up 3 kills pretty quickly with that long line of sight all the way from lobby into that bomb site of Tellers. And then, yeah, this is like that new scope change, for example, where Castle now has an ACOG scope. You can play Castle in those kind of far back positions because now, while the UMP isn't technically a great gun, the fact that it has a zoom scope available makes it a lot better than when it didn't. And it enables you to play at different kind of Castle positions in those rounds, and Bolo took full advantage. We saw Pamela go out like the lobby door, get injured by Gomez, and then Bolo was trying to, bait the kill off the injury of Pambasu. Didn't work out. Bolo played it nice and safe, like don't over-aggress. DC, they are one of the most structured teams in the world. They play very, I guess you would say, predictable around the win conditions, and in that bomb site, it's simply staying alive. DC, they're not the kind of team to give up that early man advantage for nothing. They're always fighting with intent. They're always rotating around the map with intent as well, both on the attack, but definitely on the defense. It's very structured, and it's one of their biggest strengths. It's what sets them apart from other teams, but I think for their opponents, it's also why some teams go, DC, they're kind of easy to play against because they're readable, they're predictable, but it depends on what kind of team you are. Every single matchup will be different. The way OXG feel about Dark Zero is different from M80, for example. So in some matchups, the playstyle of Dark Zero will single-handedly win them the game. And in other matchup, they might need to go off of that default game plan that they have because it won't work against some teams. It's an interesting situation.
Well, Canadian will go off of his traditional intel roles that we see and instead go with an operator who provides intel in a different way. That's the Capkin. One thing that is often overlooked at this level of competition is that operators, Legion, Capkin, they're going to give you a lot of information when you either hear the entry denial devices being shot or you hear the goo mines going off. I think if you're maybe not well acquainted with top level play, you might think that, oh, you bring Capkin because they walk into the Capkin traps and it kills people. And to a certain extent, that is correct, especially if a round goes late. Cross mats, Legion mines, Capkin traps, they all get more powerful when a team needs to rush to pull off an objective. And the later into a round you get, the more likelihood there is of somebody not checking and vaulting through a window or over a wall into a frost mat or hitting an EDD as they walk through a doorway. But they also give information. So Canadian, if he hears one of those go off, he'll be able to say, yeah, there's one over here. Or even if they get shot, it will slow down these attackers and work against the speed that OXG has shown so far through much of this stage.
It has done that. I mean, 1 minute, 10 seconds. They're entering the building now. They got yellow pings, they got good intel, and they get the opening kill. Nurse, they're working with Gomez. They found 2 apiece, actually, and now OXG, they're speeding up. Dark Zero, they don't find anything on the exterior roam, but again, they're still having NG up there. C4 lands from Canadian, so DC, again, they still got those win conditions in mind.
OXG have lost Dream. They've lost their main hard breacher, but they've still got guns on their side, able to pack a punch with the Buck and the Ash. Viewers in particular on that Ash can do so much damage, but Gomez has really been the standout performer for OXG. He's had terrific rounds. He's able to do a lot of this on his own, and I think both Diaz and Gomez look far more comfortable on this OXG roster than they did on the M80 roster. Maybe that's a hot take to be had. It's also a much smaller sample size. They played a lot more games with M80 than they have with OXG.
15 seconds remaining.
Right now, they are gelling, and it looks like Oxygen have made the roster moves needed to be real winners, and they haven't dropped a game just yet. Now the rubber meets the road. Where is your diffuser? 5 seconds left. Canadian far enough back. He's holding them at bay. Diaz on the final second will start the play.
What?
But Bolo is there to scare him off, and DZ will go up 2-0.
That was a very, curious plant spot. I mean, they could have gone close right of the piano door and they're safe and sound, but they must have assumed that there was either somebody above or somebody below playing verticality against them because they planted in the middle of the piano room that they can't fully cover, and they never checked the small closet right next door. And guess what? Bolo's sitting in there. Just steals the round for Dark Zero. And You know, OXG, they got all they could ever want on a constant attack. They get 2 opening picks. They were quick and they were explosive. Once they got into the building, they had like 1 minute and 20-ish seconds to work with, and they had pretty much all of top floor control. They got a lot of things going for them that most teams would kill to get, and they still make that simple small mistake, and guess what? DC punish it again. It's those small things right now. But DC are 1 step ahead, and they're looking very locked in. Sure, they didn't really hold the room upstairs very long. Every single member died isolated in positions, and I want to praise OXG for how that happened. They spent 2 full minutes just simply droning in the building, gathering all the accurate information to work with. Then they go, hey, Newers, you're gonna jump in this window into top spiral. Gomez, go into admin. We got a yellow ping for you. Flashbang, go for the kill. It was easy kills for Oxygen, but strategically, different story. DC up 2-0. Canadian was hiding inside of CEO, trying to not showcase the post pick, because if the attackers don't know you're playing post below, they're not gonna expect that C4. DC have 3 different C4s, NDR, Pambusu, and Canadian. They should get at least 1 kill in this round, one way or another, once OXG enter the building, and this forces OXG to always have the floor control below where they're entering if they know they're supposed to not die to that C4.
C4 from Pambusu will go out. Doesn't find anything. Instead, Pambusu will look his admin towards where Newers has rappelled in. As we have come to fix our terminology.
Yep.
Nick, we finally have sound.
There it is. We're so back.
We've done it. We finally have sound. We have been operating so far the entire broadcast without any sound.
We are so back.
We are so back. We can finally hear things, and that is great.
Sound
Hopefully
is
that means the casting
crucial.
will improve as well.
I was gonna say, it's hard to cast without sound, you know? You don't hear those small cues all the time, like that C4.
It's quite challenging.
Yep.
You can't hear things going off. You can't hear the explosions. You don't know where people are coming from. This is the first round where there hasn't been an early death so far. Newers is so close to dealing with Bolo. Honestly, it's a dream matchup. 2 exceptionally talented, skilled players, mechanically gifted. Newers thought he had the all clear. He did not. Bolo persists in this spot. Amazoo kill as well. Bolo had a lineup onto Diaz, who swung the door, and a pre-fire from the Vector will tear shreds through OXG. Just Dream and Gomez. Oxygen in trouble early on. Easy have not suffered a single point of damage.
I mean, this is there for the taking. I mean, they're just dying to the fire right now. Relax, okay? Dream, Gomez, slow down. Wait here, 20 seconds, right? Tick, tick, tock. There we go. Into the room. Try and hold the crossbow. Guess what? Another wing condition. Toxic Babe denies the entry. They're forced to go somewhere else.
Down goes Dream. Flawless round on the books right now for DZ, as multiple players will all try to hunt down Gomez. Pambusu, a multi-kill. DZ goes up 3-0. This is a statement match from them. They are desperate for points. And they're not, like we said, far removed from making playoffs. They sit at 6 points. Third place sits at 8 points. There's 3 points up for grabs if you prevail in regulation. OXG calling their timeout. My.
I mean, I think the game plan for DC has been very simple so far, right? You put Bolo and Pambusu in the front row, just get those engagements, try and get some of those opening kills, or at the very least shut down the entries from OXG, because it has been the front doing so much work from them on the attacking side, as you would expect. But Newers has only been a factor in a single round so far in the first 3, and even the round where he did get that opening kill, they didn't win the round. So DC are almost forcing OXG to change their tactical approach, maybe change their player positions, and it's a really wise tactical timeout. Being down 0-3, try and figure out the problems before that round score gets too far away from you, because while it's hard to attack on Consulate, you need to get that 2-round victory. You can get a 2-4 half, it's okay, but if you go 1-5 or 6-0 or 0-6 rather, it's pretty much over. You have no wiggle room once you go on the favorable side of defense. You gotta be flawless. You cannot rely upon that. So I like the timeout. I hope it's gonna change something around here, either an operator picks or player positions, or just maybe, I want to say take it slower, because obviously they have had 2 slow rounds, but more play tight together. Don't throw buddies away for free, because DC will be there to pick up and like punish you. You gotta be able to trade those positions. You lose a player, they lose a player, you progress on attack, you're winning. And if you just lose players and don't progress anywhere, you're not going anywhere.
5 seconds remaining.
Very well said. This is the first time that we've really seen OXG sweat. They have 5 wins, as you can see at the top of your screen, and all 5 of those have come in regulation. 7-4 over Los, 7-3 over Wildcard. They technically got a DQ win over Mirage, 7-5 over Luminosity, 7-3 over Sonics. This is a team that really hasn't been fully challenged. They also beat Beast Coast 7-3. So if the average score against OXG right now sits at about 3.5 rounds, EZ is almost there, and we've only played 3 rounds so far. Diaz anti-blue collar, by the way, confirmed. You saw that? Shooting the overalls, shooting the common man's goods. We got the bourgeoisie on the board, folks.
We got the what now?
Bourgeoisie.
Bourgeoisie.
Bourgeoisie. That was a reference solely for Lynx, by the way, and I'm sure he enjoyed it.
Oh, such a good friend to Carter.
Do I try my best? He is my son,
He's
after
your son.
all.
Yep.
Half of the way through the round, OXG's focus is on that garage wall. Looks like they've opened it up. They also strike first. There's Newers on yellow stairs, asserting himself ever closer to the bomb site after killing Pambazoo.
Good start. Got Yogg on the Nerf for the flank late round. Comes off the side, execute. So this is OXG striking from multiple locations. For once, you see it here, the flank starting on the Visa staircase. Can't be seen by those cameras, but can be heard. You no longer silent or reduced audio with that gadget activation. There was a nuke that came about 6 months ago. Dream, fire, smoke, OXG go, Yogg flank. That's the whole game plan right now for OXG.
Olo amidst the smoke will try to reposition NJR, the first kill for DZ. Diffuser being pinged by Canadian as he's allowing all of DZ to get their licks in. NJR, a huge round so far, all 3 kills. But now he's dropped by Yaga, who's sensational in this spot on Nook. You thought that Nook didn't really have a spot in pro play, did you? Yaga will need to clutch out now in the 1v2 or DZ goes up 4-0. Yaga had gone over to M80 during SI. Now back to OXG, but still playing with Gomez and Diaz as he was in Brazil. Canadian will see exactly where that diffuser is going down. Will he put himself in harm's way? He allows it to go off. Imperative that he and Bolo work together. Bolo gets the kill. Who gets the diffuser, though? That's the question. Do you give it to the Bodog? Do you give it to Jason Doty? Does Troy Jaroslavsky get it? Comedian, as some would call him. I'm not sure. We didn't get to see it. 4-0, though, for DZ.
I want to praise the attack from OXG. I thought it was really well executed. You know, the flank was successful. The capital also successful. But DC, again, strategically, they're thinking 2 steps ahead. So OXG trying to go for a smoke capital fire plant in the middle of the bomb site. What does DC do? They have Canadian on Solus, literally on the top floor of the building with the Solus scanner active, just going, he's planting here, pings him. Hell, he's planting here, pings that guy as well. And then NGR on the bomb side will just get the kills through the smokes. It's completely free. And it's one of those simple things where if you don't have a smart player on the Solus operator, you don't get that full value. If you don't have somebody with a big brain, if you will, like Canadian, you might not see that kind of play. As a team, that was set up from the very beginning from Dark Zero based off their player positions. And OXG, they bought into it. Guys, the bomb site's pretty clear here. They cannot see through the smoke. We can just go for it. You were wrong. And sure, the flank was successful, but guess what? You don't have diffuser. You didn't plant it down. You don't have a man advantage because you're always losing those right now if you're OXG. And it comes down to the intel game, the information available. And this is a consulate with Mira, Pulse, Valkyrie, Maestro open, Solus open. It's just a matter of what do you want to know? And you just pick the perfect operator in terms of intel if you're a defender. And if you're attacking, you gotta worry about playing IQ or soft destruction. And if you're playing IQ, you gotta hunt down the Solus or hunt down the poles. It's not easy to get into the building of Consulate. And it's why they're struggling in those early engagements.
The familiar spot for Canadian now, playing it downstairs. That's where he spent a great deal of time before, but I don't know if Visa, if he wants to go back upstairs or down below. Yaga's got a read on his cross. If the silhouettes don't betray me, this might be a very tough spot for Canadian. Newers walks in up top. In managers from admin. Pan Bazoo's got so many bullets in that P90. Hasn't reloaded. Still has 28 more. OXG took their time out. They lost the next round. The round after, this one right here, Gomez and Newers are gone, and there's 90 seconds left.
That was just bad for Oxygen. The drone arrived to find the roamer after both members had died on the entry, so they're being sold. I mean, I don't blame Yok for that death, because what are you gonna do here? You're playing 3v5, but Oxygen, they're the team where they look disjointed. They're not droning for each other. They're not playing together. They're not getting into the building, and they look frustrated. And I mean, DC are doing a great job of making it difficult for them. It's hard to problem solve right now. And if you start falling apart in those early engagements, you get frustrated in the server. You start tilting a little bit. The guns aren't hitting their marks. It's tough, man. But you gotta do something here. You might as well just go for a side rush or something, because clearly the good old default takes for Oxygen are not working. DC, full counterplay.
Bamazoo holding court up top. Crossing the projector. As long as he can actually hold this out, he might be in good spot, but he's gonna go for a run through main door. This is as clear as it can get. Nobody from OXG to catch him. Dream in hot pursuit. Is this really the best use of your time? Everybody from Dark Zero is still alive. There we go. Pamazoo might have overstayed his welcome. A labyrinth of closed doors awaits Dream.
15 seconds.
You guys will need to link up with him. Spots a player from DZ, but Dark Zero are so adept at playing keep away. Leif has had a very quiet game. He gets on the board by killing Dream in this round, and there's Bolo with the shotgun on banana stairs. OXG held scoreless so far. It's 5-0. DZ hanging on all cylinders.
There's a really real chance for like a 7-0, or at the very least a 6-0 half, and then we'll see what happens after that. But this is not what I expected. I mean, we gotta look at the matches with like somewhat realistic eyes, right? Okay, should DC beat OXG, looking at how both teams have played this stage? Maybe in overtime, maybe in a super hard-fought victory, maybe if OXG don't show up on the game day. But this is, in my world, more DC playing well than OXG playing poorly. Sure, that last round, the misdrone, the miscommunication, losing two of those early players, and then the round is basically over at that point, that's completely on OXG. I mean, Pamba hit some great shots, he saw an opportunity, but you don't drone, like, what do you expect? But the previous, like the first 4 rounds, that's DC with counterplay. Hitting good shots, having that strategical depth, having those win conditions, having verticality, having info, making it difficult. I want to see OXG just full send or something on this final round, because the default takes are not working. And I like the Muncie, I like the Amaru, I want to see some confidence with that. You gotta full commit, you gotta believe in yourself here, you gotta show us you believe in yourself. No walking in, not checking your corners, not doing things properly, no baiting outside the building. No, you gotta just get in there and just do what you can do, because you need to shift this momentum. And you gotta shut down Dark Zero, because if you keep letting someone like Pambatsu and Bolo run away, just picking up kill after kill. I mean, Bolo hasn't even died yet. He's 8-0. When you let them do that to you, you're not gonna stop until it's over. And then it very well could be like a 7-0 or a 7-1 here favoring DC. We see the approach here from OXG. CEO-oriented take. Armor on the window. Once we're gonna go yellow stairs, bog downstairs with verticality. This all makes sense. But if it makes sense to us, that means DC are likely ready for it too. And they got Canadian in the basement, scouting for intel. Now it comes down to the 1v1 here between Gomez and Canadian. But Gomez has drone intel as well. It's not a fair fight for Canadian, so he has to either escape with his life intact or win the engagement.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm putting my money on Gomez here.
Okay. I believe in Troy. Come on. Come on, Troy. Okay.
I was right.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Gomez destroys Canadian down below. I think the bigger thing for the Pulse, though, was just simply wasting the time. And again, if you've got Bolo playing the way he has, NJR having a 3-piece in 1 round, Bambazoo, multiple multi-kill rounds, two in fact, is great. I mean, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is just waste time, and that's exactly what Canadian did. I know I started off this broadcast by pointing my finger at Canadian and saying, you know, hey, maybe we might start to be a bit critical about the roles that he plays on and the operators in particular, but it seems to be working out here. I knew that Dark Zero would bounce back at some point. I didn't expect this kind of fall off for OXG though, Nick. Oh my.
Either.
Were you coughing because of the smoke on your screen? Because that's exactly what Dream was doing, and then Gomez dies to NJR, who's still holding this same position.
Talk to you for Dream.
Toxic canister to go out, and Dream is just, at this point, just waiting. Nafe has one more Toxic Babe with 35 seconds left. This is well timed by Dark Zero.
No one's helping Dream, by the way. He's trying to set things up, being the bait player. They're going to try and go into that CEO window, but if no one helps Dream, he cannot progress. Last Toxic Babe, though, OXG very slow execute here.
He's going to walk in DZ, doubling up on those kills. Dream has been the star of the show from a spectator perspective. Ooh, from DZ, we'll get this last kill. Bolo, 11-0 to start the first half. Good God, Dark Zero. Did OXG get the day off today? I wasn't aware that they didn't even bother to show up. OXG doing their best ninjas in pajamas impression, and they all have the same long face that we saw from Nip in yesterday's matches. A tremendous first half for Dark Zero and a rare smile on their faces. There has not been a lot for Dark Zero to smile about so far through this stage, but how about a 6-0 on a map that's been played twice? It has a 50-50 win rate for the defenders and the attackers. We saw our very first server tellers defense win at a 100% success rate for the attackers prior to it getting played, albeit only through two attempts. OXG called their timeout 3 rounds ago. It did absolutely nothing.
No.
Newers has looked...
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, there's words I want to use. But I don't want to say them on the broadcast. Newers is having a terrible day.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Newers led in rating and in KD coming into today. He also had the 3rd highest cost. Spoit and Dream sharing the highest, then Nafe, then Newers, then Diaz, by the way. Newers also having the 2nd most clutches. He's a plus 27 on his KD ahead of Ashen, and he's going to tumble down right now unless he can pick it up and OXG can pick it up. Newers sits on a 2-5 scoreline. 3 points for Dark Zero would push them up into 3rd place. They would just jump ahead of Wildcard and Space Station. However, those teams still have matches to play, so easy jumping up in the standings is good for them, obviously. Gets them out of the basement right now that they share with Luminosity and Los. But all of these teams are so close together, only 2 points separating 3rd and 8th. 1 minute off of the clock, Nick and DZ bringing a bit of a different lineup than what we saw from OXG.
Didn't Bolo have like a 0.00 rating game recently where he was like 0-8, and then now he's 11-0 with that? What's gonna probably be a very high rating after this game ends, assuming that DC, of course, they take it soon and we don't go all the way to overtime or something like that. Because if you're a DC fan, you know that there's this thing where it goes well, it was easy for a moment, and then before you know it, it's like overtime, and you know they win out eventually, but it's such a struggle and it creates heart attacks with their fans. DC are playing it very slow, methodical right now. They want to get an early pick. When I pick this apart, it's a limited top 4 take. Kind of like on Cafe, where they take like one control of like admin, they do verticality, they rotate downstairs, and they attack the bomb site instead. But with Solus open, you can read that. You can see where those air jabs are, destroy them, see where those drones are, go for a flank. Neurus also has a good read. They know where the attack is coming from, but DC, they're progressing. They got the drone, they got the guns behind it, and they're moving forward and closing in on the bomb site itself.
I don't know if you saw this, but the other day in the OS League, the Circular Spheres goofed had the best rating that we have ever seen tracked by Siege GG at a 2.85. And that's because Goofed went 15-0. Olo at 11-0 is certainly trying to challenge that, almost as if he took that personally. Mind you, he wasn't the one that was holding on to that rating, so it's not like he lost anything, but certainly a terrific performance from Bolo. Playing on Ram, when you look at the lineup from DZ, Bolo might not be one of the main points of the spear, so if DZ does win this round, there's a high likelihood that Bolo might survive the whole way. This is very, very bad, though. Carving into the wall does not allow Canadian to get through. He has no protection. There goes a Nitro Cell. Pambazu dies. Newer's trading off. Nafe goes down. Canadian goes down. Bolo, save the KD. You just need to live for another second. Don't die. Good. Job done. OXG wins the round. Bolo survives. At this current point in time, Bolo living through all of these rounds might be more valuable than OXG winning the round. But if you're ever going to mount a comeback, you got to start with the first win, and that's what OXG gets done on their very first defense.
It really is a matter of just a best of one in rounds if you're OXG, right? Because you go round by round, and eventually you're hopeful to see overtime, and if not, then you know it's over. So two things there for Dark Zero. One, very slow attack, you know, just like in good old Dark Zero fashion, but also, I don't know if Canadian got stuck on the rotate and couldn't go through it, or if he rubber banded back, you know, on the opposite side, because it looked like he was turning his gun looking for a gunfight, but he was not on our screen actually past the rotate itself. Not entirely sure what happened, but I wouldn't say that it impacted the outcome of the round. You know, there was no time. Bolo wasn't there to cover. I don't think the plant would have gone down regardless. So I think speed is the problem right now for DC. It's the first round. You gotta feel things out. And also, not that this is probably true, but if you're Bolo and you get 11-0, you might play a little bit more passive in the early stages of the round if you want to hold on to that, you know, 11-0 stat line. I don't think Jason's that kind of guy, but you never know, right? If you realize what kind of game you're having right now and you like the numbers, you might try and play a little bit safe. But it's no surprise that on defense, Troy played, you know, the Solis, the Pulse, with information to call the shots as the leader for the team, and in similar fashion on attack. Now he's on to Monty, previously he was on Osa. These kind of safe roles where he can fully enable his brain to think about the strategical elements of the round and not worry about, hey, what about this gunfight? What about this engagement I might have in a second? You just play Monty, you extend your shield, you go, hey, this room is clear, that room is clear, any over here on yellow ping. Guys, we're gonna try and plant in this corner. You know, NGR protect me, whatever the case might be. It enables the leadership from Canadian to take full control of those small details in the round. But also, if you're the Monty, you can shove people out of the room clear. If you find Yogg up top floor and you're Monty, you can take him down. If you go basement tier and you find anybody in servers, you can also take them down. And it's just important that somebody helps Troy, like one gun behind him is all he needs to just start taking map control. And we see it right now. Joins the room, walks in, you know it's free, completely free roam clear if there were any roamers, but there's not.
This is something that obviously, because we couldn't hear the desk, we didn't know, but it was indeed 0-8.
Yeah.
You were correct about that one. Jesse actually mentioned it, and it was Bolo's worst game of his career, which is a heck of a time to have it.
It's one of the
Always
worst
gonna
games
have
ever.
a worst game of your career. It exists for everybody, but I mean, I guess to have it in a middle stage match when things are not as bad as they could be, why not? Get it out of the way. Slump early and catch fire when it matters the most. Dark Zero on fire so far through this match against OXG. 6-1 the scoreline, as you can see on the top of your screen. OXG knows the assault coming from the east side of this map. And there's the Monty, taking a lot of damage. Grima Pambazu looking to strike. Gomez in the top spot. Finished off by Canadian. Not long enough, though. He's dropped, but not dead. Come to blows, both teams. There goes TS Pambazoo in on it. Goodbye, Yaga. 12-0 for Bolo. He doesn't die. DZ wins the match. 12-0 for Jason Doty.
Oh boy.
DZ destroy the #1 rated team in North America. Not only was OXG undefeated, Nick, but they had not lost, or they had only won in regulation. And yet, not only do they lose here, but they get blown out, only a single round victory. An embarrassing result for OXG, but their spot in the top 6 is locked in. And depending on what happens with today's matchups, the likelihood that they finish in the top 2 could increase as well. Because right now, there's nobody that's going to be able to catch them outside of M80, who are right behind them. So OXG have quite the cushion, and they've still got a couple more games to lock in that top 2 spot.
I'm also sure that there are some fans out there that really, they got a good amount of channel points on this one, I think, because very few people going into this game thought, you know what, DC are gonna win, and they're gonna win 7-1. I bet you nobody really predicted that, but it happened. Big surprise.
Yeah, I certainly didn't expect that result one bit. Third time that we've seen Consulate so far gives us a not super exciting matchup, if we're being completely frank, but one that is definitely worth talking about. And I know the desk is going to love to dive into that. We've still got 2 more matches to go as well. So we'll be right back as the NA League continues today. All right.
streak is dead. No more our Dark Zero a bottom of the barrel team after that win. No more our Oxygen undefeated in this stage. Everything has turned upside down, and as it turns out, Laxing actually had a pretty good pick going with DZ as opposed to Oxygen. He picked the streak to end. Both these clowns on the desk said, nah, there's no way that's gonna happen, but we didn't take into Consulate. That was never in the playbook for any of us, seemingly, and that was the main reason DZ got the win today.
I think we were definitely stressed out when we saw the map come out. Me and Jesse both had faith in OXG, and unfortunately our faith was didn't go in our favor.
Yeah. Very
ill-placed.
yeah.
But when it comes to DZ, when it comes to the map, they got everything in their cards exactly how they wanted to play. They were able to abuse the vertical play, especially on their defenses. They were able to just use the Solus to stop plants. They were able to use the C4s to stop plants. DZ had everything that they wanted, step by step by step. It was them the whole time, and it didn't look like OXG was doing anything out of the sort to kind of shake it up. They didn't even have an opportunity to get an opening pick. DZ was just playing so slow, forcing them to go to execute, and then they'd stop the plant.
Yeah, it felt like in the first quarter, we really saw Oxygen getting shut out. They would take so long to go for those executes, as you said, and then there would be some big play from Dark Zero, which would stop them from getting that plant down on the ground. And then as the rounds kind of went on, as we got into rounds like 4, 5, 6, there were a couple opening picks for Oxygen. They were starting to work those in there. But even still, like, they would be walking into rooms, they would end up falling to pieces. They would get stalled out by toxic babes on the top floor, even when they tried to bring a Monty. No matter what they tried, it just felt like they could never really get going on what they wanted to do for their executes, and it ended up being a big problem.
So there's only so much we can talk about this game. I think the lobby and what the VOD showed is really going to speak for itself. The one round where OXG won anything felt like a DZ mistake on trying to execute when Nafe wasn't able to push him through single panel. That was the one time, but there's only so much we can talk about it. I want to hear Bolo talk about this game. Dude, congratulations, but just briefly walk me through why on earth was this game so different to the Chalet game?
Something tells me he cannot hear us.
I don't know.
Can't hear you.
Well, we hear him.
Jason! Bolo! You hear me now?
Hear you.
No,
Can't
not
hear
yet?
You.
All right, we'll figure it out as time goes. I mean, again, consider this. They lose to Beast Coast on Chalet 7-1. They come back and beat an undefeated OXG 7-1. Something happened in the background, and I really want to know what that main thing was.
I mean, I think the main thing was just DZ's comfortability, and we talked about it in the pre-show of them just wanting to be able to.
I can hear music right now. I just can't hear the desk.
I hear Bolo in the background. But the DZ just slowly wanted to get him back into the pace of things, and they knew what they needed to be done. And that game gave them everything. They just fell back into pretty much playing slow and just playing the DZ fashion. OXG didn't really do anything out of the way. I mean, I think it goes to show too that obviously Bolo, the guy talking to my ear, had an amazing game himself too. So it was really difficult when you are trying to enter a room and you're getting shot through the floor or just getting shot in the face by Bolo.
General point though, I don't think anybody I'll have to do a double check on the standings. Everyone on DZ felt like they were playing so much better. Just looking at how they slid over the past couple play days to now, that's a pretty remarkable recovery. Like, round count aside, individual stats is what I was like really looking at in this game.
Certainly, and I mean, obviously we can talk about Bolo going from his worst career game of all time into a perfect 12-0 match. That's ridiculous, but it's a great point that everybody was seemingly stepping up and playing their role. Pambazoo was getting more and more entries than what we've seen for the majority of the games that they've played so far. We saw NJR playing really well on the defense, sitting down as an anchor. Felt like he was starting to finally find his stride. 7-3.
Troy was the only one who wasn't positive. That
even
guy.
Canadian, you could see him on the pulse, you could see him on the Solus feeding that information to his team. That's what he does best, and he was still doing that effectively on the defensive half. Even if it didn't mean that he was getting those kills, he was contributing to the team's success, and I don't think you look at the 3 and 4 and you could be too critical of the guy.
Gomez said in the interview after they went 5-0 last week, the best of ones to them don't matter too much, which I don't disagree with, but when you say that after you've already basically done most of the job, you qualified for playoffs, is losing a game, not just losing the next game after you've already qualified for playoffs, but losing in this kind of fashion, is there anything to suggest they took their foot off the gas here?
I don't necessarily know if they took their foot off the gas. Obviously, there is this phenomenon that happened when I was on the roster where the last 2 stages we would go up 4-0.
You do really good.
Yeah, we do really good and then just tank really hard. And I don't necessarily know if it's a momentum thing or just taking your foot off the gas, or maybe in your mind, okay, we've secured playoffs, maybe we don't have to try as hard. I really don't want that to be the case with OXG because I feel like this stage is a statement. They've changed as much as I would argue some of the teams that have done full rebrand restructures. They've changed so much. So to them, I would say it's almost making a statement. They have to be able to get first in my eyes for it to be more of a success, because if they just make the playoffs, make the major, obviously it'd be better than what we did last year, but I wouldn't necessarily say you got much better. I would want to see them continuously be this dominant force that we've seen the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a statement no matter what. Either it's going to be a statement of Oxygen Esports, after a big offseason, not playing at the Six Invitational, have come out and are now the best team in North America. That's statement A. Or the statement is Oxygen Esports came out of the gate swinging, they went up 5-0 in the season, and then they absolutely crumbled when it mattered most. If they lose these last couple games, fine, but if you lose when you get to playoffs, that's what really matters. They've not secured the major yet, even if they're going to be in that top 2 position, which isn't confirmed, but it's very, very likely. You know, you've still got to win those best of 3s. And so if they do take their foot off the gas, if they crumble here, that's going to be a big talking point. It's just not the talking point that they want.
You want to know what DZ did with this win, by the way?
What?
They were sitting in 8th place, not very many points, didn't have many chances to get points on the board. If we can show standings, I want to demonstrate exactly what they did in this game. They jumped to 3rd.
Wow.
One game was all it took to get from 8th and not going to playoffs to jumping above wild card. That was all it took for this team to suddenly look like they have an actual shot. Only problem is, only one game left to play for them to try and lock this position down.
Yeah, and that one game gives them a maximum of 3 points. That means their ceiling is 12. So Dark Zero are already locked out of the top 2. They're not going to be able to make it in there with M80's win earlier today. So they're not going to be able to find that bye round and skip the first stage of playoffs. But still, they're in a very competitive spot for that top 6. You can see the numbers. 9 to 6 points separates 3rd place to 8th. It's a very tight race, and Dark Zero, they're certainly in it.
Yeah, and so the whole time we saw them at the bottom of the leaderboard, so we were all just judging them, and now they're 3rd. So now we have to just be like, oh my God, Dark Zero's the best. They're back.
Yo, are bad.
They're so good.
Yeah.
Top 6 invite.
We called them a danger zone team, and we don't know if they're totally out of it yet. Because again, only having 3 more points you can get for the stage is still a bit of a problem when a lot of teams that are currently below them have a lot of chances to shoot up the leaderboard and maybe overtake them. It's 100% possible, but we'll have to see if that happens because they still have 1 game left over the course of the Super Week, and everybody else still has multiple that they can use to vault over DZ. Commiserations to OXG. You've already made playoffs, but you'll try to get top 2 and do that tomorrow. Game 3 is coming up next on Playday 7, so don't go anywhere. than this matchup. One team's won 3 games, the other's only won 2, yet despite being 4 whole positions apart from one another, there's only 2 points different in the standings. Luminosity and Wildcard are by no means currently locked into the positions where they currently sit, but maybe this game just matters a little bit more than both teams might give it credit for. I'm Jacob, he's Foxay, he is Jesse. This is game 3, and this is a Beast Coast, sorry, I did a whole intro for a team that wasn't Beast Coast and then just said Beast Coast. Wildcard had a really, really good week last week. Not the same thing for LG because they only played 1 day and lost both games in a doubleheader, and somehow this headline is 100% true. We didn't expect this coming in, especially given how the first week went for both squads.
Not to really diminish Wildcard's success, but I really think the maps that they played last week took a big favor into why they found some wins. You know, Oregon. We talked about it in the pre-show. I don't know why we keep going to Oregon. Hopefully we don't see an Oregon again. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, I think that for Wildcard, I mean, it's good to see them bouncing back, right? They had a really rough start through the NAL stage so far, but they did get those back-to-back wins. They improved a lot throughout those games, so I'm excited to see that. We did see the stats quickly there from LG. You see their attack now, 39. Their defense as well won't be too high. 8th place across the board in basically every statistic. So there are a lot of areas where we want to see Luminosity improve.
We're both doing it now.
Blue circle teams, man. But no, there's a lot of areas where I think they still need to improve. I think they have been making improvements throughout the stage, but I think Wildcard so far have been making those improvements a little bit quicker, and they've been getting a bit more success because of it.
Let's touch on LG, not Beast Coast. We're getting this right very slowly. For LG, because of that slump, it's easy to kick them while they're down, but the overall intent is to look at, again, the accomplishments that a relatively new and young team has been able to produce so far since being in the NAL. It's been good for the games they've won, but it's also pretty easy to pick apart their mistakes.
Certainly, and I think this is a team that has high highs and low lows, and sometimes when they do have those lows, they look very scrappy. They look kind of all over the place. Sometimes it feels like we saw Hat and Kickshore were the only 2 players above 100 EPS, and it did feel like Hat was kind of really the big reason why they were able to win the couple of rounds that they've won and the couple of games that they've won. But I do think that overall, like, they're starting to play a bit more as a team, and we are starting to see a little bit of that comeback potential.
Let's recount that doubleheader they played just last Thursday as well. They didn't have a game to play on Friday, which meant they had to take those losses from Thursday and then just kind of stick with it. They played Oxygen, and it was relatively close. OXG, before this DZ game, even said it was their toughest game to date, then played DZ on Chalet and just got beat until they couldn't breathe. But now, they don't have that many top 4 teams left to play if they're able to get past Wildcard.
I mean, the thing that's impressed me about Luminosity is the fact that they can lose a game, go back, look at the footage, improve, and then advance going forward. They lost to SSG, and then they got 2 wins.
Yep.
Last week, they got 2 losses, so if the theory consists, I would say that they could get the next 3 wins, especially not playing necessarily any other top 4 teams, besides if you count Sonics up there, but they haven't looked that hot either. So in the run for Luminosity here, I definitely would say that they have impressed me in the way that they've been able to improve so far, and we've been seeing a lot of improvement game after game. So I think they're in a really good position, especially now going up against Wildcard.
Well, there's some things they're doing right. They're planting a lot, and they're trying to adapt, but we could still see some improvement from this team overall.
Certainly, and for Luminosity, that's what it's always going to be about when you're a new, young team. Unlike a lot of squads coming into the league, this is not a squad that has that rock of experience to really fall back on. A lot of the other newer rosters that we see, including their opponents, Wildcard, who are a bit new. They did play, last season under a different org. They've still got those really experienced players that they can rely on to look back on. These are 5 really young guys. None of them are even wearing jerseys in their pictures, right? They just haven't been around long enough to really establish themselves. And so I think it's going to take some time for them to get up to that point where they're playing with the other teams in the league. But as Fox was saying, it's that consistent ability to get better every week, every single week. And if we're seeing that, then I think I'm happy as an LG fan.
And ultimately, it's down to this LG team to eviscerate whatever expectations we came in with. They're the ones that set their own stage, and they need to make sure they can do that, especially against an opponent that's played the same map so far 3 times this stage. That's Wildcard. They won their doubleheader last Friday, 7-4 over Los on Oregon, and 7-1 over SSG on Oregon. Bold as hell to take the same map 2 games in a doubleheader, but they got 6 points. So who really cares, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the word consistency, and one thing that Wildcard, I know, kind of ironic name, Wildcard, one thing they're good at consistently being is on defense. They're just so slow and methodical with suffocating the other team, playing such an old-style version of Siege.
Yeah, I think this is a team that, you see being tested not as much on a variety of maps, but they're starting to flow more and more. You've got these experienced veterans coming in, and we're finding success because of it.
So let's just see what Bosco had to say about the way the teams performed and what they thought of themselves coming into Super Week.
It's Bosco, and I play for Wildcard Gaming. For the last few games coming up this week, we're not doing anything different than we've been doing all stage. We're just keeping our heads down and just working as hard as we can, trying to make what we do better and better each day. We started off pretty slow, playing a style that just, wasn't really working, and week by week we're actively, trying to change what we're doing and improve upon it. Kansan, he's one of the best players that I've played with in my career. He just has that fragging ability and that game sense that just makes him a force to be reckoned with every single round. Kansan's just very good at, I think, positioning himself and getting involved in like what the overall goal is. He's just very good at being able to find impact in rounds. I think that every team in the league right now should not be underestimated, should not be slept on. Obviously the top two, M80, OXG, they're obviously showing that they're a force to be reckoned with. So I think they'll be like the best competition for playoffs, especially OXG. I think they look really good, and they picked up really good players. They have 5 really, really good players that are working well together. So yeah, I mean, I definitely hope to go up against those guys in a best of 3. I'd be happy playing any team in a best of 3, to be honest. It'd be fun to play SSG again in a BO3, play M80 again in a BO3, get some revenge on those guys. So yeah, I mean, we're ready for anybody we need to play to get to where we want to be.
Well, if it's a point made by Bosco, it's the one that's definitely worth paying attention to, especially hearing the teams that he would love to face in a best-of-3 context. But you still got to get out of the best-of-1s before you do that. And those BO1s, especially last week, were a tale of the same game, but also a very different game at the same time, especially where Oregon was concerned. Jesse, you made a pretty bold statement on the desk last week. Can you just recount for the people who might have missed it?
Did I? I mean, listen, I didn't expect that they would change anything going through from one Oregon to another because they played the same map on the same day twice. And unfortunately for me, well, they did. And Mipa kind of called me out for it after the game. They changed everything going from Oregon #1 to Oregon #2.
I mean, going from Oregon to Oregon, obviously it's a map that you can't really switch too much up, and they still were able to go in and counter it as if they were, I mean, that's kind of like insane, don't you think? Going in and looking at what your team does and then creating complete counter strats to what your team's going to do.
Counter-stratting yourself is
counter-stratting that counter strat. It's like counter-stratception, and to me, it doesn't really make too much sense. And I think everyone can see why. It took me a second to catch my breath for a minute. I mean, really dress the part, you know?
Maybe I think I owe you an apology because I didn't respect your game. I underestimated you, and that's my fault. So that's a clown for me for not predicting you guys to change absolutely everything about your Oregon. And we saw them play those defenses back to back. We saw them try to go down to the basement. I loved the zombie adaptations where they started to move that over towards main stairs. We started to see more Valkyrie play on the top floor from Kansan. Ultimately, I hated on Wildcard last week, and I paid the price in my predictions because of it. But you know what? I'm hoping to make up for that this week, and I'm hoping to see Wildcard do well.
Fox, there might have been some good analysis in there, but I just can't take him seriously with any of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the general consensus is Wildcard is really good at Oregon, and let's hope they don't go there.
All right, cool. Yeah, we'll see if LG take the ban phase in a different direction, especially considering Wildcard have already shown a whole bunch on. Oh dear God. Again? They're doing it again?
Oh, brother.
Listen, I've predicted Wildcard to lose 2 Oregons in a row. I'm not going to do it a third time. They're back in their comfy place. It's what Wildcard like. They already changed all of their strats from their second play to their third play. I've got full confidence they'll change it all again for their 4th.
It's the 4th time they're playing at this stage.
How much?
Their 4th time. Their 3rd time playing it in a row.
How much new stuff can you do on Oregon?
It's the same map, and Bosco even said it himself. You don't really change up much on Oregon, except where Wildcard literally changed everything. It's a weird thing, Rainbow Six Siege at a competitive level. So, Wildcard again? I mean, Jesse, at this point,
you started off.
Yeah, there's no way you pick LG.
I can't pick LG. I would have to keep wearing this in the next segment if I picked LG.
Okay, well, you might need to lend me that for the next segment because, in my opinion, I think Luminosity, we talked about them go and looking at the footage.
Don't do it.
This is the 4th time Wildcard's played Oregon.
Wait.
I think I'm going to go with Luminosity just because this is the 4th time Wildcard is played. I mean, I'll wear it proud. We're going to see. Listen, me and Jesse talked about it, and we just need to make sure Lax does not get first.
True. That's the crazy thing.
So we're splitting the system.
Lax with that DZ pick over Oxygen has now tied everybody on the deck. He's been down at the bottom. He's been in the abyss for this entire stage. And now we're doing this? Fox is just trying to reclaim his lead by any means necessary. You really think LG have enough footage and they're going to be able to beat Wildcard in this game?
When I look at all the teams in the NAL, who's the one team that is grabbing the footage, going into the back rooms, and adapting, making things better? They lost 2 games last week. That means they win the next 3. I'm going Luminosity.
The next 3?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, man. I got too many jokers on this desk. Parker, Pengu, please save me from this hellscape. Have fun casting, by the way.
Win streak over both SSG and Los in their last play day. They had the back-to-back. By Jove, they've made it. They're going up against a team that has maybe not realized their full potential, but both of these squads are newer teams. You know, there was a lot of question marks about some of these North America teams coming into this matchup. LG now officially in last place outside of Los. I should say this.
Okay, yeah.
Outside of Los. So technically in second last place. Wildcard in 4th place, tied with 8 points. They sit in the same spot as Space Station. Space Station will be in our final matchup of the day, going up against Beast Coast, who are 1 point back of them. It is a very competitive NA league. Dark Zero in 3rd place with 9 points. LG in 8th place with 6 points. If LG wins in regulation, they also jump up to 3rd place, Nick. So, my, how close it is. What are your expectations for this match?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, that's where I'm at, and I don't like that. I'm like, okay, LG could win. Wildcard could win. They're playing Oregon, like that 50-50 map where it's about like those basic fundamentals and level of play. And teamwork, of course, is all maps. And frankly, this could be a 7-0 for either side. It could be an overtime game for all I know. Operator bans, nothing too out of the norm besides maybe the Solus here. Oregon, you don't really have all that much movement happening because attackers, they lock down the map pretty quickly. So usually Solus is out open, then you ban the Asami, for example, you ban like the Capital, the Munti, like those kinds of operators, of course those being attackers. But Asami being let through here is a very big surprise to me. Of course, if you're starting defense like LG, you know, you're very happy about that. You can now play Asami on every single bomb site and just strengthen your position. And it's going to be a very utility-oriented start here for Luminosity. You're going to bring the Wamai, the Mirror, the Asami, the Smoke, the Warden. But just by looking at this lineup, you can go, they're not going to roam, right? There's going to be 5 people in the basement waiting the attackers to arrive by the bomb site, and you want to brawl out in that 5 versus 5. Of course, you can swing that freezer staircase launcher, a big tower staircase, kill a couple of drones, then fall back, try and stall a little bit of time for the attackers and slow them down. And Wildcard, during the operator or for the drone phase, they have also recognized that yes, this will be about utility. Attacker repick onto the Grim, showing the Capital, that's gonna be the bombs that execute. They got the Ash, specifically to counter that mirror windows by shooting an Ash breaching round directly onto the mirror window. It's gonna shatter it, just like when you melee punch it. That's how you can counter that operator. And you got Maverick to guarantee those hatches will be opened up in case there's a Kaid. There's not though, but just in case. Kixera will start in the roam, looking for that first drone. You will find it, and then peel back, step by step, again, just slightly slowing down the attack.
Hansen entered the day as one of the highest rated players in the league, and honestly might have even surpassed Newers after that poor performance, I think you can say, from Newers.
Yeah.
And yes, Hansen does retain the highest rating now. Also the 2nd highest KD, 5th highest entry, the 4th highest KOST. So it has been a tremendous glow up for Kansan. And I mean, when he was on that Sonics roster, I don't think anybody ever doubted his capabilities as a competitor when it comes to mechanical aim. But the rumors were to be true, and I can't even recall if Sonics ever actually made an official statement about this. The issues that Kansan had on the team was just simply with gelling with the team. It wasn't that he wasn't a good gunner. So, in that sense, as long as he can gel with this wildcard roster, you get the best out of him. Wouldn't really surprise me to see him continue to play the way he does. Wildcard also has Bosco near the top of ratings. It's been a great bounce back for Bosco, who took quite a long time off, but there's a reason why we call him the Boss Goat.
So nice having him back, honestly, and he brings that old school vibe to the new version of Siege, I feel like. You know, as an old fan of the game, an old player of the game myself, Wildcard, very basic round right now, going to that, you know, second phase of opening things up, and now entering that third mini execute here. Eddie holding blue with the shield, being annoying towards the attackers, and might become problematic here. No, there's a grenade, should clear the shield. They're gonna peel back a little bit. There's a double team up here on blue, trying to deny one of the possible injuries for the attackers. He's going out, it's a Wildcard, they wanna go right now.
They will go, both teams, in fact. Wi-Fi cleaning up with 2 kills. Eddie holding inside of blue. He knows there's another coming. Spiker creeping up. He takes out Silent. Eddie still in this position. Wi-Fi a 3rd kill. Spiker was holding over by blue. Now over towards Pillar, looking hallway. Ooh, he eliminates what remains of Wi-Fi. It was only a single bullet. Spiker will also grab that diffuser. Next player up, tucked into freezer door. No cross to be established. Eddie is on the ground. Kicksrow holding the door to get the final kill, and Luminosity will start off with a round victory.
Oh, they will. And it is really like classic Basement Oregon, 5 versus 5, chaos in the server. No one really knows what's going on, but everyone has an idea of what might be happening, right? You're gonna drop down that meeting hatch, come down the tower stairs, walk into blue double door, and it comes down to those small moments of team play where who has the 2 versus 1, who can land those grenades or capital fires, grim bees, etc., and just come out on top, then stabilize, fall back, hold that second position like we saw from LG, and then just secure the round. It's a really good start, but it's the expected outcome, right? That base and bumps that is so strong, favoring defense, and it's why we see more and more teams stop roaming. It's not worth the risk of losing a player when you can just play it out 5 versus 5, and unless you're a team that just, for some reason, suck at teamwork in those kind of scenarios, you might as well go for it. It's a very safe play. It's a very comfortable position to be in as a team. Now, LG, they gotta go that bump site rotation. Secondary is usually this, hit storm, bump site. And this will require you to extend around the map. You cannot just sit the bump site because unlike basement, it's not very strong. Everything's self-destructible from downstairs. You got the big window, and you got the single window into Kid Storms, cutting off the bump site in half in 2 separate areas. So, what do? You play big tower with an attic rotate. They had Lesion instead of dining, trying to hold small tower as well. And you're just trying to spread out thin across the map, so that at the very least you'll know where the attack will be starting from. Then of course, if you know the pressure is too much, you can fall back. Play the bomb site itself, but now you have information. You know what's clear, you know what isn't, you know what to expect. Or you can play in those positions like Big Tower and just say, I am going to either die in this position or get kills here, because I'm not gonna surrender this map control. Silent's gonna punch the window, and if it's being watched, he might die, but no, it's not. He finds a free pick.
Oh my. Not the start that Kansan wanted, especially after I just hyped him up in that previous round.
That's the curse.
No. 0-2? You don't get to thrust that upon me. No.
Oh, no.
Silent's still in a pretty advantageous spot up here.
Oh, yeah.
1 minute from wildcard, spent on trying to flush Silent out of the top of back tower. Instead, maybe it's time to use that time and that focus elsewhere. Wildcard, rush through bedroom, open up closet wall, looking in the games. Wi-Fi now taking some damage as LG finds some targets from Wildcard. Can't shoot back though. Now it's Bosco to find one of his own. He suffers for it. There's Adrenal Surge that will go out now as Wildcard are opening up attic, at least from Trophy. That's not usually the way that you see people doing that. Down goes Spiker. I wonder where Silent has ended up, as the last time we saw him, he was on an expedition over towards T3. He's still in this spot.
Okay.
Silent's got 3 kills from back tower. Nobody from Wildcard has been able to shake him off. Vertical and Bosco now looking at a more linear attack. Vertical, last one standing. LG have only suffered some damage to Wi-Fi, and they will get a flawless round to go up 2-0.
I mean, that's just a big tower round victory right there from Silent. I mean, the thing about big tower is that it's such a hard position to clear as an attacking team, because you need like 3 players or more to deal with it. Most teams, unless you very decisively, you join up in prep phase, you say, hey, there's a guy playing big tower. Guys, let's go for him. Isolate, pick up the kill, hopefully play 5 versus 4. Unless you do that, very active play and decision, you're not gonna send 3 players to tower ever in the beginning of a round. Because again, as attackers, you're not go master bedroom, you're not go small tower, you're not gain map control. So what happens? Well, one player has focus on big tower holding those window, he dies. Then somebody else has to do it and hold that window, then he dies afterwards. Silent finds all those kills. Meanwhile, the bomb side, nothing's really happening. Wildcard, they were not progressing anywhere, not applying any meaningful pressure. So LG don't have to move anywhere. They don't gotta rotate, they don't gotta expose their positions. They're feeling very comfortable in the server. And it's all about when you play a map like Oregon that is, it's pretty much figured out at this point, right? Every team plays in a similar fashion. It comes down to like minor details. It's about trying to catch opponents by surprise or playing aggressively together, or just strategically sound. Wildcard in the first 2 rounds, they haven't really hit all those checkpoints. Sure, on that basement attack, it was a 5v5. They lost some of those small gunfights, whatever, not a big issue. But in that previous round, they were locked out from the moment that Kansan died. And that's not a great start. This time, though, Kansan almost dies once more, but he is successful in the gunfight. And now Wildcard, they have the advantage. It's turret or bomb side. They're in the favorable spot with an advantage in that first opening duel. And they have 5 players alive. It's good stuff.
This is more like we expected from Wildcard. Still got 2 Adrenal Surges as well from Vertical to try and get Kansan back up to full HP. Obviously, I'm no numbers guy, but we'll get awfully close. One thing with Gridlock is that Gridlock being not a 3 armor anymore, being a 3 health. She has more HP than everybody else. I don't know about you, but I still die hard with the
armor and speed.
Armor versus speed, etc. Yeah.
Oh, me too. I call them 1 speeds instead of calling them 3 healths. That's how I go about it. Some players, they don't like playing those like 1 speed operators because like you're just very slow. Oh, okay, good night. Doesn't matter if you're standing still like Spiker was, but if you stand still in a gunfight, you might just lose out because of course having movement in siege doesn't there's no penalty in your aim accuracy, so you might as well be moving while shooting. 4v4 now, Wildcard to get the opening pick, and now they're rotating upstairs to try and pick apart this roam, but this is where things get difficult. You got those mute jammers in your path. You got goo mines. Rambi takes down deletion though. Silent will not get a 3k in this round. And Wildcard, you're still progressing up top floor, working multiple angles.
Vertical finding every goo mine that he can. Goo magnet. Realizes he's got control of Attic. There's nobody there now. Contested Wildcard having some issues. We go back to a 3v3. X-Row and Silent died on side of LG. Now it's Spiker and Bosco who have faltered. Bosco still searching for his first kill. Ditto for Vertical. Don't really have your default soft destructor from above. Oh my goodness. Hat, all 3 kills. Call that a hat trick. Rampy outduels him. If Wildcard can keep trading, it's a good spot to be in, but you can't trade your way down. You need to get that diffuser into the bomb site and get it planted. Vertical will surrender the case, and Luminosity looks poised and ready to go up to a 3-0 lead. Unless Rampy has something to say about that. Soft wall to his right, flashing to his left. And Wi-Fi is there to continue a strong performance that all of LG, frankly, has had. They're undefeated so far and will do the perfect site rotation here on Oregon.
I actually like this from LG. They're applying pressure so well on the defending side. You know, they lose top floor control, they go for attic flank. You know, they don't just rely on the bomb side, they don't just rely on the roam. They're always playing both sides of the coin. And again, Wildcard got a problem solved in so many different directions at the same time. With that being said though, Wildcard did have 2 different teams operating at the same time. They had 1 team going upstairs for the roam clear and 1 team trying to work the bomb side or apply some pressure downstairs like small tower, dining hallway, etc. So I will say Wildcard did the right thing in that round, but if you lose in those, duels, if you lose in those 1v1s, it doesn't really matter in the end. And yeah, they were missing a vertical destroyer for the bomb site itself. So you have Gridlock's secondary shotgun tearing apart the floor very slowly. And guess what? When you open the floor, you only have 3 shells. If that was your 3rd bullet in the magazine, you can't shoot the player that you find right beneath your feet, so you die. Those things happen. But yes, perfect bomb site rotation, which on Oregon is so crucial. You have one very playable bomb site of the basement. Hit Storm secondary is, I would say, 50-50. Tertiary is a bit of a coin flip. It can be great for defenders or terrible based on what team you are and what kind of attacking team your opponent is in the current meta. So now you get 3 rounds, great. Back to bomb site, basement bomb site again, likely to go 4-0. This is exactly where you want to be. This is best case scenario for LG. And they look so strong last time in basement. I'm surprised in one way that they're not going to do the exact same thing with their operator lineup, but at the same time, why do the exact same thing and be predictable when you can make minor changes? There's no Asami right now, for example. We're seeing Lesion with those Mutiamas upstairs getting a bit active with the roam, making again wildcard problem solve a new scenario they have not seen before from LG in the server as of this moment, and having to adapt on the fly instead of relying on the previous round outcome.
Oh, this has been an interesting day in the NA League so far. Lowe's giving M80 a scare. Huge scare has forced M80 to fight for their lives. They ended up muscling out a victory. DZ demolishing OXG, handing OXG their very first loss. Now it's Luminosity springing out to a 3-0 lead over Wildcard. Probably a good time to talk about the site stats, though. Oregon's the 2nd most played map in North America, and it is a very defender-sided map on certain bomb sites. Laundry Supply, you expect the defenders to win, but not Storms. Storms actually is a 37% win rate for the defenders. That's very low for a highly picked site. It's been played 19 times. Overall, Oregon, 54% of all rounds won by the defenders, 46% of rounds won by the attackers. It's not a huge difference. And it certainly shouldn't explain the 3-0 lead that LG has.
Roam game's been used up. They burn half the clock though. 1 minute 35 seconds left. They dropped down that freezer hatch. They're now playing that 5v5 round again. So double stacking the freezer staircase here. That's scary. The big difference now is the pace of the round. Wildcard before were breaching hatch at like 1 minute 50, 1 minute 45. Now they're breaching their first hatch at 1 minute 30. So they're a bit slower, and you might not think 20 seconds, not a big deal, right? Well, it kind of is. Because after breaching those hatches, you gotta start taking staircase control. And you gotta join the bomb side. Then you gotta get all the 5 players in the right positions and get ready to execute. And of course, one last final check, drone those exact player positions again for updated information. So time could be a factor in this round. We see a more, I would not say passive setup, because there's no Asami. So Wi-Fi also in blue, playing an elbow with the shield instead of blue double door. And again, LG, they're trying to figure out where is the attack coming from. They're putting out those feelers, going for some swings, trying to gain intel, but they won't know for sure until they see the fire and smoke from Capital and the beast from Grim.
Wildcard's just gonna go for it. They drop in, perfect time to do that. They haven't cleared freezer though. Kick throw with 1, Kansan looking for more, only the single kill for Wildcard. LG clobbering WC. Vertical and freezer will once again find the goo mine. Different round, different site, same ultimate end result for him. And this is a hopeless situation. Toss out a grenade, it's greeted by the magnet. Now there will be a shotgun around the corner waiting for him. He somehow outduels Eddie. Can he get himself up in time with the adrenal surge? He can, but Wi-Fi seals the deal. What a performance for Wi-Fi. And yeah, I think that look on the face of Vertical tells the whole story. What really can we do? That's just the look of defeat. DZ streaked out to a huge lead, and now it's LG doing the exact same thing to Wildcard.
Defense is strong today. I gotta say though, I was like, okay, where the fire and Capital smoke goes, that's where the execute is gonna come from. And then Wildcard, they do the opposite. They don't use the Capital utility. They make that off-pace play instead, because if I think that's what's gonna happen, LG might be in a similar boat, right? You expect the utility to be spent first. Capital fire, Capital smoke, Grim Bees, execute, bang. The first Grim Bee went out, no Capital, just straight down the hatch trap into the bomb site. They were trying to catch LG off guard by executing 5 seconds before they were supposed to. But then again comes the issue of map design of Oregon. When you have that basement bomb site, you can drop down a hatch or walk down a staircase. Whether you're going fast or going slow, using your utility first or after, you're still kind of predictable as long as it's at 5 versus 5. Because when you have 5 defenders alive, you can watch every single avenue. You can watch Freezer, Laundry, Big Tower, Meeting Hatch Drop, and Blue Double Door. That's literally every single way into the site. If Wildcard had killed 1 or 2 defenders on the roam clear, even if they had suffered losses on attack as well, at least defenders cannot cover every single point of contact. That means there's going to be a gap somewhere if either you're lucky, you have the drone intel, or you get the right timing. But because it's 5v5 and not 3v3, attackers don't have that luxury, so they're completely locked out. Wildcard cannot find early advantages, and when they rarely do, well, they don't build around victory with it either. I like the drone work, I like the setup, I like the operator picks, so it's not really the bigger picture that's falling apart, it's those minor details that is making these rounds so hard for them.
The score lines right now, nobody on Wildcard with more than 3 kills. Bosco still held scoreless. Meanwhile, polar opposite on LG. Not only are they winning these 4 rounds, but they're preventing Wildcard from getting any real picks. 9 kills through 4 active rounds. You're looking at just about 2 kills on average for Wildcard every round. That is nowhere near close. I mean, really isn't that much of a difference between Luminosity to Wildcard. Yeah, Wildcard were in 3rd place until DZ vaulted over them after the last match. Wildcard were only 2 points ahead of Luminosity. Just as when we cast Brazil, we referenced this. In North America, there is a logjam. All of these teams are so close to one another in the standings. You're gonna have to scrap for every single point you can get. And right now, Luminosity up 4-0, hoping for a 5-0. They've already killed Spiker, and now Rampy will fall too. Wildcard really struggling to get in the building.
Horror. And they're fighting it all. Horizontal, they're fighting vertical, they're fighting every single location all at once. But again, it's LG with more players in stronger positions and more players alive in the round. Vertical finds one here onto Wi-Fi, a strong player from LG. But what now? What's the actual exit gonna look like? How do they get into the bomb site? Again, they gotta walk up a staircase or jump in a window, which are not favorable positions to be in.
I mean, where are Hansen and Bosco? These are your 2-star players. Look at the stats, and these guys are clobbering the competition.
Ow.
Hansen dies to silence, so does Bosco. Vertical's last alive again. The fact that it's Vertical always put into these positions 3 rounds in a row is terrible, and it looks like he's gonna head out of the building and will prompt a timeout for Wildcard. Look at Vert. Look at him. He's big chillin' at this point. At wants the kill. They're hungry for it. Break the spirits of Wildcard.
Operators, you have run out of
There's
time.
defeat all across the faces of that Wildcard roster. It's Luminosity's day today. 5-0. You didn't tune into the DZ versus OXG match. It was over very quickly. DZ went 6-0 in the first half. Luminosity poised to do the same thing.
Does look like it. I mean, they got tertiary bomb site coming up. It is, you know, the best spot for Wildcard to get their first round victory. But looking at, you know, their player faces, which I can kind of like, okay, what's their mentality like right now? I don't think it's looking that good. Even if you win your final attack round in the first half, how are you going to handle going on to defense? Because the issue with going down 1-5 and then going to side swap is that all the Luminosity will have to do is win the tertiary bomb site attack. That's it. They can lose every downstairs attack, they can lose every upstairs attack, it doesn't matter. They will still win before overtime. So LG, they don't really necessarily care it's 5-1 or 6-0, it's pretty much all the same. Unless they really mess up or Wildcard really show up, they should have this one in the bag. But it's so important not to let go if you're LG. And I think it's also like why Head is chasing Vertical in that 3 versus 1. Not supposed to do that, right? You gotta like make sure you don't throw the round, you know, you wanna make sure you win. No. We're in these guys' heads. They're trying to take a timeout mid-round by running away. We're gonna go after them. We're gonna fight them every area of the map, and it's why we see once again Silent playing Big Tower. Nothing is gonna be given over for free in map control. none of those spots that attackers would like to enter the building from is gonna be allowed. LG, they're doing such a good job at maintaining confidence right now. And Wildcard, they're gonna try and match it. They sent 2-3 players on the big tower. That's what they need to clear out Silent's position. Last time, they didn't really care about it, and they were punished for it. Now, have they left? Oh, okay, just shoot through the window, right? Straight to the barricade, first bullet headshot, Silent's gone. It wasn't like a mini execute, but you see right now, there are 4 players ready to deal with it. Unfortunately for LG, they fall without a battle. They don't waste time. They don't bring those caps out arrows. No nades were spent. It's just a straight up bullet to the head. Really easy pick for Wildcard. That should put them up for a good position here.
And honestly, Silent wasn't the only reason why we saw some difficulties in previous rounds, but you go back to that Dorms defense. It was Silent who held the position in Tier 3 for the entire round and got 3 kills from that position. The fact that you've been able to flush an offsite player off as quickly is great for Wildcard. Obviously, it might seem silly to say, but it really is a great start for Wildcard, and it might be one of the best that they've had all game.
I think it is too. Now the thing is, can they convert this into anything meaningful? It doesn't matter if Silent dies if, LG still win the round. It doesn't matter if Wildcard, they finally get that opening pick if nothing comes after. They get big tower almost for free. Talk about the first minute of the round, but what about the second minute? They have not moved from this position. They're still in big tower, barely in the building, struggling with those keeper barriers, not destroying the soft wall, and Wi-Fi has gone undroned in tower. I don't think they know this. And if they don't drone it out, this will be trouble later on. Because if Wi-Fi just sits back in that corner, he can get one pick, throw out a toxic babe, and stall the time and keep the enemies at bay. There's only 45 seconds. Wi-Fi can single-handedly win this round for his team. Oh no!
There goes the phone calls and now a smoke as well. Wi-Fi's trapped, but he's got access to the case. And he'll ping it. The rest of LG might be compelled to action as there go the flashbangs. Smoke as well. The greater problem with Wi-Fi is he's trapped and he needs to get out of this position. But look at that. They're baiting him in. Had and Wi-Fi working together in a 6-0 first half for LG. 2 games in a row where the defenders have gone flawless to start the game.
I don't think Wi-Fi could have played that any better. I mean, it is textbook what you can do with smoke. He had trigger discipline, seeing if you could get a second kill, one taps the thermite, Toxic Babes goes out, denies the flank on the door as well, and finds 2 more kills in the round, making it 3 total. That is a one-man army. And again, that's Wildcard getting the opening kill by shooting a bullet through a window and just taking down Silent. It's a freebie, and it goes nowhere in the round. Wildcard, they need to kind of just go for things. Just say, guys, yeah, we're down bad, we're struggling, we're not really getting the kills, we're not hitting our shots, but commit and try and, just go for it. It looks like they're afraid to take gunfights. You're attacking. You have to take gunfights. If not, that timer hits 0, you're not in the bomb site, you're not planting, you will lose the round. Go down trying instead of just simply going down by not trying. It's better to lose by attempting to win than to lose by just simply giving up. Not that Wildcard have actually given up, but it almost looks like it sometimes. Not a whole lot of life. LG, they will do the same thing that Wildcard did in their first attack around a basement. They play that double power operator, Grim Capital, they play the Ash in case of a mirror counter, they play a great gun in Finka, and they want to bring that Maverick in case there's a Kaid to dine those hatches. Again, they have a flexible lineup that can attack any portion of the bomb site. Backside take, frontside take, doesn't matter. They can deal with destruction. They can kill at strong player positions. All LG need now, technically speaking, is to get into the building and start opening hatches at 1 minute 30 to 1 minute 45 seconds and get to the bomb site in a 5v5. And that should be it. It should be the round over for them if they can get there, and there's no room for Wildcard, so they should get there because nothing's stopping them from getting there.
Oh well. This has been 2 matches in a row now that really been just dumbfounding results. Might be a sense of defeat for Wildcard. Bosco still held off the score sheet. Previous match, you had Bolo who didn't die once. This time you've got Bolo. This time you've got Bosco, similar name, but unable to get a kill. The differences here. You talked about getting hatches open. This is the exact timer that you said LG needed to get the job done, so they are working the clock as effectively as you could imagine. 90 seconds left, 90 seconds played.
They are very efficient. One, Wildcard not making it hard for them, but two, LG, they know what they want right now. They're very decisive, and again, all they gotta do now, get into the right player positions, drone one final time, and then choose a direction. Front take or back take. Right now it's 2 laundry, 2 freezer, 1 meeting hatch. You two goes out, walk down the staircases, and win those gunfights. And then you will take this round and you will take this match.
Certainly not the outcome that we expected. Whether you had Wildcard or Luminosity winning is not really the point, but Wildcard have seemingly been without an answer for LG. Not just their defender strats, but also the aggression that came with some of these roams. There goes a fire arrow, both of them expended, and LG will want to walk in. They're greeted with some gas. Wildcard starting off the killing and actually holding up their end of their bargain quite effectively. Luminosity will answer back, but they've got a lot of work cut out for them. Wi-Fi off to the races. He's been great today, almost had a second kill, squaring himself up, and will now go for the defuse plant. Silent holding the cross over by Freezer. He doesn't see Vertical, tucked into the corner. Wi-Fi off. They double swing, and Vertical gets both of the final kills. A long road to walk for Wildcard to get back to safety, but just as we said in the previous matchup, all comebacks need a first round to get off the ground, and Wildcard have done that.
They're on basement, the quote-unquote statistically easiest bomb to win as a defender, and I gotta say, it was the prediction and read from Wildcard that I think won them that round, or at the very least, it set them up for success. Because they figured out where the attack was coming from, Freezer and Laundry, and we know that because that's where the Toxic Babes were thrown to. Right before LG wanted to hit that go, go, go button, we saw Toxic Babes being tossed, stalling out the attack, and then LG thought, okay, we kind of need to be aggressive. We gotta surprise our opponent here. So they actually want to push through a Toxic Babe to go into the execute. So they can't see very well, they're taking a bit of damage, and they lose in the gunfights too. LG, they wanted to go for it, they got figured out and they got countered. Wildcard, they do the job, but it only is gonna get more difficult. You know, we're talking about the side swap. If you go onto the defender side, being down 1 and 5, all LG do, all they gotta do is win the tertiary bomb side. LG went up 6-0. All they gotta do is win a single round, doesn't matter where. And Wildcard needs to be perfect on bomb side rotation twice. Downstairs, upstairs, tertiary. You're halfway there. Downstairs, upside, tertiary. Congrats, it's overtime. It is a statistical nightmare in terms of the odds that are stacked against you. I wish well for Wildcard, I really do. I love seeing Boss go back. They've had some good games, had some bad games. This one is a tough one. They have put themselves up in the worst position possible and not looking alive on the attack. Of course, in defense, you don't gotta be as proactive and like entry the building and try and, you know, take away map control because, you know, that's yours, you're a defender now. But you still gotta put up a fight and go for those engagements together. Hey, I need a buddy over here. Let's swing this person together. 3, 2, 1, and make that 2-1 happen. They did it last round in the 2 versus 1 post plant. They gotta do it now again on this bomb side and every single round going forward.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go perfect. And I mean, people who've never really played might not know how tough that is, but
it's hard.
Not be able to drop a single round. You need competing 6-6 halves, which we've only seen a tiny number of times at this level. These teams, so far, in the standings and in their results, have looked relatively evenly matched. I mean, Wildcard on paper were the better roster. Sometimes upsets do happen. With how close the standings are, I don't know if we can consider this an upset. 13 kills for Wi-Fi, by the way, as he starts off the killing. Bosco got his first kill in the previous round, but if this is it, well, old friend, you're going to finish 1 and 8. Ooh. The slow ADS changes showing you exactly what happens as Xro dies to Kansan. That's the only kill so far for Wildcard. Hold on a second. The cavalry has arrived. Rampy and Spiker both working together to get 2 kills. There goes Wi-Fi. Spiker holding down the fort all on his own. Eddie on a tiny portion of HP. Now have to get the job done, but Spiker stands pat. Wildcard win 2 in a row, and that one looked like it was not going to go in their favor. You trust the players on site, you trust those anchors, and good things will happen. You can slowly starting to see some of the color returning to the face of these wildcard players. Not as pale and as dreary as you might have thought. Wildcard's still very much in this. But again, you got to go perfect. That means 4 more rounds for wildcard.
Yeah, speaking of, you know, how hard it is to make a comeback happen, I think a lot of it comes down to risk assessment. When you're playing 0-0 round count, so first round, you can go for the craziest play with the biggest risk, because what do you have to lose? Lose the round, it's 0-1. You got like 6 more rounds to lose before it's over, right? When you're down on match point, every single round on defense, from the very get-go, risk assessment becomes difficult. Because you might see a possibility of jumping out a window, or going for a spawn peek, or going for a flank, and you know there's a chance it's not gonna work out. And again, if it's not doomsday, you can always go for that play and say, you know what, I tried, it's okay, no big deal. But now, every single decision that you make as a wildcard player, both big and small decisions, you have to always in the back of your head go, is this worth losing the game over? And that's very difficult for some players, even the most experienced ones, to deal with. Because nobody wants to be the reason why you lose that round to then lose the game. Especially once that comeback is slowly setting in. Now they've gotten 2 rounds in a row. Okay, things are looking good. Feel more confident, players getting some more kills, you know, the communication's flowing better, you know, there's more color on their face like I mentioned. And then let's say they win the 3rd round as well. Okay, really good. And then 4th round comes around, oh no, don't lose. Oh, come on guys, like we've gotten 3 rounds, so we gotta keep going. It can become tricky mentally speaking. That's the biggest obstacle, I think, for these players. Gotta show they can do it. And they fight and they swing. Randy finds one, almost a second there. Silent again, first guy down for OG.
Silent's been one of the best players for Luminosity, not just in terms of total kills, but impactful kills. Wi-Fi's been the other. And what a surprise, he gets yet another kill. Wi-Fi's gotten a kill in almost every single round of this match. Getting 1 kill in every round is elite territory, frankly. I remember there was a period of time where Shaiko had something like a 1.08 AD. Ooh. People were like, wow, 1 kill a round. That doesn't seem like much, but if you're playing at this level and you can consistently get 1 pick every time you play a round, that's very impressive. Just as impressive as that kill onto Eddie from Kansan.
LG is scrambling right now. I mean, their plan A is no longer in action. That's out the window, right? They lost 2 players. Now it's about fishing. Sit out the bait, see what's gonna bite, and hope that you get a pick or 2, because 3v4 Oregon, that's a tough situation. You don't have a lot of manpower, so either you stack on one side or you spread out thin with no trades, and you gotta rely on those good old 50-50s.
This is a very, very defender-sided Oregon. The only way that we see in a single attacking round 1, unless it's in overtime, would be for a Luminosity victory. Wildcard will ride out this favorable side. Kansan still on back tower stairs. Kixrow doesn't seem to know that. Once the smoke clears, the Valkyrie will be shown. If he's able to get this pick, it could have broken open the round, but he won't. It's all up to Wi-Fi, who has the 2 kills for his team. Shot at from Garage. Wi-Fi reacts. But he's got to confront Split. There's still somebody playing in Garage. The moment he walks up, he might get cut down to size from inside a meeting. All the while, the timer will work against him.
15 seconds.
Every second, Wildcard gets closer to pulling off yet another round victory on what could be one of the most improbable comebacks that the NA League has seen this stage. 3 players now from Wildcard will hunt down Wi-Fi as he gets that diffuser down, falls off just to bait them in, and Wildcard 3 in a row.
I think we all know the problem is right now, and it's attacking. Attacking is difficult. It is, but I feel like for Wildcard, they were lacking aggression, they were lacking decisions, and they weren't really doing a whole lot. For LG, they're a little bit over, like they're too eager almost to get into the building. We see them sprint in time and time again and just dying to somebody holding an angle, and they're not fully ADS'd in. And then there's no trade, there's no comeback in there, there's no refrag. So it kind of just falls apart very slowly. But losing the first player makes things all more difficult. losing that second player, improbable. You're just not supposed to win anymore unless defenders make a massive hiccup in the round. And while Wi-Fi are picking up a lot of kills right now, even on the attack, they're very impactless. Like, he's 1v3, 1v4, whatever, walking around doing his own thing, and he might be getting some kills, but the round is basically over. Like, you gotta tighten up now if you're LG, play closer together, and almost play like they did in that base and bomb side, sending 2 or 3 people doing one single objective together, and then go to the next step. Because in basement, they know how to do it. We saw it in the first round on attack. Ever since then, it's been like, hey, you go over there, do your own thing. I'm gonna go over here and do my own thing, and let's just hope that it all works out for the better. And that's not consistent, right? You want to work together as a team, utilize each other, enable each other, play as a team. Basement's not gonna get any easier, and the good thing, I guess, is that LG now have an idea of how Wildcard are approaching their defensive rounds. They've seen all the 3 primary bombs that they're probably gonna be playing. But if you're Wildcard, you can make those micro adjustments to still keep it somewhat fresh. For example, the mirror doesn't play this time. That wasn't the case previously. So small changes, forcing adaptations, but LG played Ashe previously. They're gonna bring it now again. The mirror shouldn't be a big issue, but if one of those one-mite disc from vertical catch the Ashe breaching charge, it could be.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I'm impressed with these defenses from Wildcard as well, but I mean, honestly, it's immediately evident that neither of these teams are the most practiced on attack. Again, when you have newer rosters playing together, attacks are significantly harder to pull off than defenses. There's more work to be done. Relatively slow early rounds since LG went on to attack, Nick. Certainly not the same pace that we saw when LG was holding more aggressively on defense and Wildcard was attempting to get into the building quite quickly. A number of rounds where Wildcard wanted to set the pace, but they ran headfirst into a brick wall.
I think it's good to change it though, because I think their speed has been the problem. Again, not on the base and bomb side, that was fine, but on Kid Storms and Tertiary, again, they're sprinting in, a little bit too excited about the fact they're up 6-0 perhaps. And the issue when you start losing rounds on the attacking side is that you feel that guaranteed victory also slipping away very slowly. So I like this melody, right? They're not as quickly, but 1 minute 40. First hatch opened up. Other hatches follow shortly after, surely. Got Wi-Fi on the Ace, they got the Maverick as well. No problems here. But the issue at basement again, this 5 versus 5 bunker setup, you can do the hatches in good time, you can roam clear effectively and quickly, but it doesn't matter if you can't break the bomb site itself, and it's just, again, it comes down to those small details. If a guy drops the hatch when Spiker throws at C4, that's bad. If they can get those mirror windows, for example, that's good. The flashbangs go down, Silence gotta clear the angle, swing, get it, boom, 1 mirror window out of action. But there's a second, also towards this laundry portion of the map. That's the next step most likely here for LG.
Well, Silent finds the new jammer that was by that mirror window, Nick. This might be one of the later rounds where all 10 players are still alive. 45 seconds left, and you wouldn't really think the round has happened at all. There's been no action at all.
Tiger's totally C4. Could be dangerous.
Just sitting and waiting, and there's that C4. Kansan dropped. Eddie looks like he might be able to do cleanup. Vertical still on pillar. Silent and Eddie striking. There goes Rampy. Wildcard holding so strong. 3 rounds in a row. Spiker still with a pulse. So it's winnable for Wildcard. Things do look bleak. Bosco 1-9. He'll need to get more than that. He drops Eddie, immediately turning around. Spiker finishing off the kill. It's technically Bosco's, but there's Wi-Fi to the rescue. A small opening appears, and despite their 3 rounds in a row, Wildcard just could not dig themselves out of a hole that deep. Luminosity prevails. They will pick up all 3 points over Wildcard.
It's well deserved. I mean, those first 6 rounds were dominant from LG, but it goes both ways, right? It's a good play from one team of LG and a very weak attack inside from Wildcard, but again, both teams struggles on the attack. That's where they both gotta sharpen up. That's Oregon. Everyone should know to attack it. Here, neither team really had it figured out.
Yeah, Yeah, if this is a map of fundamentals, as we always say, you need to work on your fundamentals of attack. Both Luminosity and Wildcard worked well as a team on defense, but showed that there were some serious issues with coordinating on attack, whether it was poor utility usage, whether it was bad droning, whether it was your main entries just simply not getting the job done. Wi-Fi was inarguably the best part of Luminosity on not just defense, but also attack. That consistency across both sides of the map really helped carry that team forward. Obviously aided with the fact that some of Wildcard's superstars, well, it looks like they folded early. Either way, that's our third matchup in the books. One more remains for today. We've got a break ready, and then we'll come back with our final match of our Playday.
I think it's pretty safe to say at this point, if you have the option of going to a map 3 times in a row, don't do it for a myriad of reasons. 1, the team that you're playing can probably strat exactly into what you're doing. 2, everyone just generally expects you to play that map over again. And 3, it also makes you look dumb because the analysts are probably going to predict you to win if you've won it 2 times before in a row. And that kind of happened to 2 of the guys here. One of them at home, the other on this couch. Jesse, that whole spiel about Wildcard changing everything up, and then they don't change anything in this game.
Wildcard, I give up. I'm going to throw in the towel here. I predict you to lose every game last week, and you pop off. You don't seem to be able to lose. You pull a masterclass of Oregon defenses, and you switch up every strategy you could possibly run. And then this week, I say, all right, Wildcard are a great Oregon team. They're going to switch up their play styles. They're going to play a style of siege that's going to catch LG off guard. And then you don't win a single attacking round. What's up with that? I can't predict you anymore.
Well, so here's the thing. I mean, last week they counter-stratted the counter-strats. But today, I just don't think they counter-stratted the counter-strats of the counter-strats. And that was the issue that fell down. And unfortunately, it just didn't work.
If they had played 2 games today, maybe they could have counter-stratted the other counter-strat to the one that they played from before. But they had to have won the first Oregon somehow. And they did. They cleared that out pretty well, then went into the game against SSG last week, counter-stratted the hell out of that, won that game. Here, it just didn't look like anything was working from the word go. That's 2 straight perfect defensive halves on the day. And Luminosity had one of them.
I wouldn't even say that it was necessarily Wildcard underperforming. I really thought Luminosity had just such a great game plan. They were really hard to clear out of these hard positions. Elbow on the basement, big tower on the top floor, Wi-Fi right here, tucked up back by T1. I mean, the positions that Luminosity were able to play uncontested, Wildcard just had no specific answer to deal with these players at any moment. They kind of just left them there to roam free and just focused on their execute, but they never had time to execute because the roamer was always coming in, the pressure from the back was always coming, and they were never able to have an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Luminosity for sure. They got themselves into strong positions, they stayed there undetected, and then they made the most of those positions. I do think Wildcard needed to be so much better at clearing them out, though. Every single time, I feel like there was some kind of an early game advantage that would go the way of LG. Sometimes that meant LG were getting big picks because they were not getting droned out, or sometimes they were popping off and finding multi-frags in the early round. Sometimes that just meant that they stalled time and then were able to retreat back to the bomb site and still find that success. It really felt like Wildcard could not find any success in the early round. Yeah, they got their 3 defense wins on Oregon. Fair play, great job. But this is a map where you have to be showing up on attack, and Wildcard didn't today.
2 big performances we should note on LG. First, Wi-Fi, 17-5 performance on the day. Doubtless the best performance he's ever had in Tier 1. Really good masterclass from him. But the other is on a guy who was rated really, really badly coming into today. By SiegeGG's metric, was the worst rated player. By EPS, was certainly down within the top 10. Eddie bounced back in a big way today, and that absolutely deserves credit.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie's this type of player who he's been on a struggling team who haven't won very many games, and he's their hard support, right? So he's obviously not going to be up there on the statistics, but I really felt like today he was a very dependable player on those defenses. He was really able to lock down certain areas of the map and make sure his roaming players, his more aggressive guys, had something safe to come back to. He was definitely putting himself in positions where he could rack up some more of those frags, which was super nice to see. And all in all, I think that Eddie has never been a bad player despite the stats, but is finally putting himself in that spot where now he's able to have a little bit more of the impact, and especially when the whole system of LG seems to be flowing better.
And I think the confidence that all the players are showing comes from the preparation. Who's the team that you're going to look to right now in the current state of the North American League that's going to take footage and make plays off of it? You'd look to a team like DZ, maybe a team like SSG, but so far Luminosity has been the team that has been stepping up with each little bit of VOD, each little bit of games that they get under their belt.
Sure.
And then when they got into attack, I really love how they were trying those attempts to get through Wildcard's defense. They were trying to break through, and we saw Wildcard amenting a little bit of a comeback.
They won the first round after their timeout, too.
Exactly, and then right after... You just completely threw me off. What I was going to say was Luminosity just decided to just throw everything out the window on that basement round, on the second attempt on the basement round, and just try to outnumber Wildcard and pretty much slay out and completely gave up at the strategy. So the adaptation is not only outside of the server, but we saw it inside of the server, especially in that last round.
The second half felt like it was LG taking a couple of rounds to figure out what they needed to do to finally penetrate that Wildcard defense. Wildcard tried a lot to penetrate LG's defense, and over again, it's met with either not droning effectively because Silent was left in tower by himself, Wi-Fi was just at the very bottom of it the one time he finishes the half. But round 4 in particular also felt like it was a bit of a weird one for Wildcard, just because LG aren't doing anything like uncharacteristic for an Oregon defense, right? Yet they still win.
Well, I mean, I thought round 4 was actually a great example of LG doing something slightly unorthodox. You know, the basement bomb site's not one where you typically see a lot of roamers. And I want to credit Wildcard. Their drones are good. They know these guys are top floor. They've got the intel on where these players are at, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody else actually coming in. There's nobody on the top of White Stairs. There's nobody's on the kids' window. You have absolutely zero cutoff for these players who, they know they're up here, but it's such a simple fall-off because they still control dining. They still control security. They control every part of their escape. If you're Wildcard and you want to take advantage of these players who have isolated themselves on the top floor, you got to cut off dining. You got to cut off security. You got to make it impossible for these players to fall back to site, but it's so easy. And we see them just nonchalantly walking in through security, getting on back, and falling back through freezer.
And I think that's been the story of Wildcard's issues, is not their defenses, but their attacks, and the fact that they've lacked a consistent entry or a player that you look to make those big plays. And that is a clear example of one of those rounds where everyone was posted up, but no one was making that push to go for those players. They let them run all the way back. They stall all their timeout. And unfortunately, not having a consistent entry that's able to go risk his life to make those plays. I mean, what's the point of doing all the groundwork, all the hard stuff, getting in the positions, getting these players to run away, tail tucked between their legs, and you're not there on the other side to catch them?
It was a pretty even game entry-wise, too. I was making sure as the attacks went for Wildcard, they got some. They started out with entries and then weren't able to convert. LG had a phenomenal recovery rate, and then it went the complete opposite direction in the rest of Luminosity's defense. That was just a one-sided landslide no matter who had the opening frag.
Yeah, and I felt like even when Wildcard were finding the opening pick on the server, on the scoreboard, it would immediately get answered back, and we'd see the actual advantage of the round go back either in the favor of LG or at least even enough that LG still has a solid chance of winning the round. And of course, Oregon defense, you expect yourselves to be in a bit of an advantage going forward anyways. But ultimately, yeah, I didn't feel like they were doing a good enough job of, first of all, getting that opening pick in the third quarter, in the second quarter, but also more specifically, just like being able to hammer home that opening pick and convert it into a round.
And going down 6-0 just puts you on such a bad position. We saw Wildcard just put up a little bit of a fight. We know they're good on their Oregon defenses, but when you go to the third time and then you are the team to pick it and the other team gets defense, you have to be able to bring a little bit of animosity, a little bit of unique abilities. We saw teams like Los that just go for rushes directly on the basement site. I mean, I'd love to see a little bit more of adaptability and just risk-taking when it comes to Wildcard's attacks.
Well, we've already seen 2 games so far today start with 6-0 first halves and then not really be much of a fight on the back end of that game because it's almost already over. Will the same thing happen in game 4 of the day? I don't know. Beast Coast and Space Station might be about to put on a smoke show. We'll see you in a sec. in a booth at Sao Paulo, fighting with his team, but watching another chance at a hammer slip away. 4 weeks ago, he wasn't even on the team anymore. Today, he's returned, but looking for vengeance and not for a happy reunion. Hot and Cold is finally back in a lobby at the same time as Space Station Gaming, but he's got a whole new team with him, and he's looking to see if he can't give his old team a losing record for the first time in a really long time. I'm Jacob, he's Foxay, he's Jesse. Hot and Cold's back, and it's all about Revenge Tour again. I feel like Hot and Cold's been on like 5 or 6 different revenge tours over the course of his career so far.
I'm telling you, every player that gets dropped from a team always joins another team and always beats them. I'm pretty sure Hot and Cold, when he got dropped from DZ, he joined Mirage and then instantly beat
I remember that, yeah.
That's just how it goes.
I mean, I think sometimes a little bit of anger fuels you, right? You've got the insights. You know exactly what your opponents are going to do. I'm sure Space Station have changed nothing since Hot and Cold left the team, so...
That whole team, too, is like revenge tours because Gunner got to beat Sonics.
Yep.
So now it's Hot and Cold's turn, maybe.
The whole key is, can everybody beat their old team, for the most part?
And in recent times, it feels like Beast Coast can. I mean, they're starting to get a couple of wins on the board here. The first couple of weeks, they did struggle, but now they've been winning some more and more games. As you said, they beat Sonics with a big upset. Now looking to beat Space Station with a big upset. They're looking really, really good.
I'm actually really curious. So hang on. Hot and Cold could beat his old team today. Gunner's already beaten his old team because they won against Sonics. Gav's already beaten his old team because they played DZ and smoked them on Chalet.
Yep.
So it's just Spirits having to beat Wildcard is the only one that would have to happen after this. So
technically, Spirits didn't get dropped from Wildcard. He left.
That's true, but he still isn't with them anymore.
Yeah, so technically, I mean, the point still stands, but...
That's a good one. Ooh, I'm in my head, I'm already cooking up graphics for tomorrow, depending on how today goes. But let's just talk about them in a non-Revenge Tour context first, because Beast Coast are on the right path. They had 2 games that felt like total landslides to start. They weren't. They didn't just feel like it. They were a 6-0 and then a 5-1 half in back-to-back games that they played last week against typical top 2, top 3 contenders. The 2 best teams that NA had at the Sixth Invitational, Beast Coast took and won by landslides last week.
And I think Beast Coast is slowly finding their identity. We talked about them looking sloppy in the first couple of weeks because it looked like they were just taking footage and just trying to adapt to different teams. And obviously, when you don't have much time and you're a bunch of players, misfits players joining up a team, obviously that's going to be the easiest thing to do. But now they've had a little bit of time. And not to, I hope they don't take this the wrong way, but the way that they've been playing almost looks like a 10-man style of play, something that I've personally played against that roster in like an FPL game. And they're just so overwhelming with where they're coming from, their constant aggression, and just the constant just focused on just getting the diffuser down or just trying to slay out.
Yeah, and I think the biggest change for Beast Coast throughout the weeks has been on their defenses. Week 1, they didn't win a single defensive round. They didn't play any rounds. They had the first week off. Week 2, they ended up winning 8 defensive rounds, and that was only out of 18 total. So it was a pretty low average overall, 44. And then week 3, they also won 8 defensive rounds, which seems about as good, but they only played 8 defensive rounds. So that ends up being a 100% successful defensive win rate. I believe after week 2, they had the lowest defensive win rate of any team in the North American League. To follow that up with a perfect defensive week through 2 separate maps is mega incredible, mega impressive. And I really think it does come down to the fact that they second week were kind of playing a different identity. They didn't really have their own strats. They were kind of stealing from other older teams. And then B, just playing smarter through that 3rd week, playing to stall time rather than giving up their lives early, making sure that they're not taking bad gunfights in the early round on defense. I really liked the improvements we've seen from Beast Coast so far, and I really hope we see more of week 3 Beast Coast than week 2 Beast Coast today.
Also, the game plan, them going into the last week was perfect. Getting Nighthaven. I mean, Sonics letting Nighthaven go through against a team that has so much potential, no footage on them. It's so hard to keep a track on what Beast Coast is going to do. So getting that map under their belt gives them that first win, gives them that confidence. And then we saw what they did with that confidence against Dark Zero.
There's some teams,
it was just a slaughter.
Right, but some players we've given so much credit at this point. We had to highlight Diffuser being the only guy on this team that's never made majors before. We've talked about Hot and Cold and how a lot of people feel like they're utilizing his experience to give them a leg up. But we haven't really talked about guys like Gav and Spirit statistically so far, and they've been really, really good on a team that just hasn't really had a big spotlight on them yet. So it's time to finally give them their due, because Spirits has been the top performer, and we know he loves his shields, and Gavin's been a really solid backline for them as well.
Gavin's been doing pretty good, but in my opinion, the highlight player on this team is Spirits, because I think the biggest question was when you look at this team, who's going to step up and be that IGL? Who's going to step up and be that leader? Who's going to step up and be the MVP, the playmaker? Because they have so much potential. And you look to a lot of these players, and obviously a lot of people would look to Hot and Cold to be that mastermind behind it, and he is a very big part of it. But obviously, Spirits is a huge second part of it, because on Wildcard, he was also bouncing back and forth with Merc, and now he's in a position where he's able to bounce back and forth off of Hot and Cold. So it gives him not only the ability to make calls when he sees the play fit, but when he doesn't, he is such an amazing playmaker, and that's what we saw him do on Wildcard, and that I've highlighted so much is he is amazing when he has the pressure off of his shoulders, and he's just able to focus on getting those opening kills or being the flex behind Gunnar and Gavin.
Yeah, and I really feel that he has been such a powerful force because of his consistency. You know, when you see him roaming on defense, when you see Spirits out there on the map, you can be so confident that he's going to have an impact, whether that's getting an opening kill, whether that's stalling out the round. Even in those first week, right, in week number 2, when they struggled on defense the most, he was still having impact, and it didn't feel like he was just getting kills and baiting. Like, he really was putting his team in strong positions. So I agree, he's the best player, I think, on this team. He's the best Boss GA-Cog player in the world, and I'm excited to see what he can do today.
Well, it's good that we finally get the opportunity to look at Beast Coast in a positive light, because most people would have thought bit of a weird situation for that whole team. For Space Station, we kind of have to go the opposite direction, which is crazy because they were undefeated. They were 3-0, then went into a doubleheader just last Friday and lost both games. Against M80, it was 7-5 on Consulate. Against Wildcard, it was 1-7 on Oregon. Still kind of reeling from how Meepy effectively counter-stratted the whole thing, but it just felt like the luck was totally gone at that point. And they don't have that many games left to play. They've got Beast Coast today, then they've got Oxygen tomorrow, and if they somehow were to lose all like 5 games in a row, bye-bye playoff chances. It's no longer in your hands at that point.
Yeah, I mean, the team that I, at one point during this desk, many weeks or many days ago, called the best team in North America, are now on a 3-game losing streak. And I think for those first 2 matches, you know, it was small mistakes. It was little utility plays, little things about the map that it really felt like SSG couldn't really get their handle on. And then that last game, the 7-1 loss to Wildcard, now I'm really starting to worry for this team because, as the graphic says, it feels like they've fallen out of orbit.
Just a little bit, because SSG has such strong adaptability and they're so good at relying on isolating these 1v1s. But I feel like the biggest issue on SSG's side right now is too many cooks to the kitchen. That's what it looks like, at least on their defensive side. Their attacks are very good because altogether they're isolating their first initial pick. They're a very fast team. They see the opening, they go for it. But when it comes to the defense, you can pay attention to it. It looks like every single player is on an island of their own, and they're relying too much on individual gunplay that, unfortunately, when they play against teams that are also bringing that gunplay in, are feeling just as hot, they just aren't winning those gunfights, and then there's nobody else to trade it because they're relying on so much individual play, and they have amazing individual players, but they're so good because of that adaptability on attack. I want to see them continue to keep that adaptability on defense.
Cafe is the map that's been selected here. Beast Coast start on defense. We've seen Space Station already take this map 1 point. They did it against DZ. That game was, at this point, what seems like eons ago, which was only realistically about a week or so ago. Gentlemen, Cafe opinions.
I think they're very adaptable on attack, and I think when it comes to defense, if you go to a map like Cafe that's very defender-sided, you don't really need to adapt too much. So I'm gonna go with SSG. I think they're definitely gonna be.
Oh, he's throwing predictions up before we can even get the graphic ready.
Yeah, I just jumped the gun. I was just so excited talking about SSG. I just really feel like they're gonna be like the better favorite in this game. Somebody else talk.
Historically,
I'm talking so much.
Space Station have been the better Cafe team, but for me, this almost feels like a same situation where Beast Coast played Nighthaven against Sonics, right? This is another map that can be very defender-sided. It's another map that Beast Coast have yet to show. They've not played it since last year when they had a very different roster. So I kind of like the upset for Beast Coast here. I mean, maybe it's just that I want to get back in tying you for first place, but I think I want to go for the upset Beast Coast.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I mean, I'm already at the front, so I just want to get my nice little lead set up now.
Laxing did the flip too because he also recognized, dude, I have to find some way to get ahead. Fox is just too good at this.
I don't
this belt is calling your name, dude. The championship is waiting for you.
I wouldn't say too good. I'm at 56%. That's pretty abysmal in my book. So.
Well, still plenty of opportunity to get this bad boy up. It's time for our last game of the day, and it's time to head to the streets of Moscow with Parker Mackay and Niklas Bortson.
Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciated. And our last match of the day is here. A team that aims to keep itself in the top 4 is SSG. But on the sides of Beast Coast, it's been a resurgent Beast Coast, suddenly winning matchups in a way that I don't necessarily think we expected to happen. This Beast Coast roster is finally starting to gel. As Fox said, they are getting an identity now. They know how to play, and they are a scary team when they are on. So is SSG, though. I mean, it's not like this is going to be a cakewalk whatsoever. SSG have been one of the best teams in North America since the organization came in. But because of the way today's matches have gone, these teams find themselves both in the lower portion of North America. The teams that are at the lower end of the standings have been winning. Dark Zero, 1. Luminosity, 1. Beast Coast is a single point back of Space Station. The winner of this match, if they win and get all 3 points, will jump up to 3rd place. Dark Zero jumped up to 3rd place with their win. Luminosity jumped up to 3rd place with their win. Will we see another team just sit outside the top 2 today, Nick?
It very well is possible, and I'm riding the Beast Coast hype train. I mean, I actually predicted them in our prediction sheet on Discord that they're gonna win their all their upcoming games. Basically, I'm like, you know what? I'm buying into this. They looked completely lost the first 2 weeks, and then something changed. I'm all here for it. I love upsets. I love the chaos, and today has been a day of a lot of those where we don't know what to expect. And the simple story is NAL today, very good on defense. However, NAL today, very poor in the attack. And guess what? Space Station, the favorite victor, I would say, in most people's eyes. You're starting on that difficult side of attack. This could very well be another one of those. Uh-oh. East Coast get 5-1, 6-0. We've seen it twice today. A very big lead for defense. This could be the 3rd.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Really, it's been quite surprising how these teams have started strong, but yeah, I mean, if you want to just look at the numbers behind Cafe, they're the least played maps in North America. Nighthaven Labs and Border have only shown up 1 time each. Obviously, this will be the 2nd time that we see Cafe. Cafe needed 14 rounds, and the attackers and defenders won 50% of the time. Reading and Dining was played 5 times, and it was never won by the defenders.
What?
Reading and Dining, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cocktail did not show up once in that entire matchup. Really is quite astonishing stuff.
Big surprise.
You remember who played Cafe?
I do not remember who played Cafe.
Wait.
I know.
I casted it.
We've casted a lot the last 3 weeks. I do not remember.
We did, and we still have 2 more days of casting on both Friday and Sunday. So this is a very busy week for us. It was SSG versus Dark Zero, and SSG won 8-6.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
SSG banned Valkyrie and Ying in that matchup, just as they've done here. Only difference in the operator bans from Beast Coast versus DZ, Dokkaebi was banned the same. It's the Fenrir that is different. Azami was not available in that matchup. It was banned by DZ. SSG will not only have to confront an Azami for the first time on this map this season, but will also have access to it. Gavin will bring Azami right away.
No surprise. If Asami is open, you play it and you hold piano, and guess what? That's exactly what Gavin is doing as well. He understands the mission. He understands the goal of this round for him and his team. SSG, they are trying to, I guess, fish for a kill right now. Nades going in, holding those windows, but are they progressing with this? No. Mini executed piano though. They fire off Gavin's position. The Q barrier though is still up, so he could retake if he wants to. He has to respect the capital fire arrows from Iconic. That's close. Almost could spur into a crisp, but no, he's stuck in Andy corner. He's chilling.
Almost like it's called pixel for a reason.
Yeah.
And that's because sometimes a single pixel can separate you from life or death. If you're an attacker, you know how important hitting that single pixel shot is. It's going to be held with just an inch.
Try again.
Get it back.
Yep.
Try again. J90 taking down Gavin. Forrest dies, so does Diffuser. Well, these teams are just wanting bloodshed relatively early. 45 seconds left to go in the round, and J90 has found an opening. He intends to exploit it. He's doing a marvelous job, but Hot and Cold will shut down Iconic, not before he's finished off in reading by Ashen. Spirits, the last member for Beast Coast. 3 players still upright from Space Station. Fultz holding the diffuser. Not the player. Oh, that would be kind of nice, wouldn't it? Everybody could use somebody to hold them now and then. Fultz getting the diffuser down, and SSG will now move out into the post plant. Fultz, after getting the job done, goes into upside down repel, and he succeeds in his position. SSG win round number 1.
Very simple. 3, 2, 1, execute. And every single member of SG got very active out of nowhere, taking piano, taking top floor control, finding those first picks. And then you're thinking they're going to slow down, right? They're going to do like vertical destruction, set those flank drones, take it slow. No. Next up, the bomb site. Like the killing didn't really stop once it began. And Spirits had a couple of difficulties in that first round. First, he butched the C4 downstairs and had to like pick it up and then miss the mark. And then he had 2 different gunfights where he was missing a lot of bullets. But that's the first round, you know? If you didn't get proper warm-up beforehand, well, you gotta do it right there in the first round, get it over with, and then show up better in the second round instead. Now, when you have Mirror and Asami open, I really am not surprised by the fact that you're playing like the mid-floor bomb sites, especially with Asami. You can play pianos, like I mentioned earlier, those cube barriers, they simplify it, but there is no Mirror from Beast Coast this time around. So instead, they're gonna try and play, I want to see almost like more free operators. When you play the Mirror, one of the downsides is that you're going to be stuck behind the Mirror window and you feel like you should just stay there the entire round because it's a very strong position. By playing stuff like Deletion, like Demute, etc., you're going to have more mobility and reasons to move around the map. And I don't think getting proactive against Space Station is a bad idea because they just showed in that first round. They know how to pick things apart with utility. And that's what counters those Mirror windows. So I like the adaptation. HG themselves are going to pick up the Brava, Twitch, and the Flores. So we might have to spend the next 60 seconds just watching drones because they have drone operators.
This is a number that, or this is a stat rather, that I'm very curious to know if it's ever showed up. I don't think we track this kind of thing, but has there ever been a time when all 4 drone operators have been used at the same time? Have we seen a Brava, Flores, Ram, and Twitch lineup? I don't think so. Does seem like kind of a goofy lineup that will leave some holes in utility, but at the same time, I mean, we've seen goofy lineups before. Who am I to judge? I just talk about the game. I certainly don't play it.
Good question. I'm curious now as well, actually, because you're right. It would be very goofy, and you don't really get a lot of valuable utility by stacking those 4 together. But I'm sure there might have been one time that some team, you know, they just went for it. It's very possible.
An upside down repel on, or well, rather right side up repel. Now that became an upside down repel and it's no repel at all. Ashen was outside on white window. Down he goes. East Coast off to a good start here in the second round. Half of the round has transpired and you've picked off J90 and Ashen.
They're out of there. I mean, you get those picks, fall back to side, stabilize, play those crossfires. Yeah, SSG might get one single kill, but it comes at a cost. They traded right back. 4v2 now still. With a minute to go, Cannon Hatch opened up, but Space Station in this round, they got a drone. They gotta try and find the free kill because you cannot approach the bomb site without enough manpower, and they certainly do not have enough in this particular round. You have 3 flashbangs rather, and 2 smokes. So with good utility usage, they can deny some of that crossfire and maybe get a kill somewhere. Where's Forrest going?
I mean, it's a great question.
He's zooming.
At this point with SSG, you need to try to get as quick of a pick as possible and turn around and push the bomb site. Diffuser might have an opportunity to heal himself back up, but he's very concerned with where Forrest is going to push from. There you go. Diffuser healing back to full HP and then some, leaving Fultz to drop into the bomb site, and Diffuser and Gunner will handle the rest. East Coast answer back. It won't be a lopsided first half as Hot and Cold's cat rolls around in the backwards. In the back room. Do you see that? I think it's a cat.
I think so.
Cat cam.
Cat cam.
That's a dog.
A dog.
On the bed. That's a dog on the bed.
I love how Hot and Cold always makes an effort to put the dog in the background, and it always stands upright. Like, it's never like stuck in the corner on the floor. It's always nicely on the bed, just watching him play the game. Not every player's room is equally clean. Or equally, like, I guess, like, beautiful background, I should say. I like those small, like, Easter eggs that players will have back then.
I mean, you have a kind of a goofy camera angle yourself. You got it from the side.
Don't like
why not a direct on? Why not a head-on shot? Do you not want people to see your kitchen and your living room behind you?
Yeah, so that's it. Like, I have a very open background otherwise, but like you can see my entire thing, and that's like a bit much. And also, I feel like my front profile is just a lot of nose and forehead. You know, like I don't have a lot of hair, but my nose is massive, and it's just not a good look. I don't know. Also, like, I'm a gamer. Like, my nose is, like, far up. It's slanted. It's just, it's awkward, man. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it, though. That's, like, ranked reaction when you die to a spawn peak right there. That was Gunner, live microphone call-in.
What on earth was that sound?
It's Gunner, man. This guy's ridiculous. You know, if I'm on Beast Coast, I'm flaming him right now in TeamSpeak. I'm saying, what are you doing, man? Get back on cams! And says, I will.
Fortunately for Gunner, old habits do die hard. And if you recall, Gunner had a lot of those moments on Sonics where, whether it was because the team asked him to do it or because he took it upon himself, he would end up in harm's way and almost never in the right direction. Especially on a Wamai, to lose that early, that is devastating. You do not want to be gambling on those high-value operators. You know, we remember back when there would be echoes that would go for spawn peaks back when he had the ACOG, and he'd say, you know, what are you doing? Or the Maestro ACOG as well, where it's now the Evil Eye cams are useless. Now the Yokai drones are useless. Like, yeah, I get that you're taking a chance here, but on an operator like Doc or Rook, it's okay. I mean, you mostly get the job done. Maybe not Doc, but Rook, you just set Rook armor down, that's it. Set him go off and spawn peak to your heart's content.
Yeah, good old Jaeger as well. You know, that man has suffered some losses. The Diffuser, though, traded back in the round. That's grim. I mean, that's a high-value operator right there. Now it's a worthy trade, but it comes at the cost of, you know, Diffuser dropping out of that position. Auto taking a bunch of damage in the clash. Not sure why. I guess gets kept off fire arrows. Yes, indeed. Both struggling with this gunfight as well, top floor.
Bolt's in a tough spot. Instagar will attempt to puncture some of the defenses on those reinforced walls. Iconic dies. Still rocking the Zidane name.
Stun grenade out.
Here it is when that changes. Now goes Diffuser to Fultz, who has found his entry point. Looked like he was heading over towards White Stairs. Forest is in this spot now, and the clash will run interference. For the time being, keeping Gavin alive, but Fultz is there to come to the rescue. Forest being slowed down. Fultz still playing these angles. All this action is happening upstairs, by the way. Bomb site's not there, though. East Coast reduced to 2 with just about 20 seconds left. And now, Space Station with that advantage. It will continue to get better. Hot and cold. Have no choice but to pull out the super shorty, and target prioritization looked for a second to be a bit sloppy. Forest lets him hang. That's Space Station winning the round.
We've seen that, so that's the second clash that we've seen today, and in both rounds where she was played, it's the last defender alive with no one to help. And again, like the starting round was for the clash was not poor. They forced out both counter fires, forced them back towards that back end of the top floor bomb site, or what would be the bomb site of Cocktail essentially, but not decided in that round. But Clash just kind of walks about, saps a bit, and the teammates behind her always dies. There needs to be a more proactive play in that round, I feel like, if you're the Clash player. But also, Fultz. Someone's got to stop this man. He is just dropping down the hatch, walking into Cigar, picks up kills. We don't see all of them necessarily, but they're highly impactful. When Forrest was like top White Staircase in that previous round, fighting the Clash, fighting the side behind him, you saw Fultz kind of pick up those kills from the sideline. And he's 4-1 right now. He's doing great for his team, fighting those opening engagements. East Coast, they are mixed right now in defense, right? They have good aggressive moments where they will lash out and get a kill, but they're not super stable necessarily. When things go bad, they go really bad. When things are good, they go quite well. But they need to get more trades happening when they get into those gunfights, because right now, it's Beast Coast sticking their head into a gun barrel and dying. There's no one nearby to do anything about it. It was gonna go for a spawn peak, and then Diffuser jumps out a window to trade. Okay, in top floor, Force gets kills. Nobody trades him. Force stays alive the entire time. It's just you win the round. Now Space Station, they're gonna change things up quite drastically. I'm playing Jacko with the Munty and the Lion. They wanna go for kills right now, or at the very least have enough intel to make the right decisions. Then they also have Nomad to lock down the map of the flanks, and Capital from Iconic to further pick apart the bomb site if there's a player in a strong position, then you can shoot at those Capital firebolts. So I like how flexible this attacker lineup is, but of course, as we always say, it really comes down to execution more than just the operators themselves.
You can bring the best operator lineup in the world, but misplay one valuable piece of utility or bring the wrong lineup for what has been laid out in front of you, because more often than not, the defenders are the ones that are going to tell you what you need to bring. Well, it might all fall apart. That was an air jab that went in as well as one of those fire arrows. Answering the clash, Forrest decides to bring the shield up. Monty, inside a bakery, Fultz dies to hot and cold. That wall's been completely shot open, which allows Space Station to see into coat check. Diffuser's in trouble. Monty working his way in. Spirit sees a small opening, lights up the side. Forrest taking a ton of damage. Might have lost Fultz, but losing to Monty, that could be the death knell for SSG in this round.
Yeah, and they're trying to go for direct attack, but the setup for Beast Coast is quite good. They have vertical control upstairs in train mining. They have a lot of players inside with crossfires. Forrest can't really walk into sight because there's just too many angles to worry about, and especially now that he's 1 HP. A single C4 impact grenade that lands too close to him will take him out or injure him. So they gotta figure out a different approach here in this round, because plan A certainly isn't working out. It's Iconic upstairs, smoke goes up. What are they gonna do with this? Just walk in?
Sure seems that way.
Yeah, I guess.
Mix the smoke. Forrest will continue to walk forwards. Oh no, Spirit's in trouble. Forrest able to pull out the pistol, equalizing numbers. And now Forrest continues to walk forwards. The supporting cast of Space Station, though, slowly being whittled down. Down goes Ashen. Gunner will die too to Iconic. Hot and cold in a tricky position. He has no nitro cell. This will be a straight up gunfight. Down Brown stairs. Gavin will be positioned to greet the Capital. Goodbye, Iconic. He had a drone there as well, but Gavin had evaded it. Cotton will have to stop this plant. Diffuser also exists. We need to get in. Gavin, a triple kill. And just like that, Beast Coast sweep through those last two players to win the round and tie the game at 2 apiece.
Maybe, yeah, I mean, back and forth. This will be a close game, I believe. And I kind of like the problem solving from Space Station. It was very simple, right? Walk down the red staircase, smoke off the crossfire, Monty walks in, and they get a pick. But then they meet the same problem again on Kitchen Double Door. There are simply too many different crossfires and lines of sight for the defenders. Monty cannot walk in. So they rotate back to Bakery, and they finally get into the building. But at what cost? They don't have the manpower, they don't have the numbers, and they certainly do not have the bomb site control to cover that plant going down. Because the issue is, when you're planting, let's say a 3v3 or a 2 versus 3, when you stop planting for 7 seconds, that player is not really counted anymore. So you have one person covering 3 different angles. You cannot expect any player to realistically win that gunfight every single time, and certainly not a Nomad with a gun that has 21 bullets in the magazine. Gotta hit clean one-shots at that point. East Coast, they figure it out, at least for that round momentarily, but their operator lineup doesn't change all that much. Diffuser playing Dog pretty much every single round so far. Gavin's on Asami duty, besides previously. Then Gunnar has, I would say, probably the most freedom right now. He gets to play, like, I want to say the fun operators, right? Play some Mai, play some Melusi, has good guns, can run around on that, put down his utility. But I think the real winner here, it's gotta be Diffuser. Imagine your life. It's so simple, good life. You play Dog every round. You spawn in, you take a bit of damage, Parker, right? And you think, oh no, I'm half HP, what do? You just stim yourself, you go again.
Doesn't sound like a life that I've ever lived.
No, because you're not that guy, you know? Dog is a promotion.
You said think about
your life.
You said think about my life.
Okay, but ask Diffuser on Dog. Gotta imagine you in his shoes, Parker. And I know it's hard to imagine what you've never done before, playing a fun operator like Dog, but you should try it sometime. It's a good time. You can make mistakes and then just rectify them with the Dog stims.
I mean, but I'd never be able to live up to the level of docking that these pros have, Nick.
You know, it's not hard to press that middle mouse button, Parker, and just tap people. Tell them, stand still, buddy. I got you. Don't worry about it. Do it. I believe
That does sound like good docking, you're right.
Yeah, it is.
Keep up area on duty.
You mean we're talking?
Just over 1 minute into our 5th round, and top of red's been opened up. Gavin's got a line of sight on it. Gunner's not too far away. We're just waiting at this point. You can hear the Type 89, one of the most distinct sounding guns in the game. Rattling off, that's Fultz, getting rid of a lot of his munition. There go the flashes for the drop through red. They hit the ground running. It's taking some damage. It's really been a sluggish entry for Space Station.
Oh no.
Bye-bye Gunner.
You heard the drone.
Fultz still had plenty of bullets left.
Yeah. It's not a bad play from Gunner. You heard the drone, looked to his left, died. Bad timing, you can say siege timing, right? But again, where's the trade? Where's that fall off from his teammates? It's not really there. Gavin's a 99 pixel. Could go for a swing, could find one or maybe two here with the right timing and the right play.
Gavin has not moved off of this pixel spot. Yeah, pickle.
That's a pickle.
Gotta leave him in there to marinate, right?
Oh yeah.
It's half the fun of pickling, isn't it? Fuser and hot and cold, though, keep numbers close. Fuser can heal himself up yet again. All the stim pistols there. What a shot on the Fultz.
Stimmy.
And he hits the fadeaway. Ashen dies as well. Iconic knows exactly where Diffuser is. Are you gonna chase the Doc down those stairs? He'll heal himself right back up. Iconic has 15 seconds with that Diffuser in hand to get down to the bomb site.
10 seconds.
He'll be slowed by the Banshee of Malusi. Now the drop towards pillars. Takes some damage, runs on in, looks down, hot and cold, finishes it off. Good answer back by Beast Coast. These two teams are evenly matched. They are living up to the billing of this game.
It does come down to the small adaptations, like what team can adjust the most, and of course, like figure out their opponent. And they're both showing flexibility. Rather, SSG, they're happy to play a slow round of Siege with the Muncie, for example, or a quick one where it's all about those mini executes. Even in the beginning of that round, they flash into piano through the hatch, drop down into red, drop new balcony, and get into the building. Then they start droning, and they drone Cigar at the same time they swing it, and that's why Gunner died. Gunner was like, hey, I hear a drone, I look left, oh, this guy on my right, I die. It was a good start. But your phase is a bit of an awkward map. You gotta be on the rappel a lot. That's tricky for some players in some teams. Then you got an entry, which is very difficult in your phase. The moment you drop down those hatches top floor, you're always like hell in a cell. Always under fire, under pressure, C4's below, piano's hard to take as a Sami, like it never gets any easier. And after all that fighting for 2 minutes straight, you're still far away from the bomb site, like we saw last time. Iconic, with what, 7 seconds left, just entered site. And while yeah, SSG, they could have been faster, but at the same time, you're just paying the respect to the setup in front of them, taking the time they need to roam clear. Beast Coast done a great job so far at playing the game of layers. Start very aggressive in your face as the first layer. And they have that middle line where they hold the rest of top floor. And then of course the third layer is the bomb site in the rooms around the bomb site. So this is pressuring SSG on time, on utility, and constantly those micro decisions and problem solving. And that just means there are so many things that can go wrong for the attackers. And if one of those many things go wrong, that's what's something that the defenders can utilize to their advantage.
It's been a bad day for good players, Nick.
It has been, yeah.
You had Newers enter as the highest rated player with a tremendously good KD, and he's suffered for it. He had a bad game. Kansan also underperforming his numbers. Bosco fell off a cliff. Boyd had a good day. Ashen, after that performance from Newers, Ashen became the highest rated player in the region. And well, look on the right side of your screen, Ashen is sitting at 1-4, a far cry from what we know he's capable of.
Gavin's looking for something, but there's no action right now. Boring in life, isn't it? But it's coming. Don't worry. There it is. The beast come out. Goes back to Pixel. We've seen this before. No one from Space Station there in the white window, right on the hallway or staircase to punish his position, or the movement rather. So again, SST, they're very slow. They want to set these things up to be perfect, but it's a hard round to play perfectly here in Cafe. Sometimes you gotta go for broke. I'm Gavin though. They start off well in that fight before.
There you go, Ashen getting onto the board, giving his team an opening. Earlier, first kill than we tend to see so far through this matchup. SSG need everything they can get. Not just from Ashen, but the rest of the team. And J90 understands the mission. Hot and Cold dies. Fuser is still there as the player, not the objective. Surely that will get confusing for people without the visual aid. Just a brief lull now. Pardon me, never mind. Gunner decided that engagement was worthwhile. Spirits goes down. Gunner will fight for his life in this position. Sidearm out. He wins the fight against Ashen. Fuser is going down, and Diffuser, the player, is far from it. He won't have any influence whatsoever on this bomb site. Last two players from Beast Coast that still have a pulse far removed from the actual action. Ooh, beautiful shot by Diffuser. Fultz has fed the inside of his head on upside down rappel. Diffuser traded out by J90, and now it's a game to see who gets the final pick onto Gunner. You can see from his expression, there was no hope at all. A 3-3 first half. Neither team any better than each other.
So when we heard the mid-round calls and technical timeouts the last few weeks for Beast Coast, the way they went about it is they called Diffuser D. Because then they say D, pick up Diffuser. To make it a little bit less complicated, but still, having a person or player called Diffuser in the same game where you have an actual Diffuser, I am surprised that he chose that nickname when he first started playing the game many years ago, because it doesn't work that well, does it? Not in attack, at least. Defense is okay.
I think the question needs to be is how much thought process do some of these players actually put into branding? Additionally,
fair point.
Was Diffuser using the name Diffuser before Rainbow Six even existed? I've been using the name Interrobang for well over a decade at this point, almost 2 decades actually. And I don't know if I've told this story on stream before, on the actual casting stream, but the reason, a key part of why I shortened my name from Interrobang to Intero was because there is an interrogation in this game, and the word bang has another connotation to it that maybe is not PG, and I can't say it online. Let's just say that there was some confusion as to what an interrobang is. It's a grammatical character. It's an exclamation mark and a question mark merged in one. Dad, if you're listening to this, feel free to put some interrobangs in the chat so people understand what it is.
Nice.
But that didn't stop people from misinterpreting my name and thinking that maybe there was a certain act that was happening during interrogations. And I thought, you know what, maybe I should rebrand a little bit. So I dropped the bang, and it's just Intero.
Nice.
You do have to ask the question, how many of these players are conscious of branding? Because, I mean, people will run different names. People change their names all the time. We have players with the same name, for example. There's multiple Astros. There was multiple Aces.
Yeah.
Drone activated.
You'd think at some point people would maybe change. Either way, I mean, I think Diffuser is a cool name. I enjoy the spelling of it, but yeah, it makes my job a little bit more challenging.
Oh, I feel you on that. In the early phase of the first round of the side swap, Beast Coast gotta show us how they're going to attack, and they bring a relatively different lineup, showing the gridlock. No Nomad needed here, apparently. But of course, gotta bring that Ash in case of a mirror window. Capitan, the Grim, always good to bring. Ashen gets the opening kill. That DMR defense is so strong with those long lines of sight, but he's not done yet.
Down goes Forest. Ooh, Ashen taking way too much damage from the fire, and now stepping on those track stingers. This is a bad spot, but Ashen somehow pulls it off from this position. Nick hits the Claymore and punches his way back in. You have got to be shitting me with that one.
He is him! Main character right there! And it's always on Cafe where he pops off, it seems like. Oh, man.
I did not know that we had Timothy Chalamet in the server, Nick. That is incredible.
What do you do against that, honestly? I mean, they did everything. Track stingers, the cab's on fire, like 3 people fighting him, it doesn't matter. He's out of there. 20 HP to his name, maybe a little bit less, and Beast Coast, they're top floor, they're looking for players, but there are none. They're on the bomb side, they got crossfire, but they're planting.
It's a really inconceivable play from Ashen. Give his team such an advantage. Bolts can retake from above. This round is close to over. Spams inside of the site. There goes Diffuser, and now Hot and Cold is all by his lonesome. creeping up, but every single wall around him has been shot open. That is an unbelievable. Do we have the ability to even show the replay of what Ashen did? Because
I'm not sure.
that is something that I expect us to see multiple times, but it's something that we should see right here, right now.
It was such a good play. I mean, that's gotta be so frustrating because like you did everything you could possibly imagine. You used all utility. You had full intel. You knew exactly where he was. He was low on HP, and still, you can't get rid of him. You cannot clear out his position. Ashen didn't leave that position because he felt like he was in trouble. He left because he was just sick of it. He was like, these guys suck. I'm out of here.
Hold on, Nick. I have to go into the Twitch stream and let the people know to watch this Ashen play. I gotta do it.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a second. I gotta go on twitch.tv/rainbow6. Hold on. I gotta.
You're gonna go in there before it happens in their time and let them know.
Watch this chat. Watch this Ashen play.
You're leaking. You're spoiling.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I love that. We're playing with a delay, right? So this hasn't happened in you guys' timeline, but it has now.
This, for the record, this is the first time that I have ever, as far as I can remember, somebody might be able to correct me on this. This is the first time that I can remember that I've actively gone into Twitch chat on a broadcast I'm working and type in Twitch chat, which is off. I don't watch the comments. I don't watch your reactions. I don't care about any of that stuff.
Oh.
Well, when I'm working, it doesn't impact my ability to cast a game.
But you care about the fans,
obviously,
right?
Chat's going to be very upset with me saying this, but chat, the things you say don't affect my casting in the moment. I'm sorry.
Be nice, please. Don't be nice.
Apparently there's a delay, by the way. I opened it up, and I was like, wait, this isn't the correct round. And then I was like, okay, now I've got to.
Oh, that's awkward.
There's a delay, so they haven't seen it yet. The chat has not seen the Ashen play yet.
Exactly. They're in a different timeline right now. We're living ahead of them.
We're in the future.
We are.
They are in the past.
It's good to be on the right side of the timeline, that's for sure. We see things first, and East Coast will also maybe struggle first again, because the thing about SSG is that they're very good at putting up difficult problems to solve. And it's like not just this iteration of SSG, it's been like a historical thing for them where they're so good at making things difficult and just playing utility. I mean, look at this. The setup for Piano is so different what Beach Coast is doing. There's just Gavin and Asami, middle of Piano, fighting against the world. This is more like laid back, rotates in bathroom, castled off the door to his left. Heebas around it as well. They can rotate back and forth. So much movement here from SSG. And look at the timer. 1 minute 20. They just entered the building.
Sorry, the Ashen play's on right now. I'm watching it again. Oh my god, he just did it. Okay, that was great. That was really good.
Does chat like it?
Chat has just seen it now, and yeah, it's starting to pop off. So Ashen obviously being rewarded for the previous round by being the first quote-unquote casualty, though he's bleeding out. He's still alive and potentially still retrievable, depending on where he is. It's a little bit under a minute for Beast Coast to get in on the action, and look at that. Spirits can see the bomb site, he can taste it, but there's not really much he can do right now. No smokes to conceal a vault in from Beast Coast. They're just gonna have to go in dry. Spirits is there, J90 from above. They have not flushed SSG out of the top floor. Ooh. Gunner taking a lot of damage. J90 dies, hot and cold stopped as the diffuser almost gets planted. Spirits a nade to keep numbers into a 2v2. Gunner's so low. Nitro Cell thrown out by Fultz. Shot away. There's the vault over. Wow. An easy pick on the Gunner. Spirits will vault in to his doom, maybe. Fultz backs away, not wanting the engagement right away. And he might as well just waste as much time as possible. Spirits doesn't have that diffuser. They must know this, but Conic standing still. Fultz will do one of my favorite movies called The Running Man, as he will get away. Space Station still ultimately wins the round.
And it's another great round from Fultz. This guy right now in this matchup is so consistent every single round on attack and now also on defense. He just doesn't die ever in those crucial moments. You know, he's playing in pillar, could easily get flanked, either hears it or has intel from his teammate, flicks around, denies the jump down, again stays alive, and then he gets out of there. He plays time, he plays the objective, and again, SSG, they win the round. They're very much in the driver's seat ever since the side swap, and it's no surprise really that Beast Coast have called their tactical timeout because things are not working, and they gotta change their path because right now, they're going to lose.
I don't really think we've had great games today if you just go by the results, right?
That's
OXG
fair.
got blown up by Dark Zero. Then we saw the LG blow up delivered to Wildcard. Los M80 was an entertaining enough game. But SSG Beast Coast has lived up to the billing, and I genuinely thought this would be a close matchup. I was hoping for it, and we have not been disappointed. Very close to full Skinnergy. I think that was Spirits who, the only player that didn't have it. Big ups to SSG, by the way, for putting Jinxie into their R6 share player card.
And skin and
Jinxie's
uniform.
content is not the type of content that I watch because I am 33 years old. But I can understand his appeal while still not watching it myself. And I think what Jinxie has done for this game is undeniably great. And to see an org like Space Station take care of a player like Jinxie, he's a player and he's a streamer, he's still a player. Take care of somebody like Jinxie and to immortalize him in the game is a huge honor. I mean, Jinxie obviously has some player charm as well. You and I both happen to have charms in the game. Jinxie has one too. It's a huge honor, and I know what I felt like when I got it. I'm sure you probably were very honored and touched when you got yours.
Certainly.
But it's not just a charm though, because not everybody sees charms, but everybody's going to see your player card on your team. It's also just a shrewd business move. You know Jinxie fans are going to eat that stuff up. Space Station's laughing all the way to the bank.
There's some stonks in there, that's for sure. I mean, I would like to see the numbers personally because they might be breaking some records. I certainly could imagine. But no, I agree with you. It's very cool, and it's different. They actually have on the player weapon, on the new drop, they have so many small Easter eggs attached to the weapon. You can like twist and turn it around, and I love it. Like a lot of attention to detail. Which is, it's not just another anime skin that we have, right? Because that's what a lot of orcs do. It's like, it stands on its own and it stands out. It's very well executed. Now, for well executes, that's been SSG so far on attack. Beast Coast, while they're defending, they're not technically executing anymore. Or, sorry, all the way around. Beast Coast attacks have not been greatly executed so far. Not really finding their moments, not finding their stride.
You just missed, by the way, Gavin almost skeleton keying Spirits as he dropped.
I did not see that though.
He dropped Red Hatch right in front of Gavin. As Gavin skeleton keyed the wall, you drop like a second sooner and you eat a full skeleton key to the face.
That's not good. Oh man, but it's a bit of a slow round again. And again, I don't mind the speed if it works out, you know, that's like the saving grace. And this can be a quick one. You got Munty, you know, the second that Huttonco wants to get active, they can just go for a push. But the question is, what's the follow-up gonna be? You got Brava and Ram, and then you got a Munty. It's like, you're kind of playing two different sides right now of like fast and slow, roam clear and utility. But what it does mean though is once they get the hatch opened up, destroy all the software, they can then comfortably just walk the Munty into sight with Diffuser, you know, that you plant down in hand. And then you can like hack the bulletproof camera, for example, with the Brava cam. So they have solutions for all the problems right now. They just need to start acting on it because time is kind of slipping away here with 50 seconds to go. Oh, toe.
I mean, Beast Coast just called their timeout too. Usually you'd be more formidable in the next round. Gavin, the first pick onto Forest. That's no more smoke for the final 40 seconds. A troubling predicament to be in, but Gavin's world is on this second floor. We're all living in it with him as he finds a second kill onto Iconic. That might give Hot and Cold the go-ahead to walk in and get that diffuser down. There's two silhouettes. Oh no, does Hot and see them? Beautiful thing, you've got a supporting cast. Here goes the diffuser, but Folds vaults on over. How are there 4 people from Beast Coast alive other than Hotton, and none of them are watching this? Here it's trading out a lot of HP, but the Super Shorty just simply does not have enough bullets. 1 kill for Gavin. Beast Coast fall apart at the seams. Frustration might be setting in. A successful round by Space Station. Another defense going in their favor. Ever inching themselves towards a victory.
Oh. Wait.
Need to locate
Wait, did
as many bombs as they can.
No, SSG lost. No, didn't Beast Coast win the round? Yeah, Beast Coast won the round.
I just get it mixed up.
I thought I had it mixed up. I was there, I was like, wait a minute. Did this shotgun 4K happen? It's fine. You know.
I did.
No, we're good. We're good. We're so good.
I thought that, in my defense, I thought the time ran out before he died.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to be fair, it was very close.
I thought he got down. I thought he either got down right as the timer hit or the time ran out.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a long week.
That's good.
Continue to be a long day.
I was just double checking because I was like, I noted that one team won, you said the other. I was like, I can't even check because we're watching player cams right now, so I was very confused. But we're good. A little bit of a scrappy round. SGC had a bit of miscommunication there as well. They had a Bluetooth camera on the bomb side that saw where Monty was planting, and for some reason, the first player, I didn't see what player name it was, swung before the Monty started planting and just died. And then Full saw the Monty plant, jumped over and got the kill. You have to wonder if the first person didn't mess up the timing, maybe they actually win that round. I mean, again, small things. But I like this from Beast Coast. They find something that works. Again, the Monty, that was the big win condition. Get into the bomb site, hand down that diffuser. It's an easy process. Very few counters on defense to deal with that operator. So now they bring it again. But guess what? SSG, they have now prepared for this. They bring the mirror. They bring double C4. They're playing iconic on the Echo. Those Yokai drones can stun the Monty, remove the shield extension, and then you can make a play with that and try and take him down. Or if the timer is simply running low for the attackers, plant down 0 seconds. We've seen those rounds being won by Echo before. That too could be one of their win conditions. But both teams try to find a new way into these rounds. Of course, if you're the attacker, you need to try and control the pace. If you do an attack, it doesn't work out, you do the same attack, you lose again, that's your bad. So you have to try and figure out, okay, plan A is not working, try and go to plan B. If plan B doesn't work, you don't go back to A, go to plan C. Gotta go through all those letters and just try to figure out which one actually does work consistently. Right now, that's Monty. We see right now the pace they're setting. They walk into red staircase. Now they're in train. They're getting good intel. And they're like actually approaching the bomb side. But it's a 5v5. There are a lot of guns facing the bomb side direction. So Beast Coast need to kind of weaken it somewhere. Either attack upstairs, have utility on the bomb side to deal with it. Garnak does that. He finds a kill onto Melusi. That's a good start for them.
I mean, Gavin was the one who really broke that previous round open. Remember how, like, 2 rounds ago, I said that I don't care what chat has to say? And they were probably very offended that I said that. They're probably cooking me alive for getting that round call. They get the final laugh. And I'm the yapper who says silly things. They just get to sit there in anonymity and just roast me. Diffuser's getting the diffuser down.
That's easy.
A very fitting name. He is inside hot and cold. Yokai drone gets into position and a nitro cell is tossed out. Neither of them quick enough. Fulton, J90 in the grave. Ashen will join Beast Coast. Then 2 kills of a flawless round. Iconic now playing by Pillar. Ian Forrest scavenging for a kill. Both got weapons with high rates of fire, but you've got your targets to find first. A shotgun actually for the Echo. Presumably expecting a closer engagement. Beast Coast now win 2 in a row. No doubt about the result of that round. So, saving grace of mine. Tie game, and is this a space station timeout? It is.
Yeah.
No listen-ins today, by the way. For people who are curious, there have been some audio issues. We mentioned this in map number 2, that we were without audio for all of map 1 and some of map 2, and I don't know if that extends to why there are no listen-ins, but unfortunately, we don't get to hear the players talk. I don't know if it'll be coming back. I'm hopeful that it will. I think it was an excellent addition to the broadcast, because people that watch this don't always get a proper listen-in. They don't really get to hear or see how teams compete. It's almost a mystery to them. And I think it's great stuff for casual fans. Coming from hockey, we do mic'd up players quite a lot. I know that other leagues do it as well. I believe the NFL does it. But it's always great to be able to sit there and hear what is said, because it's such a different world than what you're used to. When you watch this contest, you hear me speaking, you hear you speaking, you hear Ace and Dez, you hear Lynx and Stokes, you hear Luke and Hap. You hear all these different duos talk, but you never actually get to hear the players actually speak. And the only time you do get to hear them is in the Winters interview. And Winters interview, and typically you'll get a couple like, it felt really great to get the victory. We worked hard, and they were a good team, but we were better. You gotta get Look, Nick, you just gotta get pucks on net. Okay, you gotta get pucks deep. You gotta get pucks on net. Okay.
What does that even mean?
It's from hockey.
Okay, sure. I don't speak hockey.
What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. That's the whole point.
Okay.
The whole point is that when they're like, yeah, you got to get pucks deep, it's just pablum. It's garbage. It doesn't mean anything. But to actually hear the players strategize and to hear the insight that coaches can give, because when we did the listen-ins in NA, it was wild to actually track the difference in the way that coaches gave information and advice to their teams. And you know, you have your own experiences with Shas as to how he goes about it. Hearing somebody like Redeemer do a timeout versus Call Out do a timeout versus Mint, they are all wildly different from one another.
It's true. And we spoke about branding earlier, right? Like, the biggest thing about Pro League is like, why should the fans care to watch? We need storylines. We need exciting things to happen. And, you know, when we get some of that insight, that is a good reason as to why people should care. And you start getting your favorite players, right? Someone like Asher, who's in the server right now, he talks a lot, you know, doing interviews, you know, post and pre-match. And we've seen him come to yelling at LAN events. He's gotten a lot of fans from having that kind of like persona. He's not just another boring Pro League player, so to speak. He has something about him that stands out. And he talks a big game, and he plays a big game, and that's excellent. Right here, he's 5-8. So overall, not the biggest pop-off, but he had that round previously where he had a huge moment, one of the first defensive rounds for SSG. Since they're gonna be cold though, a little bit quiet. And to no surprise, guess what? Hot and Cold's playing Monty again, because it works. It's up to SSG to counter, to have an answer for this operator, or Beast Coast will keep forcing it, at least until it stops working for one reason or another. But the big surprise factor right now is not the Monty, it's Kali. Spirit is playing Kali right now on that 5-5 round score. He's sitting in spawn. Is he baiting? Is he locking down a rotate? Does he have an angle here? I don't know. But he's doing something very different from the norm.
Hold on, Diffuser going down yet again.
C4?
East Coast were quick to do it in the previous round. Forrest will gain information. He's a little bit too slow. Otten dies for his troubles, but the Diffuser still goes down. Fult's now taking a beating. Ashen as well. They're both reduced to 1 HP. Space Station will jump on it. He'll try as a human shield ward to dodge the bullets, but it doesn't work out. A brawl ensues. Both players from Space Station are outside of the building. And Gunner prevents them from getting back in. A flurry of kills and Beast Coast prevails.
You know, that entire beautifully played, very chaotic round only happened for a very simple reason. The EMP stopped the C4 from taking down Hot and Cold while he planned it. Because the C4 was tossed by the mute, it was midair, it wasn't shot. But they were spamming those stature EMPs while planting, and the EMP actually hit the C4 midair before it hit the ground. That's why all that happened. The beauty of the teeny tiny details. And I love how fully committed both teams were to that post plant, jumping out windows, trying to retake, and becomes defenders outside the building, and the final attacker being that final boss inside the building, locking down both of those windows. The only real way back in for SSG denied. And Beast Coast, they have found, again, the solution. And SSG, a team that I believe are known on defense to have good adaptations and able to read like the pacing of the rounds and the pacing of the game. They have not figured it out ever since the Beast Coast changed their approach, specifically with the Monty. You're being caught off guard, they don't have the answers, and they keep getting surprised 3 times in a row now. We finally see some sort of direct counterplay in Clash and Echo from Forrest and Volts, but this is coming very late. This is match point. SSG down 5 and 6, and it's a kitchen and kitchen defense. It's not the greatest bump side to play those operators because if Beast Coast they roam clear, they take top floor control, they destroy the entire floor in terms of like vertically, you can't really move around a whole lot. The only thing Beast Coast they gotta do well this round is be quick. Because Clash and Echo slow you down. If you don't have enough time, you'll have nothing left when you get to that bomb side.
Well, they've gone, flawless Beast Coast since calling their timeout.
True.
SSG called theirs in the previous round. Callouts, timeouts. It's a mouthful to say. Usually have great success. There was a time where we were actually tracking timeouts and then rounds one right thereafter. It was actually not at the SI that just happened, but the SI before that in 2023. And callouts, timeouts were almost always resulting in an immediate one round, sometimes in two. Obviously, different SSG, different identity, somewhat. You're not necessarily going to have that same success. That was, of course, when he was on Astralis. Now, since the core of Astralis has moved over to SSG, in a way, they kind of inherit that same set of talking points, the same, I guess, general gist of our conversation. And in this sense, Callout can't immediately get his players to win a round, then yeah, maybe there's some things that are troubling for SSG, but through these 3 rounds, Beast Coast have found an entry into the site quite fast.
Oh yeah.
Been able to get the diffuser down with very minimal challenge. I don't know if it's just SSG not being prepared for quick aggression from Beast Coast or a lack of information, but I hesitate to say it's lack of information because there are echoes, there are solaces being brought by SSG, and yet it always seems like they're about 5 seconds behind whatever Beast Coast is doing.
That's why I like this round too, because now it feels like they've kind of figured it out with the Arbiter pickup. You see Clash still on the bomb side, very much alive, same with Echo, but Warden, he's gonna get isolated. He's dead.
Down goes J90. Could this be the first domino? Is now Spirits walks in, Fultz ties. Another goes as well. Goodbye, Ashen. SSG are clinging to dear life. 20 seconds can feel like an eternity, but in this case, it's even less than that. Beast Coast stitching together a very impressive stretch of rounds. They defeat Space Station.
Full control. I mean, and let's just see that the counterplay, right? The Clash, the Echo on this side. What those Beast Coast do, they walk around the problem. They take apart VIP, they take main lobby, they pick every single pickup, last man standing, they Clash stuck in the corner with nobody to help once again. East Coast, I bet my money on them. I said I think they're gonna do great, and they do. Again, surprise, and it's a great look from them.
What I typically like to do is I often look at the team that's ahead in the standings, and then I just say they're gonna win, because more often than not, you're gonna be right. And you know, sometimes I do well in predictions and sometimes I don't. And that's really just what it boils down to. But all in all, whether you're a fan of Beast Coast, you're a fan of Space Station, you're a fan of Jinxie, and maybe that's why you're here cheering for Space Station, it was an exciting matchup. It was unpredictable. There were hero plays, there was great objective play, which we don't always see these days. A lot of kills happen, but not such a dogged insistence on getting that diffuser planted. And yet, that was Beast Coast's focus, and they were laser focused on it. And just like a laser, it cut right through SSG on those final 4 rounds. Beast Coast picking up 3 huge points. That's it for our final matchup of the day, but we still got the outro segment. The desk is going to want to talk about that one, and I'm going to want to listen. Throw it to a break, and we'll come right back.
stage that went totally undefeated and then just dropped off a cliff. There was another team that was completely winless and then managed to bring their stock back up slowly but surely over a couple consecutive wins. Which one do you think won today? That's right, one team continues to slide, and now Beast Coast themselves are on a streak. They've gotten their record back to 500. That's got to feel really, really good. And Hot and Cold gets vengeance over the team that dropped him just after SI.
The trends all continue. SSG keeps losing, Beast Coast keep winning. The players on Beast Coast keep getting revenge over their former teams. It's a trendful day, I guess, for Beast Coast. So, I mean, hey, great game from them overall. I did think it looked a little bit scrappy to start things off. It felt like that first half, Space Station were in control more often than not. It was a 3-3 split, but I do feel like as long as Space Station weren't stalling out, they were doing a good job finding those roam clears, making sure they were in control of the momentum. Barring a couple big, dock rounds from Diffuser, it felt like Space Station were the better team. But after the TAC timeout, after Beast Coast started to get the ball rolling, they just never stopped.
Yeah. Not only did the casters love the dock rounds, but we sure loved the dock rounds. But I mean, more specifically, when it got to the other side and SSG was actually defending, we saw them kind of take it a little bit away. They started mounting a lead of 5-3. I got very worried if you were a Beast Coast fan, you were watching and saying, okay, well, Beast Coast is trying to step-by-step dismantle SSG, take them one area at a time, get Cigar, get Christmas, and then go for the attacks. And it wasn't working. We saw a lot of positions and a lot of individual plays from SSG follow through. Ashen with a huge jump out on Heaven. We saw Jack, J90 in Christmas uncontested, and he was able to, just round after round, a player from SSG would stop and stunt Beast Coast while the rest of the team would swallow the aggression in sight. And so we saw a complete shift on the side of Beast Coast. They started going for very fast, very adaptive, aggressive takes onto the site, especially the round where they run in with Monty, go for a plant in the smoke right away. I mean, it was beautiful, beautiful swap to be able to understand that and recognize, hey, we're not winning by clearing. We have to switch up the tempo of our attacks, and that's more and more confidence if you're a Beast Coast fan, more and more stock, like you were saying, to just see that adaptability not now just outside of the server, but inside the server.
God, professional yapper over here, Fox saying all the right things. We focused on Spirits at the beginning. Let's focus on him here again, because even if he's not the flashiest player in the server, what he's doing still means Beast Coast have enough leverage, just enough to make sure that most rounds go in their favor. And so far through these past 3 games, if it's not for Spirits, these games don't go their way.
And he didn't have too much of an insane performance when it comes to kills and frag potential in this map, but he was pretty much the flex on support, and the flank watch, so you say, is more of a dying position, but he was that flank watch. And on a map like Cafe, especially with SSG, with how dominant they are with that lurk or that man in those positions, more often than not, Spirits was the man that they'd have to go through. And on the attacks, he was the person that was stopping it, allowing his team to be able to successfully get plant down or get the position that they needed. And so I think he definitely needs his roses, because we commended him before the game that because of him, he is able, if you take the pressure off of his shoulders, he's able to flourish.
Biggest thing for Beast Coast, though, those 2 first defenses that absolutely get stuffed, those like the Ashen round, the 7 and 8, those are rounds that Beast Coast can basically ignore. What's the one adaptation they made that won them every round since?
I mean, it had to be the Monty.
It was the Monty.
The Monty felt like the Mon-Key. Not the monkey, but like the key to the game.
There you go.
Because what we saw was Hot and Cold grabbing it time and time and time again, and it was always enabling these plants. Whether it was Hot and himself going for the defuse kit plant, or if it was somebody behind him that was using the Monty as cover, they did a really good job of bringing that up, and it never felt like there was that response or the answer from Space Station. They just couldn't come up with it. And we saw a couple of times where they came really close, like there was a Yokai drone once that almost had it. There was a C4 that went out, which it's tough to say if it was EMP'd or if it just missed or what happened, but they never seemed to find the denial. And I think that's a big problem, that we never really saw the adaptation coming through from Space Station.
Undefeated in every single round, they decided to bring the French shield op. So let's talk to the guy who was wielding LaRock for the entirety of that second half. Matthew Hot and Cold Stevens is on the line. Dude, from not winning a single game to start the stage to winning every game now up until this point and knocking off your old team, what in the hell changed in the Beast Coast camp to get everything to switch like this? Talk to me, dude.
I mean, I don't think really much changed. I think since the beginning, like we had very good scrims against most pro teams that we'd scrim. I think the only team that we kind of got slapped up by was SSG in the beginning. But I just feel like we have a lot more confidence in each other now. You know, like we're all playing as one instead of playing as individuals, I'd say.
Matt, on round 9, you guys switched to the Monty. You guys went for this fast, aggressive play to get the diffuser down. It wasn't like the other rounds. The other rounds, it was a step-by-step clear. What was the communication like in the round to say, hey, we should just go for the plant right now?
Well, it was originally like supposed to be just like a fast plant rush, but we ended up wasting 2 of our ass charges, so we couldn't really do exactly what we wanted to. So I just walked in the side and I just said, you know, fuck it, I'm just gonna plant.
You're gonna watch it back.
As soon as the bomb gets down, it's over. You know.
You're gonna watch it back. Gunnar used it on a castle that was outside, and I was saying he could have just breach charged it, but you're gonna watch it back, and you're gonna be like kind of rushing it out. But my next question is just your experience so far is obviously playing a big play in this team. Maybe give a little bit of props to some of the other players on the team or Coach Fett. Like, not many people know exactly what Fett brings to a team. Maybe just talk a little bit about him.
I mean, Fett brings a lot. Like, he's a very good coach, very energetic. He's very good at like keeping us on the right track. You know, whatever we want to do. And then the timeout. I mean, we won 4 rounds straight after. You could say it was because of Monty. You could say it because of the timeout. Like, no matter what, I feel like it was a combination of both. You know, like he had a very good timeout. Told us to just, you know, kind of throw away the step-by-step clears because obviously it wasn't working, and then like their defenses weren't good. We just kind of were throwing away our lives a lot on attack.
Yeah, I kind of want to dive into that first half because obviously it was a 3-3 split. You know, you guys started on defense, and sometimes 3 defensive rounds on Cafe isn't really enough. Were you worried, regardless of what you were telling your teammates, regardless of what the vibes were like on the team, was there anything in the back of your mind that after that first half you were thinking, oh man, we kind of need to do more there? Or were you always confident that you could lock down that second half?
I mean, I'm always confident winning attack rounds, especially, you know, I'm the attack IGL. But, you know, like going out of defense with a 3-3, I was like, you know, that's not as good as we want. So I mean, we just got to really pick it up on attack, and you know, we didn't at first, but we adapted well, and I feel like that showed.
Let's quickly look ahead to the 2 games you've got for the rest of the Super Week. You got Game 2 tomorrow against M80, and then cycle immediately into Game 3 of Day 9 against Los. 2 teams on very different parts of the spectrum, but at this point, with 3 wins and 3 losses, you faced teams that are literally all up and down the current NAL standings. Anything about either of those teams that excites you, that maybe worries you, that's in the back of your head? What do you think about those last 2 opponents?
We've scrammed both of those teams, so we got a good understanding of both of them. I'm kind of surprised about how M80's been doing. Like, they're definitely on the upswing. You know, I've like scrimming them early on in the season or early on in the stage. I didn't really expect that from them. But I'm definitely, you know, more scared of them than I am Los, just, you know, based on how they're playing.
Sure.
They got a lot of different players with a lot of different dynamics to them, and it's going to be a good game, you know, no matter what, I feel like.
Last question for you. So far, because you've got 6 games under your belt with a brand new team, there was probably a bit of an adjustment period. You may still be in it. You may not even realize you're still in it, but you're still working on making sure this Beast Coast is the best that it can be. What's the thing that's either surprised you the most, or the person on your team that you're the most proud of as you've been progressing from 3 losses right into 3 wins?
Most proud of, I would say, is Diffuser. You know, like when we first picked him up, I feel like he was very cautious in what he can do. You know, like he just kind of like would let us take the reins on a lot of things with on what, you know, we wanted him to do. But, you know, like we picked him up for a reason. You know, he's got his own instincts, and I feel like he's finally showing up and just playing how he normally plays.
Well, it's always a good thing to hear somebody of your stature give him those kinds of compliments, dude. Again, congratulations. I'm sure it has to feel good managing to get this sort of upswing after the way that your stage started. Go have a good night, and then I guess we're going to see you right back here bright and early tomorrow afternoon, dude. Take care.
Little SSG dub, baby.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. Especially when, again, that was the guy that just got dropped off Space Station so that they could find a way to refocus themselves. And how's that going for you right now, guys? I mean, I get the impression that SSG became really unpopular, not just internationally, but within North America, not just because of Ashen, but every time I see someone having defeated Space Station, there's a tweet right afterwards being like, keep on talking smack because it's going to bite you in the butt. And in most cases, for 4 games in a row, it's done exactly that for Space Station.
I think it's great. I mean, obviously, you want to have some fire. You want to have some personalities to love. And I think Pengu actually mentioned that Ashen was somebody that was a personality, not just a boring pro. So I don't know who he was. I don't know who he was referring to when he said
No,
that.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
But I mean, I will say it's good to have just that passion and have a person to, I guess, look to and believe in as a community. And then obviously, it feels just that much better when you're able to shut that player up.
True.
Yeah, I think you always want to have somebody in your team that can fill that role, somebody who can be kind of the face of the squad, can get everybody else motivated. And I do think that Space Station, while they're on a bit of a spiral right now, while they've lost their last 4 games, I do trust in their system and the coaching staff, particularly with call-out, to be able to not let that really affect them too much in the mental game. I feel like of all teams, Space Station have been really solid at making sure that they're very much locked down mentally, making sure that they're always coming into each game as a new game. Keep the hype up, certainly with Ashen when they're yelling and when they're winning, but I don't think that this is like a cause for concern for them to be like spiraling completely out of control. Yeah, they've lost 4 games. You don't want to be losing 4 games.
Right.
The major is going to need some improvement.
4 games is half your round robin.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like a spiral to the point where like what we saw from DZ last week where it felt like things were out of control.
Sure, where DZ loses a game, only wins 1 round. At least Space Station had an idea, and then it was just the back end of the game that felt like that was the part that really, like, they lost full, but only after it got to, like, round 8 or whatever.
Yeah.
Different story there.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Coast beat DZ 7-2.
Mm-hmm.
And this game was a lot closer. So, I mean, I agree with you. It's not just a big enough spiral for panic bells to go off. I think a lot of the games that SSG have lost have been close. They just need to be able to tighten it up. And I mean, they have the time to do so. And all they got to do is really make it 2 playoffs. And then the best of 3s is a whole different ballgame.
Well, the crazy part is because of the way the NAL is currently spaced out, 1 to 2 points is all it takes for you to shoot up about 7 or 8 places on the standings. So we'll get to that in a second. But just to recap for what we had today, everything kind of got turned on its head. For the most part, teams with losing records won the day. M80 was the only case of a team that came in with a winning record actually getting a dub. And DZ, Luminosity, and Beast Coast, all of which probably were painted as underdogs coming into today, got a full 3 points. Has to feel good if you're any of those 3.
Yeah, and Los too. Los got close.
They did.
Oh, that rhymed. Los got close. All the underdogs got pretty, I mean, mostly got the win, and then Los got close.
Yeah, I don't think any team here is walking away too sad. Maybe Space Station because they're in a bit of a spiral, but I do think that, like, all in all, you're either a team who's looking pretty good in the standings anyways, like Oxygen or Wildcard, or you're a team who showed a good game today and really have started to turn your things around. Yeah, maybe Los didn't win, but they did play better, I think, than what we've seen from a lot of their games in the past. And so it's just kind of continuing the trend of the North American League being extremely competitive.
And because it's competitive, the team that was in 3rd place on the standings today changed 3 separate times. So here's what that looks like. It was DZ all the way up in 3rd. Then it was LG, and now Beast Coast is the not only back in 3rd, but now the 3rd team to get into double-digit territory in the NAL. They've got a bunch of games left to play. So does LG. It's going to be really, really down to the wire to see who actually makes top 6.
Wait, so DZ's back down to the bottom half? I mean, I take it back. They're not back. They're not back.
I mean, they're literally like in the middle.
I take it back.
They're not in the high section or the low section. They're in 5th. They're right there, dude.
Yeah.
It's really going to come down to the wire the last couple of days. I mean, obviously, it looks like we have our 2 forerunners that are able to, you know, successfully say that they made it into the playoffs.
They're locked
but
in.
Everybody else, it's really going to come down to the wire. Isn't it? Is there a possibility of Los still jumping all the way over into
Los totally could. I mean,
like
a full
4?
3 points, you can do so much right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have 6 potential points in hand, so they could end up at 10 points overall. That would be what? 3rd, 4th? Like,
yeah, it'd be up there.
I think it's going to be tough for Los.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough realistically just because of the games they have coming up. But I do think that, like, it is in the cards that Los could make it. And any other team still has a super realistic shot of finishing top 6.
Speaking of the games that are still coming up, schedule for tomorrow, play day 8, day 2 of the Super Week looks like this. Sonics finally come back into the fold after not having a game to play today. They play Wild Card. M80 plays Beast Coast 2nd. Los get another opportunity to get sub points in the Super Week against Luminosity, who also are on a really interesting streak at the minute. And then at the very end of the day, game of the day, in my opinion, OXG and Space Station, which is also Space Station's final game of the round robin.
Uh-oh. I mean, you think that's the game of the day. I think Beast Coast M80 after how today went, I
Really?
think that
So?
might be game of the day.
I'm looking at Sonic's wildcard. I think both those teams are starting to put up some good numbers.
Well, you know what? Now I'm looking at Los LG. How about that? Now what are you going to do?
Oh, man.
All
Oh,
of them might as
brother.
well be that good. Yeah, it's also just critical, again, to state how close the standings can get. Beast Coast at 10 points, Luminosity and DZ at 9 points, Wildcard at 8, tied with Space Station, and Sonics at 7. So even if Sonics currently sit in 8th place, because they didn't have any games to play today that might look a little bit worse, it's, again, only a 2-point difference, and suddenly you're tied for 3rd. But then when we start getting into territory of teams not having any games left to play, that's where it gets dicey, which means Space Station, who currently sit in 7th, right now, if they don't win that game against Wildcard, they're not making playoffs and have to do another qual run like Atlanta.
Jacob, I'm telling you, whatever teams don't finish top 6, whoever ends up in the bottom 3, they're going to feel so slighted that they came so close. Yeah. You know they're going to be fired up to make a crazy LCQ run. Even once the NAL is over, the LCQ is going to be absolutely ridiculous going into Manchester.
Oh, yeah, when it comes to events, especially invites, wasn't it, besides G2 and W7M,
yeah, the last
SSG won through the losers bracket. Wait, G2 also won through the losers bracket, and TSM won through the losers bracket.
And
so
Furia won through the losers bracket as well, W7M.
Fury,
Yeah,
really?
they got knocked down.
Best
Oh my
losers
God.
bracket run in history.
Oh, well,
yeah.
that losers bracket. Well, technically, yeah, I guess so. I meant like more the LCQ, but you're right.
The LCQ
you're right.
was...
That's
yeah.
true, yeah.
It's similar.
Yeah.
So hopefully, if SSG don't manage to get there through playoffs, then they will have a good chance in the LCQ. But we're not totally done with their run. Their round robin doesn't end until tomorrow. That's all for us on Playday 7. Playday 8 is right back here, 4 best of 1, same time, same place, 5 p.m. Eastern for game number 1. Thank you guys very much for joining us on behalf of everybody here at the Philadelphia crew. Sayonara. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.